they're describing the same size object. If you were to hit me back and go, well, what about I need the circumference? I would just cancel and go conduct business somewhere else, because it shows that you don't really understand.
No, I think I'm just describing my point poorly.
Okay, all right. Well, you can rephrase it.
So, how do I describe it? I almost need to like draw it.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll post whatever you need.
Whichever way you draw it, you're going to come up with the same answer as we've got.
That's what's crazy, bro. Is like if you go to any of these calculators, these globe Earth, distance to curvature calculators, that's the first thing it says on there. We're using the claim size of the globe, typically the radius, and here you go. This isn't like flatearth.com. You know what I mean? Flat Earth is making curvature calculators. Why would they do that? We don't think curvature exists, so it's not our claim. We're simply addressing their math. But this happens every now and again. People say, "Oh, well, you're using flat earther math." It's like, dude, no, we're not.
Flat Earth math.
This happens a lot. Like, there's a video out there with Dave Farina. Oh, they say 8 inches per mile squared. It's like, well, no, we would say 0 inches per mile squared because there isn't any. It's their math. It's their claim. So, don't fall for the flat earther math stuff.
There is also, I heard someone say that we were thinking in 2D and not 3D or something like that. Bro. I mean, when we're using circle geometry, a circle is a slice of a sphere. It's just a 2D representation to make it much easier to understand instead of having the entire 3D model up when we are referencing it. So we take a slice of the sphere, and that is where we get circle geometry. Much easier, two-dimensional. Everyone can understand it.
Okay, I'm glad that maybe I misheard, because I even typed it out in the chat. Because when I heard the 3D thing, I had to type it out because it didn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, a sphere is just 3D.
3D object. So you said 2D. All right.
Yeah, a sphere is 100% 3D because it has all directions. I would say yeah, and we just take a slice out and we make it to 2D, so it's easier to work with. Then we get a circle, and then we have very easy geometry, very easy to explain. Yeah, I just want to clarify, so there was no confusion about the 2D, 3D shit.
I'm glad you did, because I swear I heard something else. So that makes what you said makes a lot more sense. You said 2D.
Now, Master Shake, have we clarified that now?
Yes, I think so. See, I didn't really read the math that well. Apparently, you guys are saying this is the math to calculate based upon a ball. I was looking at the first one, and I wasn't understanding it fully, but I'll let you guys continue. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I mean, when we are talking about a ball, I do understand why it might seem complicated, because yes, you are correct. It is a 3D shape. That is why we're taking a slice out of it, and then we have a circle with a circumference, with a radius, and all that kind of crap. And we have.
See, what I'm seeing is different. Is that you would say the center point of the flat Earth to the outermost point would be the radius.
No.
Don't worry about the flat Earth, mate. We're talking about the globe.
Yeah, we're only talking about the globe here when we talk about a radius. We're not trying to apply that to any flat disc or anything like that. We're just
so kind of how I was seeing it, or thinking that you guys were interpreting it as like the radius of the Earth would be like the center point, and then from every point from that out would be just another radius, and that's it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, when we are talking about
that makes it seem like it'd be a small surface area compared to what the Earth actually is.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't even matter. You shouldn't think in globe or flat Earth right now. Right now, we are pretty much just talking about the globe and how we can falsify it. And the globe comes with a set of dimensions, a radius of 3959, stuff like that. And based on those numbers that we have been given by the official establishments, we can now go out and test the world. So at an observer height of 1 feet, the horizon should be approximately 1.225 miles away or something like that. So we go out there and we have good cameras. We have measured distances to objects out over water, for example. Let's say oil rigs. We know that these are 6 to 10 miles away or something like that, and we still have an horizon beyond that. And something is not adding up compared to the dimensions that we have been given. The horizon should be approximately 1.5 miles away at an observer height of 1 foot, but we have a horizon that is at least 10 miles out. So there is some issues here with the given dimensions. Either the globe is much bigger, or we have just discovered something we would call flatness.
Well, okay, so let's put it this way. Let's say you're sitting on the flat Earth. At any point that you're sitting, the maximum distance...
No, forget the flat Earth. We are not talking about flat Earth. Wait.
Is only 3,900 miles.
Bro, we are not talking about the flat Earth. We're talking about the globe right now.
But you're saying is 70 miles a long distance. Well, if you think that to the edge of it is 3,900 miles away, that 70 miles is pretty significant.
Wait.
Continue with another 24.
I was asking about the 70 miles because
that 70 miles seems a lot less.
Mate, you're confusing yourself, because I specifically said forget all about flat Earth. This is not even what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the given dimensions by the establishment about the globe. And when we're going out testing them, based on these dimensions, we should have an observed horizon at X distance based on observer height. And when we go out, for example, with the Black Swan image, where we have a horizon that is at least beyond the furthest oil rig, that is like approximately 10 miles away, and the horizon should be around 1.5 miles away. We have an issue here with the globe model and the given dimensions. Either the globe is much bigger based on those dimensions, based on where the horizon is, or we have just discovered an area of flatness. It's not about flat Earth at this point. It's just about putting the globe to the test.
Okay.
You get it?
So when we have a lot of these observations that is not aligning with the official dimensions given about the globe, like laser test over lakes, objects observed over waters, like boats in the horizon, and all these all observations accumulated into a huge box of, let's say, 100 to 1,000 observations, we see a common theme here, that there is issues with the dimensions given. As I said, either the ball is much bigger than they say, and then we have an issue with the dimensions given, because then the dimensions they have given us is not correct, or we have discovered that all around the world we only measure flatness. And that's a huge problem. Because the numbers is either wrong or they're just lying. But yeah, we have a problem here, because the dimensions doesn't align with the observations we are making.
Why else do you think we're here? Do you think we're here just to be different or something? Do you think we enjoy being ostracized by society and just to look different? We're actually here for a reason.
Truth seeking.
We're not here because we can't work out maths. We're here because we can work out maths.
Yeah, we became flat earthers because some dude said that it must be flat, so we all just jumped on the wagon and now we all flat earthers. No. We got pointed out that there were some issues. We started to use our heads, use the math, use the dimensions given, and go out and observe wherever we are on the earth. And we just see a common theme all over the earth. And that is the dimensions given does not align with observable reality.
Is there anything you don't understand about that you have more questions about? Master Shake?
No, I mostly kind of want to listen tonight, kind of hear some different points.
Okay, but did you understand that?
Understand what? Sorry, I wasn't listening to you.
What Tim said.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat. I wasn't listening to him.
Oh my god.
So you came in here, you interrupt the conversation that we were having with someone else. You ask some questions,
Look how mad
and then
you
you're playing fucking video games while someone's explaining something to you. He spoke for 5 minutes, and you had fucking ignored him. You moron.
You must have really fucked up if you got Timbo yelling at you.
Sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I know my English is a little broken, but I feel like I explained it pretty well.
Nope.
I just didn't care, I think.
No, well, fuck off then.
So hey, I want to play like 4 minutes of
Go
audio,
to scene.
and I want to. Yeah, Sasha, go back to sleep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, go to cinema, go to outside with the girl, go to disco, whatever.
Disco.
Yeah,
Nobody does disco anymore, Sasha.
I know. I'm saying disco. It's nice.
I wish they did, man. I used to like them one-piece suits with the bell bottoms that were like made of satin. They were hot, dude. So I'm gonna play a piece of audio.
But he's still here, but he don't care.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll care now. I want to see what he has to say about this, or what anybody has to say about this. This is a guy has a PhD in the philosophy of science. I just want you to listen to this. About 4 minutes.
One of them that you see a lot in contemporary thinking, which really drives me crazy, is that it's a conflation of the notion of what is widely accepted to be a fact with what is a fact. And the reason people make this conflation is that they think, well, you know, if somebody says that something is a fact, nobody has, they think, access to the facts. I mean, if people are disputing whether something is a fact, there is the fact that, as it were, one person believes it's a fact and the other person doesn't believe it. And then one person, the person who believes that it's a fact, might be supported by a whole bunch of other people, all of whom also believe that it's a fact. And so it becomes a widely accepted fact. And when those kinds of situations, they can bully the person who doesn't believe it's a fact, or they can outnumber them, or they can outlive them, or they can whatever. They will somehow prevail. And so what really matters is whether something is widely accepted to be a fact. How could it matter whether it is or is not a fact? And so through that process and maybe a few other steps, you begin to eliminate the notion of something's being a fact, and you replace it with the notion of something's being accepted to be a fact. Now, this notion of being accepted, widely accepted or taken for granted to be a fact, is a socially constructed notion. You see, that is because it's a fact about societies, whether or not they accept something to be a fact.
Could you give examples of either?
Yes, so, you know, of course, something that's widely accepted to be a fact is that the Earth revolves around the sun and not the other way around, which is what people used to think. Or if you like, that the Earth is spherical, not flat, which is what a long time ago, before the Greeks, people used to think. Well, I mean, quite an understandable view. When you look around, it looks kind of flat, except for the bumpiness.
So is that an
an
agreement about
widely accepted to be a fact,
rather than a fact in itself?
Well, so what I'm saying is that what people sometimes get themselves into a frame of mind of thinking is we don't need the notion of a fact. What we need is just the notion of a widely accepted to be a fact, because that's really what matters. They're mistaken in this, but that's, I think, part of the motivation. They just think whether something is or is not a fact drops out as irrelevant. What really matters socially, what really matters in the argument is whether something is widely accepted to be a fact. And you can see this in the way in which when journalists talk like this, you know. So they will say things like, is evolution a fact or just an opinion or just a theory? That's the contrast. Is it a fact or is it just a theory? Where they mean, is this something that people are toying around with, or is it widely accepted? But that's a terrible, that is a misguided way of thinking about things, because what you're aiming at when you aim to discover whether to accept something as a fact and then whether to make it be a widely accepted fact is whether it is a fact. So, you know, what people were trying to figure out is, what is the shape of the Earth? Yes, they used to believe it's flat, let's say, and then people thought, well, there's some very interesting astronomical data that can't be accounted for if you think that it's just some disk. Right. After all, for instance, you know, things seem to dip over the horizon as you walk towards them, one direction or another, and so, you know, actually the evidence seems to suggest that it's spherical, which is surprising and a magnificent achievement of human reason to have figured that out on the basis of very spare information. But what they were trying to do is figure out what the facts are. They weren't trying to figure out what the widely accepted facts are. We know what the widely accepted facts are. In fact, one of the things that went on in that case is that you replaced one widely accepted fact with another.
So, Master Shake, what do you think about that?
Oh, I like it. And I'm reading more about these equations, because I don't know much about this kind of stuff, but it's interesting. What about refraction? They're talking about refraction.
What about it?
So I pulled up just the most generic distance curvature calculator, and they're saying that with 70 miles and you're 6 foot tall, the distance to the horizon's 3 miles, and that at 70 miles, the object would be obscured 3,000 feet, something like that.
It's the claim.
Yep.
But what you guys are saying is that that picture of Lake Titicaca, you can see all the way straight across without any kind of drop.
Yeah.
Or as it should be by the calculators, 3,000 feet. So
Yeah, that's more than a half a mile, right?
now they're saying light refraction, but
So, okay. Even if you took,
how accurate is this claim that you can see straight across Lake Titicaca? Now, can you do this regularly, or is this just happen one time?
I don't know. I don't know who was citing Lake Titicaca. I'm not actually personally not aware of that one.
Master
That's
Shake,
McGill, right? McGill did that, right?
Yeah, it was 2011. They contract engineers. And,
yeah. I know what one you're talking about now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but then they use even lasers. So, you know, this Lake Titicaca is South of America, one of the largest lakes, and they found flatness on water. Yeah, so no curvature.
Well, let's speak about now. That's 255 miles because it's more sweet. There is mountains on 255 miles.
Now, let's say you shoot a laser 70 miles. Will it curve if the surface is curved, like the ground surface? So assuming it's a ball, would the laser curve or would it not? Based upon
Well, let me give you this. So the U.S. Air Force, I think it was Boeing, and the University of Dayton did an experiment. It's called I'll actually post it in the live stream. Hold on. They did an experiment. It was called. I'm gonna post the source in the live stream just for ha-has, right? So it's characterization of atmospheric turbulence over 149-kilometer propagation path using multi-wavelength laser beacons. So what they did was they had 3 lasers of all different frequencies of light. And they beamed it from one Hawaiian island to the other, which is 149 kilometers. And they picked it up at the observatory on, Mauna Kea or whatever. And it's like a 3.5 meter telescope, 3.4 meter telescope. So it's a big ass telescope, obviously. And they recorded all 3 of these lasers in the telescope at the same time. And they measured what's called speckle noise, right? So they could try and make a model of how turbulence affected the laser. So why is this important? Okay, why is all this important? Because if there was refraction, there's no way they could have got all 3 lasers into the telescope simultaneously. Because the thing about refraction is that it's frequency or wavelength dependent. So different wavelengths refract at different rates. Right? So one beam will follow one path, one beam will follow another path, one beam will follow another path. And it turns out that these beams would have been separated by 5 meters each, a space that is greater than the diameter of the telescope. That's what the globe model says, with like their refraction model. So the refraction model is the air is curved, right? That there's a lapse rate, a temperature gradient, and a pressure gradient. It's called the 1976 U.S. Standard Atmospheric Model, right? And they did a simulation with this model, but they did the experiment first. This is the important thing. They did the experiment first, got their result, and then after the fact, when they tried to take the data and make a model of it, turns out when they used the standard refraction model, that the experiment should not even have been able to be performed in the first place. Should have never worked. But it did work. So I'll post a citation of that evaluation. It was part of someone's master's thesis. So I'll post some graphs because that's really the important part, right? So this first graph I just posted shows you the beam separation, how far each beam should have been separated from each other, right? So each one of these, there's the spacing is something like the total spacing I think is 20 meters, and the individual spacing between any 2 particular beams is like 4 meters. But like I said, the telescope is only 3.4 meters wide, so you couldn't even get 2 beams into the telescope at a time, much less 3. The thing is, they did because they recorded it. So what they did was they picked it up in the telescope, all the lasers, and they had filters that went into fiber optics, and then they separated each frequency, and then they measured the shot noise. It's called speckle noise of each frequency. I'll show you. I'll show you like a. Got more so. So the refraction claim of that light is bending around the curve of the Earth, that's never been experimentally validated. There's no, and like when it's actually been tested in reality, like tried to quantify it. This is not according to me. This is according to the scientific literature, that there is no general refraction. That there is, I don't know if you ever heard of the scintillation of light. You said you were an amateur astronomer yesterday. So there's scintillation, there's turbulence, right? So, like, an object will dance around, and sometimes it'll appear higher, and sometimes it'll appear lower, but it's going to be like within a range. And like, so one particular test they did using to test refraction was 2-frequency LiDAR. And what they can do with that is they can measure the difference of the angle of the variable of each frequency. And then they can say, okay, there's this much displacement of the light reaching our measuring device. And what they found was over, I think it was 1.9 kilometers, the maximum variation was 4 mgon, which is a unit of angle that they use in Europe for surveying. But that equals 0.009 degrees. That turns out at 25 miles, that's a displacement, a variation of displacement of 8 feet. We're not talking like 8 feet when we're talking about, I was telling you this yesterday, when we make these observations, it's not off by these minuscule amounts. It's not off by 8 feet. It's not off by 5 feet. It's off by orders of magnitude.
Also, when we are talking about displacement, we are not talking about it curving around some
yeah, we're just talking about appears higher or lower relative to a cross.
Yeah, quote unquote distorted or whatever. Yeah.
No. That's I'm seeing that because the math I did would say that from one end of Lake Titicaca to the other would be a drop in 3,000 feet. You wouldn't be able to see it necessarily, unless that's just not how the horizon works in a sense of.
Well, is it the physical edge of a ball or not? Like that's the only, it's the horizon, the physical edge of a ball that blocks boats and mountains and ships and the sun and the moon and stars and.
So even let's say that it is a de-elevation technically, or not de-elevation, but maybe that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's still curved and that doesn't matter.
How it's curved if it's flat?
Yeah, so it's been experimentally verified that objects can appear cut off or appear to sink on known flat surfaces. So what's been done? It's been done on like tennis courts, basketball courts, driveways, but it's also been done on. There's a particular YouTuber, a girl and a guy. They do scaled down tests on a 1,000 foot long lake. So they use an RC boat and a camera very close to the water. So like the camera height's usually like 2 inches. They take their little RC boat and they've used different RC boats, some with lights on them. Sometimes they put water on the far lights on the far shore. They've done a bunch of different variations of the same thing. Okay, but so remember what I said. The lake is 1,000 feet long. The horizon from 2 inches is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So under no circumstances should anything, quote unquote, disappear behind the horizon because the lake isn't long enough to have a horizon. But lo and behold, when they do these tests, boats disappear. Their little RC boats disappear. They put a light on it, the light disappears. So this is experimentally verified on it, and they've also done it on like flat surfaces like tennis courts and like, I mean, you could always say the tennis court ain't level or there's a hump on it or like, you know, something like that. So when you do it on water, there's no excuses like that. So they've done these experiments and they've done it going towards where the lake empties, right? So there's no slope. There's no slope in the lake that you're looking over.
Well,
right?
water's pretty good about reflecting light and stuff like that. So let me ask this question. So let's say you see.
What do you mean reflecting light? What's that got to do with anything?
I don't know, but let's give another.
Well, how can a whole boat be gone? A whole little RC boat be gone?
I don't know the answer to these questions. I just have more questions.
Okay.
But what if you see a mountain in the distance? Let's say there's a big ass mountain in the distance. This mountain's, you know, you could see it. It's a nice clear day. It's way more than 30 miles away, and it's tall, so you can see it. You don't see the base of the mountain.
Well, a lot of times there's things, smaller objects in the foreground that will obstruct it. Right. So say I have something that's 1 meter tall, like a 1 meter tall wall, and it's a kilometer away. Well, that angle, that the visual angle of that wall will block something completely that's 10 meters tall, 10 kilometers away, and something that's 100 meters tall, 100 kilometers away, and 1,000 meters tall, 1,000 kilometers away. That's how perspective works. It's called linear perspective. It falls off linearly with distance. So if there's like trees at the bottom of the mountain that are 20 miles away and the mountain is 100 miles away, even though those trees are quote unquote small in height, 50 feet, they're going to block hundreds of feet at the distance of the mountain. And if you have a hill that's intervening in the way, so there's actually examples of this. So like there's a famous photo of like San Jacinto taken from 149 miles, right? And you can't see the bottom of the mountain. But if you look at the topographical map, there's a hill that's 1,900 feet tall, but it's like 3 times closer. And if you do all the geometry, it'll block 3,000 feet of the mountain.
I like where this kind of conversation's going because I think could be good, photo evidence of either way.
There is a photo evidence.
You guys have probably been into this topic already, huh?
Yeah,
So,
it's made by not flat earther. He got the Guinness record for that.
Yeah, so there's the Gulf of Lyon in France. And on one side of the Gulf is the Pyrenees Mountains, and on the other side are the Alps. And the distance between them is like 250 miles. And they've been photographing from one side to the other since the 1800s, when you shouldn't be able to do that because they all should be over the curvature of the Earth. And they're 250 miles. The longest one, I think, in that area is 308 miles, but the most famous one, like the world record, the official world record, is 275 miles. Now think about how long it takes you to drive 275 miles, or where something is 275 miles away from you. I'm in Boston. 275 miles from me is Ottawa, Canada. Okay, that's far away. Okay, if I drove that, it would take me like 8 to 10 hours. Now imagine if I could take a snapshot of Ottawa, Canada from here. Would you still think the Earth was frickin' a globe? No, but that's effectively what they're doing. They're taking a 250-mile photo. 275 miles. There's a bunch of them. So I get them confused because there's so many of them. There's like 278, there's 250, there's a whole bunch of them. It isn't like it's just done one time. There's some done in infrared, there's some done in visible light. They've been taken since 2017, so it's like it's not. These aren't one-offs. This has been done multiple times.
So they're taking photos 255 miles away.
275 miles is the longest distance. Which is, I'll post some links to it.
That picture looks like a Google map photo.
Oh, what that infrared one?
The flat
Black
Earth
and white.
Yeah, it looks like. So
these were taken in infrared. That's why. Well, I mean, this person. Trace is showing you this particular one is 255 miles. The bottom one is infrared and the top one is invisible light. They were taken like within 5 minutes of each other. So notice the difference between the visible light, like how compressed it is, versus the infrared one.
But the first image looks like they're on top of a hill. Pretty up high.
Yeah. They're on a mountain. Yeah. It's 8,146 feet, if I remember. They're on top of a mountain called Canigou. And they're taking pictures of mountains that are, Trace is posting all the stuff. So
kind of what I'm seeing here is that in the color photo is that what you see is the horizon is below the mountain line, and the mountain line is behind it as well, and then the drop off would be in between those two.
Well, that's Mount Ventoux. I think between the shore and Mount Ventoux is probably about 40 miles. But the horizon is supposed to be in the water, dude. See the circle? See the circle? See the graphic that Trace just posted with the circle? Where the horizon? See that circle? That's where the horizon should be from where they took the picture.
Where the horizon? Oh, is this the same thing?
Yeah, he's posting all this stuff. He's posting the same thing.
Yeah, that looks kind of right, because the horizon is the dark line in the color photo.
You can see the far shore though.
Yeah, you see the far shore, and then the horizon is the dark line in between that and the top of the mountain peaks.
Yeah,
you can see it's a little bit lighter color there.
But the shore's supposed to be under the horizon.
But that's where the curvature. This is clearly shows kind of where the horizon line is,
and that is going. And that is going.
That's what you're not understanding. Like when you're next to ocean, right? That land is like 8 feet tall. So it's like 8 feet tall, going for like 10 miles, right past the horizon. You shouldn't see any of that, and you can see the land rising up when none of it should be.
You do see where it descends, though. It descends after that black line. Otherwise, you'd see the base of the mountains. I don't know if you could see it in the black and white photos. It's probably less clear, but it's more clear in the color photo that there's clearly a horizon line, and that you don't see the base of the mountains behind it. So if you would see the base of the mountains behind it...
How would you see the base of the mountains when there's mountains in front of those mountains?
I don't know. Let me see the topographical... Yeah, no, it looks flat up until the mountains behind it. I mean, I don't really know, but is it just a
so do you see where that line is? Like, you see the profile, the elevation profile? So red arrow is the horizon.
Oh, I see that chart now.
So you see the elevation profile, right? That is where the horizon is. After that point, it should be going down around the curve. All of it. Yeah, that's where the horizon is. That's the distance to the horizon, 127 miles. I did all of this stuff myself, so I remember all of it. So you see how it's still flat for like another, what is that, 40 miles? Here, I'll actually just zoom in on it. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that would make sense. And then kind of what you see is...
And then you see some hills, and then the hills get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So you're not going to see the bottom of the farthest mountain because there's smaller mountains in the foreground
that
are 30% closer.
And then it's not a good example. A better example would be one that's like super flat all the way up to the base of a mountain. And then... You go back.
No mountain has a prominence like that except for Mount Fuji, which we actually do have some shit for.
Oh, so you guys thought about this already?
Oh yeah. So it's called a prominence, like how much the mountain is sticks out from the surroundings, how prominent the mountain is. There's actually ratings for these because mountaineering and all that shit. They when people get into something, they get into something, so they gotta do things. So there's a term called prominence, and how prominent a mountain is from its surroundings. They have a rating, a prominence rating.
I mean, there's monoliths.
There are. The one of the most prominent mountains in the world is Mount Fuji, and that's why it's so famous, right? It's because it sticks right up out of its surroundings. It's not surrounded by mountains. It's just like a mountain in the middle of nowhere.
So is there photographic evidence of hundreds of miles away where you can just see directly?
Yeah. Hold on, I'll find it. I'm sure I posted it before.
I really like the depths in which this kind of goes.
Yeah,
So, although I might not agree, it really kind of caters to my conspiratorial nature.
Shit. Yeah, it might be on the old server. Damn it. Yeah, there is a long distance observation of Mount Fuji. Just see if I can find it. If Jin CBR comes in, he knows because he lives in Japan. He probably has all this stuff because I talked to him about it a few times. Yeah. Yeah, I can't find it. It must be been on the old server. There's definitely like a long distance observation of Mount Fuji. It's not even like they're not even in Japan. They're outside of Japan. I think the picture was taken from it's a picture, if I remember right, it's a picture from Oshima, which is a mountain off the coast, which is an island off the coast of Japan. I don't know, maybe that's not right because it's not far enough away. It was something like 150 kilometers. If I remember right.
Yeah, so if you look at this picture, you know the horizon should be before the coastline on the right, and the green mountain right there. If you look at the picture, you see the little peak poking up over the other peaks? Yeah, the top of that peak should be over a mile underneath the horizon, which is not visible where it should be in infrared. Do you understand that infrared refracts far less than visible light?
Makes sense. But what's the height of which the photo is being taken? It's not at ground level.
8,000 feet.
Yeah,
we listen. We're including that. We've included all that.
Where is this location? Let me see real quick.
Canigou, France. Mount Canigou. Post a whole bunch from the same area, man. Like I told you, this has been done lots of times. This isn't like this is a one-off. This is all in the same area.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me pull it up on the map here.
I mean, there's so many in this area on my wiki. I think there's like freaking 10 of them. So when they usually go take this, it'll usually be like middle to end of summer. They'll wait for high pressure, low humidity. That's usually when these are taken. You have very high pressure and very low humidity, and that makes the air clear enough where the light can actually, because of course you're looking at reflected light, so it's. And the other problem is like contrast, which is why they have to take it at dawn.
Okay, I pulled up the area on Google Maps. So if I try to match the position kind of perspective with Google Maps, let me ask you a question. This, guys, does Google Maps account for curvature?
Yes, it does, but its vertical scale is fucked up.
So it looks much smaller in Google Maps. This image makes it look like those mountains are very tall and close, where in Google Maps, looking at kind of with viewing it here, they look just very tiny and barely above the horizon there.
Yeah, I don't think Google Maps is like a simulation. It's not a simulator. Google Maps, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm trying to point out.
You mean Google Earth, right? Google Earth.
It's same difference, pretty much.
Not really.
I'm using Maps right now, but I could pull up Earth.
I mean, I'm sure it's the same. Well, you know what Google says about their Google Maps and Google Earth? They say it's for entertainment purposes only. So I hope you're entertained.
What are you doing using Google
that
Maps?
image looks like
you're using a road map to look at mountains?
No, I pulled it up because the black and white image looked like a Google Map image, not a genuine photo. So I was trying to see if it was, in fact.
He just told you it was a photo, though.
Well, who am I supposed to believe photos? And
he's cooking. Hey, Master Shake.
We don't believe photos.
Master Shake. How many times do you have to spin Google Earth around to get all the way around?
That's a good question.
Like how many?
Yeah. Have you ever checked that out, Master Shake?
How many times do I have to spin it around? What? I don't even
How many licks does it take you to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
One,
exactly.
Two, three spins.
Okay,
exactly.
The black and white image looks weird and stretched. Can we get a different kind of image of the same thing?
Do you want video?
Yes, that'd be kind of cool.
Video of not of that of the last distance.
The one Drace posted with the green line going down the center. What's wrong with that?
Which one? Let me see.
It's at 11:07. That's not stretched. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a regular 4x3 photograph.
No, I'm saying this photo doesn't look genuine.
Oh, you mean it's CGI?
Okay.
So
there's two.
Is there like a normal color image of it?
It's in infrared. You can't see infrared.
So
it's also, this picture was specifically verified for world record, so you doubting it is just not very
no. I'm asking
good
if
look.
there's other photo.
Like, how can
I'm not familiar with this?
Look, we showed you the color photo. We showed you. Listen, he showed you the photo, right? He showed you a color photo and the infrared photo side by side. this and that. Oh yeah, he did it again. Okay. This is a color photo. He took this at 4, if I remember right, 4:43 a.m. on.
Don't be mean to Xander.
Why not?
Okay,
so listen. He made.
What about just a real photo? This is
What do you mean a real? These are real photos. What do you mean a real photo?
Why he got the Guinness record if he's not real photo?
Look, let me give you the guy's email address because I've talked to him.
I imagine this is like a famous spot in France where you can hike up a mountain and take photos from. And
It's called Peak Canigou.
Then why isn't there any other photos? Just any other one.
There is. I just posted like a fucking half a dozen.
I'm looking at the wrong channel. Which one are you posting?
Live stream voice text.
Oh my!
Finestral
Pyrenees. That's what I'm looking at. Where's the normal color photo?
Canigou to Lamage. Canigou Pyrenees to Verde de Crins. Coupe de Salper to Paglia Orbo. Peak New Spunks to Tete de Estrel, whatever. I don't speak French, dude. I'm probably butchering all this shit. There's French guys right now spiraling in the live stream.
How dare you?
But I don't see these photos. I'm not seeing like a normal photo.
The photos. Click the link, dude. The photo's in the link. What do you mean normal photo? He's taking them at dawn. What color do you think it's going to look like?
But has there been anybody else that take that same photo from that point looking over the water where we can compare it to?
These are all different people that took these photos.
Wait a minute, bro. We're supposed to be the conspiracy theorists. Why are you going full conspiracy all of a sudden?
I don't see these photos.
Oh, they're all fake. It's like, well, you're supposed to be the normal guy. We're supposed to be the conspiracy theorists.
I just didn't see the link.
What's going on, man?
All the globe-believing photographers who take the world record photos are just faking their photos now?
I'm just not seeing these photos. Where are they posted?
Like when the normie goes full conspiracy.
I posted their links. They're any link. It says wiki 247flatearth.net, and they have.
Where's the link? Is it in live stream voice text?
Oh,
yeah, guys.
All there is one.
I really have to do this, man. This is really
dude.
crazy.
All there is one.
Where is it?
Photo.
I want to know where the link is so I can check it.
It's super scuffy. Like, where's just a normal photo with some guy hiking and taking a picture?
Photo, bro.
Like the one that's not scuffy. Like, you know the difference between a scuffy photo. Like, how many pixels is this? Is not a very good photo. This doesn't show anything.
Basically, this thing looks scuffy, just like shit.
It does look like shit. But where's just like a normal photo of somebody taking?
Master
this looks
Shake.
like it's taken out
The cope is coming out. He's trying to cope. Okay, bear with him.
Master Shake, this is the moment. You take the photo, go to the beach, and if you don't believe us, you can check it everything yourself if you want, and that's it.
Oh wait, here's one.
Okay, so I just posted this photo.
That's a little bit better, but
it's 443 kilometers. That's 275 miles. It was taken at dawn. It was taken with a 400 millimeter apochromatic telescope. Okay, I don't know what else more. It's a long way. You're asking, what do you expect to see? Do you expect to see somebody on the other peak waving at them? What do you think you expect to see?
I don't know. What's the question?
What do you expect to see?
In what? These scuffy photos?
Why are you describing them as scuffy? Scuffy compared to what?
A normal
Scuffy compared to what?
Compared to any modern smartphone.
To high quality pictures.
You think you could take a smartphone and take a picture 275 miles?
Oh Jesus,
dude! I'll take my freaking iPhone right now and I'll take a picture, and it won't even focus in on something that's 5 miles away. What the fuck are you talking about?
The new iPhone has the new scuff update, so it doesn't. Yeah, it has a new scuff deleter. So
the image I showed you, I don't know if I showed. Yeah, I think I did. I think I showed you the pictures I took I took a Revere Beach of a ship 30 miles away, and you could barely see the boat. You could call that a scuffy photo. That was taken with a cell phone. That's 30 miles. This is freaking almost 10 times part of that distance.
The hilarious thing is
the atmosphere would also affect the quality of the picture, too. Like the conditions, basically, of the environment you're in.
Master Shake. Yesterday, guys golfing on the moon were considered. You were claiming they were gospel, and now you're wanting to doubt mountain photos.
Sander, can you see the picture?
Hey, I believe photos on the moon because they're clear, but I don't.
That's part of the point. You guys are so very selective about which photos.
Sander, can you see the picture?
I'm not saying that it's not a real photo.
Yes, I can.
Sasha gave you the answer. Sasha gave you the answer. Sasha gave you the answer, though. Go do it yourself.
I wouldn't mind going to the south of France.
No. Go to any beach. Go to any beach and find the drop over distance and show it to us. Any beach.
Yeah, and here's a helpful tip. If there's boats in the water, you can go to marinetraffic.com and they'll tell you where those boats are. And then you can use those boats to figure out how far away they are. And then you can punch those into the curve calculator. You can add your refraction. And then when you go, holy shit, I shouldn't see this boat at all. It should be hundreds of feet underneath the curvature of the earth. Why do I see this? The refraction calculator says it should be lifted up 5 feet. But from where it is, it should be actually 200 feet.
Is this repeatable on land too, or what kind of issues do you have with that?
Well, land has topography, so there could be a slope, there could be bumps, there could be hills. But yeah, you can repeat it on land.
I'm thinking like the desert with like a mountain in the distance or something.
But the thing about being land is that the land could, even if you're a globe earther, right, you could say, well, the land actually is flat. But the thing about water is, water's supposed to conform to its sphere because of gravity. It has to curve. It has no choice. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you guys thought the protoplanetary ball froze itself, froze into rock from being a big lava thing, and then when you think it froze and Pangea stopped or whatever the goddamn story is today, and it froze, it solidified flat. Right, you could always say, well, that's just a flat spot. They just froze flat. But the water, you can't do that because the water has to conform to gravity. You can't have flat spots of water.
Now, is there an argument that water makes a difference in the refraction?
Not a valid one. I mean, is there an argument? You could just say it.
No, I'm asking you guys, is that...
Refraction itself isn't even an argument. Refraction itself, I just showed you a bunch of evidence tested, not by us, other people. Refraction models tested and fails. Listen, there's a claim. We see, let me go back to the beginning. There's something called a Saturnian eclipse. Xander, mute yourself.
Oh, my bad.
There's something called a Saturnian eclipse. Okay? Saturnian eclipse is when the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time in the so-called shadow of the earth, right? Shadow in quotes. Shadow of the earth is on the moon, even though the sun and the moon are above the horizon. Now, how can the object that's under your feet be casting a shadow on an object over your head when the light source is also over your head?
Yes.
It's not possible. So they come up with this idea. There's something called refraction, and it's bending the light around the curve. Only problem is that we have modern observations where that shadow is coming from the top of the moon and coming down, which is even more impossible because that would mean that the moon is above the sun and the sun and the moon's line of sight, even though you're seeing those two over your head. So that's even more impossible. That's not the point. This idea of refraction was invented then, and it's been used since then as an ad hoc hypothesis to hand wave away the fact that we see too far and we have observations that destroy the globe. Now, okay, you can claim refraction. Fine. Cool. What's the evidence for it? You can't use the evidence that we see too far as the evidence for refraction. You can't say, well, Earth's a globe and we see too far. That's how we know there's refraction. That's circular logic. Can't say that. You need actual measurements, experimental evidence, whatever the hell you want, measurements, quantifications of what this refraction is, to the point where you can actually make predictions. You could say, I see that. Here's the weather conditions, right? Because refraction is based upon the temperature. Here's the weather. I'm going to punch it into the formula. Now I know what should happen when I take a snapshot with a photograph. And the reverse. Here's a photograph. Now I know what the weather was that day. Which we know is stupid to even say, that you can't fucking get the weather a photograph was taken from looking at the photograph. That's dumb. Even if you know exactly how far away everything is geometrically relative to each other, you're never going to be able to predict the weather from the photograph. But on top of that, when people in surveying, in other fields, astronomy, you name it, people that use optical techniques to measure the Earth have tried to quantify this refraction thing. It doesn't exist. It exists in a range that's small, which I already talked about, but it doesn't exist to the degree that they say it exists. Like I said, 8 feet at 25 miles. That's nothing. That's not enough, because the drop at 25 miles is, what is it? I can't remember off the top of my head. I think I'm going senile, man. Yeah, the drop at 25 miles is 420 feet. Now, refraction moves it around 8 feet. So what? You see what I'm saying? When they quantify it, when they do rigorous testing, what is this refraction thing? Let's try to quantify it. We're going to set up theodolites. We're going to set up lasers. We're going to do all this stuff. We're going to try to measure this displacement caused by refraction. And then they go out and measure it, and it ain't there. And if you want citations for all this, I have them. I have them all. Terrestrial laser measurements of refractions, empirical testing of refraction model, from trigonometric leveling, like you name it, on and on and on and on and on. They've been testing it for 150 years, and trying to quantify it for over 150 years. You can go
look at that data edit, though. I think that's good. And
well, I mean, you can't have
more data on it too.
Well, we have plenty of data. It doesn't exist. Like, what do you want me to say? Like I said, it's been tested for at least 150 years. There's multiple models. More than 20 have been created trying to quantify it, trying to make predictions with it. None of them work. Do you know why none of them work? Because they all assume the Earth's a globe. Do you understand? What don't you get? Oh, the Earth's a globe. I see too far. Must be refraction. Okay, let's create a model to try and make this refraction predictable. Shit, it don't work. Maybe one of our assumptions are wrong. No, don't think of that. Just say, ooh, the air is just too magical and mysterious. But we know Earth's a globe, so it has to be we're just not good enough. Because the whole idea is an ad hoc hypothesis. Okay, so hold on. So this meme I just posted. This is from a book. It's called Atmospheric Refraction: A History. It's put out by two professors from the University of what the hell is it? I think it's the University of Ottawa in Canada. Okay. And it says, Since it is well known that the moon must lie in the Earth's shadow for a lunar eclipse, it should be impossible to see both sun and moon at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found. They're basically saying, if we don't find, not basically, they are saying it, if we don't find some excuse for why this observation's happening, we have to abandon the idea that the Earth is a ball, and that the moon is a ball, and that the sun is a ball. We have to abandon it. And who is this Cleomedes character? Do you know who this Cleomedes character is? I do. He's the person that... There are no primary sources for Eratosthenes, the guy that with the sticks and shadows that claim to measure the circumference of the Earth, or calculate the circumference of the Earth. There's no primary sources for what he wrote. You know what the source is? Cleomedes. Do you know where the source is for Cleomedes? No primary sources for him. You know where he comes from? Pliny the Elder. So we don't have a primary source for Cleomedes. We don't have a primary source for Eratosthenes. What we have is people with an idea that the Earth's a ball, and cherry picking and using confirmation bias and ad hoc hypothesis and any other mental contortion that they can make to maintain an untenable position. And apparently, and if you remember that video, that audio I posted, right, that it's only important that the fact is an accepted fact, not that it actually is a fact. And their idea became an accepted fact. And here you are, defending it, thinking people are golfing on the moon.
Yeah, I kind of still do. Still do.
See, no, it's not that you actually think that. You want it to be true. We I say this all the time. We've been doing this a long time. I can tell the difference between like belief and desire. You desire. A lot of people that come in here, they defend the goal because they want it to be true. Because they like all the stuff that comes with it, right? So it's like you want to go to a certain restaurant because they're the ones that give you the fresh bread for free, right? So like, I want to believe the globe because then like the opportunity to go to space and bang space hookers and see three-titted aliens, that's a possibility. But if it's a flat Earth, then I'm stuck here.
I think I'd be more comfortable if it was a flat Earth and knowing that it was creation and that I'm gonna.
Yeah, you tried that last night too.
I wish I was stuck on three titties. Please God.
I don't think there would be much difference really.
I just want.
What does the flat Earth have to do with the creator existing, basically, that this whole thing has been created? What is the relation here?
I think they kind of.
Do you guys relate flat Earth with creationism? Why is that?
Because it eliminates the Big Bang as a possibility in random processes.
And why is that?
Yeah, heliocentrism and pond scum evolution are walking hand in hand.
So give me a hypothesis on which a flat Earth could be created by nature. Yeah, it's not like you're.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No, it's not really possible.
I know it's not. So what's that leave? Has to be created, right? You asked why it is this way and how it eliminates the Big Bang. In the Big Bang, yeah, the Big Bang could have any freaking possible mechanism because the Big Bang theory is that the Earth and everything in the universe was created by a something from nothing. Nothing became something into reality, and everything we see was created by random processes.
Well, that doesn't apply to the universe on a globe, Earth, really. Before there was such thing as space and time, like I was writing in the live stream voice checks. It doesn't apply to it at all whatsoever.
I don't understand what you're saying. What do you
Before
mean?
the Big Bang, the cause and effect is it cannot be applied to it because there needs to be laws of physics, and those laws can only exist if there is such thing as space and time. So it is impossible.
What's before the Big Bang?
There's many theories we don't actually know so far, but we could suggest that there is multiverses or any other theory. Really, we don't really know at this point.
Come on.
As science suggests.
They think it could be the start of everything. That's a possibility too.
It could be, but it also could be the start of our universe within other universes. There's many theories, and we don't necessarily agree on one thing. That's the thing.
Look, none of them are theories, Rick. Those are stories, and they're no different than like any freaking religious story of creation.
What do you mean? This is science. It has nothing to do with religion. Science is not a religion. What do you mean?
Hold on.
Religion is based off of belief, not evidence or scientific method or experiments or anything like that. It's based off of personal belief.
Xander, shut the fuck up. What's your evidence for the multiverse?
It's a theory. It's not evidence. It cannot be proven yet. So far, we haven't proven it. I've said it's a theory.
It's not even a theory because it's not testable. It's not even.
It is a theory where it is possible or not. That's what I said.
It's just an idea. That's called a story.
You can call that a belief, yes, but we don't know. That's what I said.
You said it was science a second ago.
That I didn't say that is science. The multiverse theory, that's not what I said. I never called that science. You're just putting words in my mouth.
Sander, stop trying to eat your mic. Try to move it a little bit away from your face.
Okay, is this better?
Okay, what is the creation story that you have that is based upon science?
What do you mean?
Okay.
The Big Bang is the most plausible one. It's a theory. It's not necessarily a fact, but it is the most plausible theory that we know of so far, rather than creationism.
Based upon what science? What science is the Big Bang theory based upon?
Lots of stuff, physics.
Yeah, cool story. I want specifics.
How do they know that the Big Bang happened? Is that the question?
I want to know the physics, the science that you claim exists to support your creation story. Your creation story is something from nothing. Did Stephen Hawking said it himself. Wrote books about it. I've read the book. I read the book when I was fucking 18 years old. Okay? I'm 50 now.
Who was the scientist who discovered
a location a 0 point mass of infinite density expanded and created the universe.
The thing is,
so
what
is the science for this?
Nothing in this context may actually not always refer to the absence of everything, but just the stage of where the laws of physics, as we know them, do not apply, which is basically before the Big Bang, which we don't necessarily understand yet. That's why we have multiple theories, or you could call them belief if that's what you want. They don't actually apply, because there was no such thing as space and time.
So what you're asking for is a miracle.
I'm asking for the fucking science, dude. You said there was science. I'm asking you for it. What's the science for anything you just said?
Astronomy, cosmology, particle physics, and also general relativity. That's what I said. And that's what you also said.
Yeah, what part of it? Tell me, what parts of general relativity, astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology support what you're saying?
Yeah, fundamental laws and also principles of physics.
Which ones,
like the laws of thermodynamics and also electromagnetism and also gravity, since you just asked me that question.
You're just word salading.
What do you mean? I've literally answered the question.
No, I want specifics, dude. I want to. You don't even know the Lambda CDM model that you're fucking espousing. So just shut the fuck up, dude. You're posing. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
You're pretending. Tell me what.
I've literally just said it. It's general relativity, particle physics, nuclear physics, and also thermodynamics.
Yeah, cool. You're just saying random fucking science words, dude.
What the fuck do you mean? I can literally explain all of them to you. What is your problem? It's just so mad over nothing, just being so emotional rather than actually debating or arguing, right?
No, you're just not listening, Sander. Stop eating your mic and listen.
I've asked you multiple times, those so-called physics or physics laws, how do they support your claim about the Big Bang? Specifically, the specifics of it. Explain it to us. Specifically, how does general relativity support the Big Bang? How does fucking thermodynamics support the Big Bang? How does astrophysics support specifically? Not generalizations, specifics.
You did not ask for specifics. That's why I was giving you generalizations.
Specifics like 10 times.
He asked for specifics. Don't lie.
So just give the specifics. Don't say anything else except for the specifics. Let's hear them. And you don't know.
No. Specifics as in what do you mean? English is not my first language.
Okay. The specifics of the word salad of scientific freaking ideas that you spit out.
I don't understand what you mean by word salad. What do you mean?
Is that you're just saying random scientific words. I understand what all these words mean. I understand what they are. And I also understand the current idea of what the Big Bang model is.
Yeah, what I said is that this is the science that the Big Bang theory is based off of. And I'm just giving you general terms that it goes by.
Yeah, in what way? How does general relativity predict the Big Bang? What observations of reality show that general
it's used to describe the behavior of gravity on a larger scale, basically. So the scale of the universe, so to speak, and also explain its behavior in the universe.
Yeah, what observations were those? Were they observations of supernova? Were they observations of black holes? Were they observations of redshift? What were they observations of? You don't know. You watched a fucking science documentary once and came in here. And trying to talk.
No, I don't. That is an assumption.
No, it's okay. Then tell me which observation.
The bending of light and also gravitational redshift. So I've just mentioned gravity earlier.
You're just saying random shit.
Dude, I'm giving you general terms. I'm not going into details. Basically, if I say a term, then ask me to go into details rather than keep on talking about what it needs to be said.
Because it's the answers are very simple if you knew anything about this.
Okay, let's talk about general relativity. Let's talk about
observations of supernova and how the discrepancy between supernova observations and their distances varies.
You just interrupted me and just shifting the conversation around, circling basically.
Background radiation. Let's talk about how they vary.
I was going to talk about the bending of starlight.
And we have this conflict in the status EDM model of the Big Bang. Let's talk about that.
You just interrupted me and not letting me speak. That's all that you're doing.
You don't have any idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Then talk about it.
No, it's not like you don't have any idea yourself. You just straight up interrupting me. That's what you're doing right now. You're not letting me speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not. You're saying you're not letting me speak. Who's letting you speak to say that?
You're not letting me speak.
Yeah,
just keep on interrupting me. That's all that
he has been letting you speak. You just gallop with a bunch of bullshit, and then he asked you to back it up, and then you.
Every time I try to explain and get into details, he tells me that I'm not going to details.
Talk over me now because you can't handle the truth.
I'm really not screaming. Just that the mic is close to me because my mic is shit.
You're complaining about not being able to speak. How are you complaining about not being able to speak if you're able to speak and complain?
No, I'm talking about the time where I was trying to explain to him in the details when I said the science, and he just keeps on interrupting me every single time.
I'm asking you for the specific science. Just admit you don't know what it is.
I literally said what it is.
No, you didn't.
When I was going to get into details, he started interrupting me and then switching around to other terms.
So saying the word general relativity is the science that supports the big black hole theory. Not any observation, not any experiment. What do scientists do all day? Do they just write down fucking random words? Or do they go look through a telescope? Or they do calculations? Or they actually go do shit?
That's exactly what I was going to say, but you just interrupted me.
Yeah, okay.
General relativity predicts the path of light. That is basically been by the presence of massive objects. Basically, large objects such as like stars and galaxies, since you mentioned supernovas. So this effect basically has been observed during the solar eclipse. I think it was 19. I don't know how to say the number in English. 19, I guess.
1919, Arthur Eddington. Yeah.
When the position of the star itself near the sun basically appeared or looked as if it was shifting slightly due to the bending of the light by the sun's own gravity, basically, and also the gravitational redshift. So, in relation to general relativity, it predicts that the light emitted from a region with a strong gravitational field, basically its own gravitational field, it will appear redshifted or shifted towards longer wavelengths. It will basically have longer wavelengths, and also when we observe it from a region with weaker gravity, the effect also has been observed in the light emitted by stars in vanity of black holes themselves. Those are 2 examples, and I can give you more. And I was talking about those, but you kept on interrupting me and saying that I'm not getting into details because I had to keep on mentioning terms first and then explain them.
Yeah, you still didn't enter any details. How to assuming all that's true, and it's all refutable. I'm not even going to bother.
Okay, then refute those 2 examples that I've given you about the bending of starlights and also gravitational redshifts.
It's done by the cooling of air as when the light passes through the air. Because when an eclipse happens, right, everything gets dark, the air cools off, and temperature gradients cause deflection of light. Yeah, so that's what they said in 1921 when they observed the eclipse then, and the scientists said.
Why are you interrupting him when he's telling you what you want to hear?
221,
I'm only asking him.
So 221 scientists. So 221 scientists at the time of Eddington. So they did another observation in 1921 of another solar eclipse, and they disputed what Einstein said. 200. There was like a full-page ad in the New York Times with 220 contemporary scientists at his time saying general relativity was shit, and it was actually caused by the cooling of air because it gets dark during a solar eclipse, right? And when there is a temperature gradient, light bends, and that the bending was created by the Earth's air, not by the sun's starlight. This is what they said then. Okay, because there's something else, and this was the reason they came to this conclusion is because at that particular time, Venus, it was the closest to the moon that's ever been observable. So the sun's blacked out, and you could see Venus, right? Very good. So sun's blacked out. Now you can see Venus. Venus appeared like it was a pink and oblong egg. Now the sun couldn't have been possibly doing that. And so they had to explain this. Why does Venus look like a pink oblong egg? Must be the frickin' light. Must be the light being bent by the air. This is what scientists contemporary at this time. Okay, gravitational redshift. Gravitational redshift was falsified by Halton Arp in the 1970s when he published something called what is it? Catalog of unique and unusual galaxies.
So you're saying that the bending of starlight is caused by the cooling of air, right?
Yeah, because you're observing on Earth, right? And that path in the heliocentric model has to come through the atmosphere to the telescope. And the moon blocks the sun, and it cools off the air. The air cools off because now they're no longer getting heated by sunlight. So the path of light, once it enters the Earth's atmosphere, gets deflected because the air has a temperature gradient.
Have you ever heard of gravitational lensing?
Yeah, I know it's a theory. It's a hypothesis, technically. Yeah, I'm well aware of it.
General relativity.
Yeah,
so it says that massive objects,
I know
like galaxies, and I'm just explaining in case anybody.
We don't need to hear it again. We've heard it 1,000 times.
You don't have to explain it to me. I knew this shit fucking 20 years ago, and I still know it now. But what you haven't told me is how any of that supports a Big Bang.
I have, but you tried to refute one of the things that I've said. I did only answer your question.
I said even if those are true, let's take them as true. How do they support a Big Bang?
Sorry.
How do I go? Gravitational lensing, gravitational redshift, Big Bang. Well, how do I get? Where's the logic in there? Where's the logic? I make these observations. Insert logic, therefore Big Bang. Where's the logic between those two things?
Well, what did the redshift suggest in the first place?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Doesn't suggest anything, dude.
Well, what did the redshift suggest?
Which one?
The one that...
the gravitational redshift or the inertia or the acceleration redshift?
The one that Edwin Hubble saw when he looked at the telescope.
So Edwin Hubble had a PhD student His name was Halton Arp. Halton Arp published. He was a freaking PhD astronomer. He falsified redshift. Okay, how did he falsify
Indigo, I have a question for you.
He observed.
Indigo.
Hold on, let me explain to the other guy. Halton Arp observed physically connected objects in the sky that were both blue shifted and red shifted. So how can it be moving away and moving towards you at the same time? He falsified it. Okay, redshift was utterly falsified in the 1970s, and the dude's career suffered for it. But whatever, but you guys obviously knew that.
So galaxies aren't moving?
Oh God, dude! You didn't even listen to what I said.
What, you said he falsified redshift?
He falsified redshift because an object can't be red and blue shifted at the same time. It can't be moving away and coming towards you at the same time.
So, is it moving
So the theory's wrong, dumb fuck.
Are they moving at all?
No. Halton Arp's theory was something called tired light. And if you want to find out, it's beyond this. Okay, so go find out on your own. There's even YouTube videos on it from when he was still alive. He's dead now. So I'm still waiting. You can ask me a question, Xander, but I'd like you to answer my question first. How does redshift and gravitational lensing support a Big Bang?
Well, you said redshift was falsified, so
it was. But still, I said we're going to take them as true. I want to know how they support a Big Bang. He said it was based upon science. I'm trying to get to the science. I'm trying to go. This is science, dude. This ain't religion. This creation story is real, man.
But you're asking questions that there's not really answers to.
Well, I'm not the one claiming it's
the Big Bang to go off, as if he's got the fucking answer to it. Dude.
Well, that was his claim, Numpty.
It's not. Listen. He's making the claims that there's a difference between.
There's a difference.
No, what he
happened and what caused it.
Okay. So no. His creation story of how the universe exists. He says that it goes back so far, and it starts at the laws of physics when they created, but there's a point where the laws of physics break down. I know the whole fucking story. It's something like 0.0024 seconds after the fucking Big Bang happened that the physics started. But before that, the universe was too goddamn hot, and we don't know. It was like a quark gluon fucking plasma, a bunch of bullshit. Who cares? What's the fucking science for it? That's what I want to know. Even to the point where we don't know what happened before that point. What's the science even to get to that point? Y'all are just deflecting from the fact that it's a bunch of fucking voodoo bullshit. And you're trying to use smoke and mirrors to fucking hide that fact. That it's different than a creation story that fucking some spooky. God created people out of fucking mud and then breathed life into them and animated them. It's no different than that. It's a bunch of bullshit.
So, do you not believe in...
So you don't believe in God?
Yeah, so you believe in creation but not God?
Oh my God. It was an analogy.
Indio, that's a simple answer. You don't have to act all about it like that.
Come on, we're answering your questions.
No, the way you're reacting makes people just think they're fucking stupid. You don't have to react like that, dude. You have such a fucking ego.
Yeah.
No, you missed the point. No, I have an ego when people come in here and try to fake it.
No, we're asking you.
And Xander talking all condescending. Oh, I explained it to you. You didn't explain anything. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You saw a goddamn Neil deGrasse Tyson documentary, or whoever in your country is the fucking science communicator du jour, and fucking you just parroting his bullshit.
No, I think it's a legitimate question. So, is it
whether I believe in God? No, listen. I said, as if some God shaped people out of fucking mud and breathed life into them. I don't think that. That is not the God I believe in. I was just using that as an example that the Big Bang story has as much evidence as that statement. None. There's no evidence for it. It's bullshit that George Lemaitre, who was a Jesuit priest, he came up with the idea of Big Bang. And the only reason it even flew is because Einstein decided he wanted to adopt it.
So
Einstein had a lot of pullback then, obviously.
Is there room in the global Earth theory for God to exist?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
What about with the flat Earth? Can those two exist at the same time too?
Atheism can't exist in a flat Earth. Okay? Atheism can exist in a globe. God can exist in a globe. But atheism can't exist in a flat Earth. So it's like eliminating a possibility. Because there's no way a flat Earth can be created by random processes.
But you believe in flat Earth, but not God? I'm confused now.
No, I never said I didn't believe in God. I said I don't believe God created people out of fucking clay and breathed life into them. That's what I said. Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't listen well. And
Well,
you guys
I thought that was like some kind of analogy. I don't understand. That's why
it is an analogy. It's an analogy of a creation story. It's a bullshit one I just made up out of my head. The same way the Big Bang was made out of George Lemaitre's head. I asked, dude said it's not superstition. It's different than religion. It's got science behind it. I asked for the science 30 minutes ago. I get a bunch of blather, but no science. Science is experiments. Science is data. Science is observations.
That's not true. You made some statement of you guys can't prove what caused the Big Bang, so you're not talking about science. So that doesn't make any sense.
No, I said you have no data that supports it, dude. That's what I said. I said, where's the data to support it?
It supports the cause of the Big Bang, or that the Big Bang happened?
That the Big Bang happened at all. That the Big Bang isn't just another bullshit creation story created out of the head of somebody. That there's some objective empirical evidence to support it. I've asked for it a bunch of times. I haven't got any. You guys complaining that I'm talking all mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's talk softly. I'll play pretend like you guys, like I really care about you, and I worry about your feelings. Well, I fucking don't.
I'm sure there's some nice
Master Take, what you're failing to realize is you're so wrapped up in this ideology, you can't even conceive of the possibility of it being a myth.
Could I say the same for you guys in the opposite?
No, does water seeking and finding a level? Do I have to go to La La Land for that?
Which one of the two is more open-minded?
Dude, you know what? I figured something out with you, Master. Hey, Master Shake, listen for 30. Give me 12 seconds. Okay. Your problem is you wait to talk. You don't listen.
No. I'm not going to listen to that.
Oh, yeah. Listen, pal. When you tell the world that you believe Moongolf films, you get to take a back seat. Okay? You've exposed your gullibility. You believe everything on TV. Unless it's on TV, you don't believe it. You don't listen. You're unable to process what you hear. Okay? So just... For your own life, for your own well-being, learn to listen and stop waiting to talk, you smart ass.
No.
If
the TV told you TV isn't real, would you believe it?
I'd rather hear Indio actually talk about something and come up with some evidence and good argument, not just like, you this, you can't do this.
Dude, have you ever heard the never cast pearls before swine? That's what I feel like we're doing, casting pearls before swine. That's what old Hoss.
They're rolling around in the mud and claiming our eyes are filled with mud. These people are arrogant. They're clueless, and like I said, they don't even listen.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making. Is that what old Hoss is saying is we're telling you stuff, you're actually not listening, and it's pearls before swine. We're giving you good information, and y'all are just like...
You are the pigs rolling around in the pen.
Yeah, you're letting it go through one ear and out the other.
Well, then you're not respecting my opinions, then.
Like, no, we respect your... listen.
You can have whatever opinion you need.
We know your opinions. You have the same NPC opinion that, like, everybody else has that comes in here. Like, you actually don't have an opinion. You have a collective idea that you share with a bunch of people. that you're like in this club and you don't even realize it.
And here's the thing, Master Shake, and I'll shut up. I'll shut up because I know your feelings are hurt. This all started when the guy was telling stories and pretended they were science. You can believe whatever story, whatever myth, whatever religion you want. Just don't pretend it has any binding on reality.
See, that's not being respectful.
No, he's actually just being truthful.
I celebrate your freedom of belief. Just don't pretend it has anything to do with reality. This isn't a belief-sharing server.
Yeah, and see, you can't say no. You're like we are. You're in the same position as us. We're the more open-minded because we used to be in your position. We had to face our dissonance. We had to come to terms with having been wrong. You have not done that.
Master Shake, what do you think about India's opinion?
When did I express an opinion? Oh, yeah, about whether I care about that.
I like listening to you.
I will tell you what I think about
some interesting stuff.
I will
tell you, Master
Shake, I will tell you what I think about India's opinion. I don't give a shit about India's opinions.
Thank you. Good. I'm glad you don't. You shouldn't.
Well,
yeah, we don't really go by opinions here, so they don't really matter.
Yeah, as they say, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and they all stink, man. So
yeah, hey, Master Shake, remember in the voice check-in when you said you were here to interject some science, and I said, well, would it surprise you to find out that we're actually talking about geometry? And you just kind of, yeah, we'll talk about that's an interesting question. I hope others can bring that up, and maybe we can talk about that. Listen, your pseudoscientific communication spiel, old, tired, played out. You can tell whatever story you want. The fact of the matter is, they said the Earth is a specific size.
Well, you're just disrespectful, bro, and you got a bad attitude.
Well, guess what? I think that attitude's a bad attitude, so we're even.
That's your opinion, man. I like his attitude.
I think it stinks.
Opinions.
What I don't like are the platitudes.
A bad attitude, dude. Get a grip.
You can have
your opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter any more than his opinion. So stop crying about it.
We're on Discord.
Let's try to focus. Let's try to focus back on what's his name? Made this dissolve into trash.
Is he still here?
Thanks, Zender. He got cogdissed.
Yeah, he was going crazy in the chat.
Zender made us devolve with stupid statements like, there's science supporting the Big Bang. Like, fuck, dude.
And who is the scientist who discovered the Big Bang? Who is the scientist?
Yeah, yeah. He's not actually a scientist. He's a religious leader. Officially.
Jesus.
So did you know that, Master Chef? Or Master Chief?
Master Chef.
He left or something?
He left. That's good.
We can always fish Sander back from Cogdiss. I just didn't want him interrupting everything.
Nah, dude. I mean, if someone else wants to, I don't want to interact.
I don't know. He's one of those guys that just, for 10 minutes, he just said, stop interrupting me for 10 minutes. While
dude,
he was telling
while he was telling his little spiel about general relativity, my eyes almost fell out of my head rolling so much, dude. Like, I gotta listen to this shit again. Like, oh my god. And I'm biting my tongue, trying not to talk.
And again, he didn't say anything. He didn't actually say anything.
Dude, he's still spiraling in Cogdiss. He's spiraling the hell out of Cogdiss right now.
Listen, I've heard this general relativity freaking eclipse story since I was probably 16 years old, probably 10,000 times, dude. I need to hear it one more time. And he's talking to us like we've never heard it before. I was born yesterday. I've never heard the Einstein story before. Thanks for telling it to us. I didn't go to school. I didn't none of that shit happened.
Just fell off the turnip truck. Don't know shit. What is this place?
Dude, I had the Discovery Channel on cable. They had that crap on there every 15 minutes because half their stuff is about black holes. So it's No, I think you remember the Discovery Channel? Is it even still on? All they used to have are space documentaries,
like the Nova programs. Yeah,
like every other one was about a black hole, and every time they talk about a black hole, they have to talk about how light bends, and it can't even escape. And then they go through the freaking Arthur Eddington experiment about how it bends sunlight, and oh my god, if I have to hear it again, I'll kill myself.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, like it's like, and then this kid is like telling us like we've never heard it before. Oh God! In that somehow, if starlight bends, therefore Big Bang. Like, where the hell is the logic behind it? Oh, gravitational redshift, therefore Big Bang. Where's the logic? Where's the logical middleman? Like, a syllogism has to have 3 parts.
Maybe India, that video, what 4 minutes again?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's I don't
think they took anything from that clip though.
No.
Yeah,
not.
well, it went in one ear out the other. Everything is just like going in one ear and out the other.
They're not here to listen, they're here just to argue.
Yeah, but when we let's say that we speak about 10 hours about quantum mechanics and everything, whatever you want, and then we need to come back to the point again why we are here, why we have this server. Even if we know everything about that, or Einstein, Newton, let's speak for days about that. And then let's say, okay, did we finish now with stories? Can we go to check now? Everything what is said in that science, pseudoscience. I like that when people think that everything is science,
Well, it's funny, man, when you say, it's almost like taunting them. And the thing is, I don't understand. It's weird that atheists hate God so much that even if you compare anything what they think is science to religion, that they just freak out.
I know.
It's just, they hate God that much. They just like, I hate God. Don't associate me with that idea.
India, in the time I was thinking I'm atheist and I was on that part, but I can say only because of that kind of stories about Christianity, Spanish Inquisition, how you say it, all the past, all connected with the wars, blah blah blah. And then you say fuck, and then you have no proof even because you cannot prove the God. And then you say fuck, I cannot believe in that. I believe the science. Okay, great. I believe the science. I believe the science all my life, and I was rejecting the God because of science. But now I realize that there is no science there to deny the God, or God, creator.
No science, just different priests. That's it.
Yeah, but to be opposite, what I realized in the life, that science practically showed me the creator, because you cannot have information. All these things before Big Bang, and how we got in that explosion, how we got all information, how we got quantum, how we got orbiting, how we got all these words, how we got physics. In one explosion.
Information is really a riddle, man. It's like so scary, I won't even look into it. Let's put it that way, because I don't want to know the answer almost. It's like, what is it? Where does it come from? How is it here? Because it decides so many things about reality. It's pretty crazy.
Big Bang, evolution, everything together, But we have organs, We have heart, it's doing what it's doing in our body. We have liver, it's doing what it's doing in our body. That means that is all of that stuff was evaluating because we came from the water, amoeba stuff, and then, because nothing live was on the earth, it was in the water. And my question will be, where water came from? because there is no water in the space, only on the Earth.
Well, I mean, think about it like this. They're like, well, the story of evolution is like everything's just trying to like reproduce, right? So it'll evolve and become something else to just keep reproducing. Well, why did anything want to reproduce in the first place? What's the point? Why would some random inorganic molecule want to reproduce? What's the motivation? Why is it better to be two of you than one of you? Right? Like, what's the point? Like,
yeah. Why
so the first non-life thing was like, well, it didn't say anything because it couldn't think, but somehow it wanted to make two of itself for no reason, and then it did, and then like there's two of them, and then the two of them are like, let's make three, fuck it, let's make 4 or 5, let's just keep going. Oh man, this little like now these 10 aren't working right, let's evolve into something else so we can keep going. Like what? Like that? None of that makes any sense. It doesn't. There's nothing even remotely logical or plausible about it. It's just dumb on its face. There has to be some information, right? There has to be a target. You have to be wanting to go somewhere. And the idea of wanting to go somewhere is information. You have to be aiming at something. Like you want to, like you can't be nothing and then be like, yes, we want life. Like just that thought means that there's information.
Look at, for example, tree. Look, has leaves and everything. Oh, leaves. We call that leaves. That's what is growing. And this tree we will call tree.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know how people walk around like this, man. With this, like, I mean, obviously they don't think. We see them every day. They just don't. They don't go that deep. They're not even trying. They're trying to avoid going that deep because they don't like the They don't like the consequences. And it's really what modern society is just people running around trying to avoid any consequence for their actions.
Yeah, they need to be the insignificant space monkey.
Yeah,
from atheist point of view, I can say if people had the how to say if they have the reason to believe in God, this is the fucking great reason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get it, man. They really got both of them spiraled as soon as it got into the religious thing.
Yeah, because they think people come here because they was reading the Bible and they realized, I know I wrote it's written there. It's for sure must be flat. Maybe they are thinking that we are thinking like that, we came all from Bible,
Well, think about it. We present all this information, and then the dude's like, "Oh, I'm still just going to believe people are gulping on the moon." And then once we bring like the moral connotation to it, right? That like, okay, now that you know, right? It's almost like I lived in the rainforest and I never met a normal human being. Then I come out of the rainforest and then I'm told, okay, here's the 10 commandments. These are the moral code for humanity. And now you know. You can't go back into the woods and just like pretend you didn't like read that shit. You read it. So now they've been presented with the evidence that the earth is flat and that the likelihood that there's a moral connotation to it. That you can't be the earth can't be flat and there be no God. Right. So now you have to take it seriously because there's the moral connotation. Of course you can go back to being like, you can go back to being a Glober that believes in God, but that isn't going to help you. Right. How does that help you?
Yeah.
Glober atheist, Glober God believer. You still got problems. Like it doesn't solve anything.
Like Matthew, he will say, I'm Christian. How you are Christian? Oh, I believe in God. Which God you believe? Which book you are reading? You are not reading Quran, you are reading Bible. Okay, what your Bible is telling you. If you want to identify yourself like a Christian, I am only saying. If you are Christian, you cannot believe in globe. Point.
You can't. Listen, you can't. No, you can't believe in the globe. I don't think you can, other than like maybe Buddhism or one of those religions, which are like godless religions. You can't believe the Earth, and they don't. Like they don't like if you go to the foundation of those religions, they don't believe the Earth's a globe. They believe that it's a series of frickin' planes, right? All one above the other, right? Different levels of existence that are planes. One is one plane that's lower than another plane, and another plane's above another plane, right? They don't believe it's Spaceballs. So the idea that there's a Christian God that made a bunch of Spaceballs and like with other alien planets. I mean, that I was talking about this the other night. Then you have to believe in alien Jesus, because like, how do they get saved? Do they have to come to Earth to get saved by Jesus? Like, how do they get saved on their planet? Is there an Adam and Eve on frickin' Alpha Centauri? Like was there a Garden of Eden on Alpha Centauri? Did they eat the fruit too? Like, did they even have fruit? Like, what do they look like? It gets totally crazy. It's like the religious texts of our world don't make any sense if they're Spaceballs. Then you start asking. So it's a legitimate inquiry of, okay, what is the basis for this? Right? If we're going to discard all the religions of Earth, like, we need more evidence than the TV set, right? We're going to throw away thousands of years of human tradition and what people have lived and died for a freaking television set and a bunch of flashing images. Are you kidding me? You're basically giving the middle finger to everybody that ever, got together to conceive you and built the entire world. You're basically saying, screw you. I don't care what you think about. I got a TV set. Big mistake you made. Inventing this thing. Now, whatever comes on it, I'm going to believe. Well, shut up while you watch X-Files.
Master Chef, I don't know what is the name, Master Shake. He said something like, CB was here. He said like, what do you mean radius? And circumstances is circumstances, and the around. And radius, it's not a part of the sphere. Why are you using that? Why you flat earth using that math? That's wrong.
Yes, why are we using that wrong globe, radius?
Yeah, he was saying that with the radius you're using, that's only for the a circle that's 2D.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, he did. What he said. What about the surface area?
What the hell do we need the surface area for?
Yeah, I know.
What the hell are we going to do with the surface area? Like, what?
First, you need a circumference for that. You need a radius and a circumference.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do either one without the radius or diameter. You need one of those two.
I think that many people doesn't know what sphere is really.
Maybe. That's a possibility.
When it's big. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. The horizon too. You can't do any of the curve calculator. You can't do any calculation until you have the horizon value. And you can't have the horizon value without a radius. So you go radius, horizon value, blah blah blah. Right? You can't There's a progression here. You got to do the formulas in order to figure out each thing. But they just try to jettison the ones that are inconvenient, right? Horizon's too far. Well, I'll just go to I can't see the bottom of the oil rig or something because I don't like where the horizon is. You can't go to the bottom of the oil rig because you can't find what the bottom should be without knowing where the horizon is. You can't just skip a step.
And not only that projection should be projection, cannot be physical water that you can see, and then they will claim this is projection. Okay, if it's projection, that means it is not something real. But I see the real water there.
Yeah, and if you would have saw a boat on the projection, that's not really a boat either. That's just a projection of the water and a projection of the boat on top of the water.
And then guy asked if he's not radius. What is the radius of the flat Earth?
0.
But it could be radius if it's circular, let's say. The radius of the circle, but we don't know Is it circle? But it must be radius.
I'm shocked he came back. I need to go back and listen to when he entered, but yesterday he ran when he got bent out of shape when someone asked him about the scientific method.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, yeah, that was the very thing he said in check-in. He said he was coming here to talk about science.
Yeah,
checking, fellas.
I said, give us because he said, I'm going to do some experiments. And I said, okay, what's the scientific method? And he goes, okay, I'm going to go. I said, no, before you go, just give us a scientific method. And he said, what, the whole thing? I said, just a general one, you know. He goes, all right, see you guys.
Yeah, all 5 items? How could I possibly do that? It's like 5 things. It's like, it's not even typical. Like, what are you talking about?
Maybe we need to ask people like them, what science using like a method to prove something?
Well, he had his...
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt me there. There's someone in VC checking.
Okay.
I'll get up there.
All right, cool. Thanks. What was I going to say? He had in his YouTube bio that he's a NASA safety engineer. Was that ever fleshed out, whether that was true or not? Because it doesn't seem to me that he has any technical knowledge about anything.
Well, he complained when that was pointed out and wanted it removed and was calling it doxing, but it was in his profile, so...
Yeah, he has the link to his YouTube in his profile. Then he has that in the about of his YouTube. So, stolen valor, man.
Yeah, thank you. But that's I'm shocked that I have to go listen to how he entered. But I think these guys think, oh yeah, I crashed and burned last night, but today's a new day. Start over. What he doesn't realize, the remnants of his last crash are still being stepped on. I think a lot of these people come in and they think, okay, I have a clean slate today. But that whole troop, they seem to want to be throwing God under the bus, trying to link it. There was a little group of them. There was a guy that checked in with them that was interjecting yesterday, and he was El Cabron, who had sort of he's friends with that Master Sheikh, and this guy, you know, I don't really care one way or another, whatever beliefs. So they were a little troop. So I think the guy's a liar.
Yeah. So the El Cabron guy, I think I muted him last night because he was trying to run interference, whatever.
Yeah, they checked in together and they had their little road game.
Yeah. Like, it's funny to me when they do this stuff, like, because they think they're clever, right? Like, we're never going to pick up on it. And, you know, they're like in their DMs, like talking to each other. I can only imagine like what they're saying. Say this, do that. Like,
oh yeah. Speaking of choose your own adventure novel sources, I mean I like to think they all share the same water cooler, and you know, but that's the thing. Sometimes I think, well, these guys are obviously some people. this guy's obviously a shill, or this guy's obviously just clueless. But I think these guys are both.
Yeah, if they share a water cooler, there's definitely lead in the water.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by. I don't know what's going on right now, but yeah, if their best argument is attempting to poison the well to appeal to the people still duped by the globe by throwing God under the bus, you know they're sort of running out of ideas.
Well, what Master Sheikh or whatever his name is, like what he was trying to do, he was trying to do it since yesterday, is say, you have a belief, I have a belief, let's just let bygones be bygones. That's what he was kept fleeing to. That was his ultimate cope.
Yeah, and blaming and blaming God for people thinking the Earth is flat and it's more comfortable in creation. You know, his little talking points. But
exactly.
Yeah, he's not sincere.
Oh, certainly not, dude.
Well, I'm not telling you that. I'm just saying it out loud to myself. But these guys are just.
I was just close to banning him yesterday when he said that shit about, I tracked a laser with a satellite, and then he backed off and was like, no, someone else did it. What, are they lying to me? Like, dude, no, you're just lying. You're just making up story after story. He eventually abandoned that because at first he tried to say I'm an amateur astronomer, and he tried to start, like, he was going to come in and try and bluff, and then he realized that he did not have the ability to bluff, which actually made him smart. Because if he would have kept trying to, like, bluff and say he did stuff or had technical knowledge he didn't have, he would have been caught. So, like, I'm glad he backed off of that after I muted him and went back to just being, like, at least being himself, a fake-ass phony. That's what these people are, right? They're phonies. That is his self. When you say, be yourself, being a phony is being himself. Being a mask, never being who you actually are, never having like your own opinion or own ideas, just being a spineless little worm that molds themselves to any situation. That is himself. He's not a, I don't want to say he's not a person, but he doesn't have a personality. His personality is whatever the room he's in's personality.
Yeah, that's a word that needs to make a comeback. I used to like when that was in the lexicon, phony.
Yeah,
phony,
but the problem with him is that he was like, I got into flat Earth, I got into it, and then I got out of it. Like, you don't just get into flat Earth and get out of it. It's very dishonest.
Yeah, that was part of his little shtick too. Yeah, 10 years ago, I believed the Earth was flat too. Then thanks for. I forgot about that little ploy.
That was like placating. It was like placating us.
I would have
like, I've been where you are. I've been where you are, but I've gotten past that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I researched flat Earth, and then like I compared the two beliefs, and like I took the better belief, the more hope. He said the other ones. He said flat Earth is more hopeful, so I don't get it. I think he was just taking the piss on us. That's it. Fake people.
So guys, we've got Bella, who's new. She's a flat earther and doing a bit more research into it. So she's a little bit nervous, so go easy.
Hello.
Bella Lugosi, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So Bella, how'd you hear about the server, and how'd you get into, or tell us a little bit about your story about coming to Flat Earth?
Well, the live stream popped up on my YouTube like a couple of days ago, and I just been watching it, and I've been a flat earther my whole life. So I like grew up with it, was taught it by my parents and stuff. So I've always
your whole life.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you how old you are.
I'm okay with that. I'm 21, young.
Okay,
that's
cool. So your parents are religious flat earthers? Or
yeah, they would. Yeah, religious flat earthers. They call themselves spiritualists, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. But I did my own take on it, and
can you tell us a little bit about that, or is that getting a bit personal?
Maybe in a later time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No worries.
How did your parents get into it? How did your Have you ever asked them, like, why are you flat earthers and everyone else? I mean, they must have brought it up.
Yeah, it's just they are military, so they traveled the world, and I guess they put it together with themselves and their experiences, and like they grew up believing like the Earth was a globe, and over time, I believe they changed their minds with their own like things they did and experiences and all their stuff. And I just grew up with it. And they told me like when I was younger, like they didn't even have to tell me the Earth was flat. I do believe that we're born with the knowledge that the Earth is flat, and later.
Well, I mean, this has actually been so-called scientifically tested, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
They actually interview children between 4 and 6, and children think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Until they're told by adults that it's not.
Yeah,
And
I've
then
seen a lot of stuff like that.
So then the children adopt what's called a dual Earth theory or a twin Earth theory, that the Earth is flat when you're on it, because they don't have like fully conceptualized ideas about the way the world works.
Yeah.
So they think that when you're on the surface of the Earth, it's flat, but when you go up in the air and you go to space, then it turns around, right? So
yeah.
this is the ideas they have. So yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, I've done tests with my younger siblings. Like my parents never told them what to think of the shape of the Earth until they wanted to wait until they're a little bit older. And like I would ask them questions and stuff like that, and everything that came back, they all thought the Earth was flat. So first hand experience, that's what I see, is like everyone's born with that knowledge. That's personally.
I also think it's depending on the media they're exposed to. So it's very hard if you consume a lot of media to avoid globe images, space images. I mean,
yeah,
it's almost impossible, quite honestly.
And even if my
I presume that your parents weren't into TV and the news and stuff as well then?
Actually, they did show me a lot. They showed me everything, and they pointed out a lot of things to me that were not correct, or like asked me what my opinion was on it, and I developed my own opinion on everything growing up.
They're pretty much teaching you about critical thinking straight away.
Yeah. And even if they didn't tell me anything about this, even though I've been shown all these things, I do personally believe I would still be here where I am today. Due to the fact that my parents are good with critical thinking skill, and I would always have that due to them. So
people do say that if you're meant to know it, you're meant to know it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah. It does take a toll on you.
I was told something earlier today, or not me personally, but I heard it said earlier today, or I think it was today. Why would you teach such a young child astrophysics?
Yeah, that's very true.
That's like really weird. That's super weird that people are doing that in school.
Do you remember this morning? Was it this morning that someone was saying that? You teach shapes, numbers, and...
Yes!
That was crazy,
That shit just like made me think even more about how like they're teaching kids. And how that
colors,
is just
colors, counting shapes, alphabet, and the Slimy the worm in outer space.
Yeah. What a weird thing to teach children, even if we did live on a ball, which we don't. Why on earth would you teach kids at that young of age that kind of complex thing?
Yeah.
Kind of messed up.
And they know that kids are like sponges. Everyone thinks that kids don't understand things. Like once you tell a kid something, they are going to hold on to that. Whether it be a big part of it or a small part of it. Kids are sponges. They will know. They will remember everything.
Well, that's the actual reason for their outbreak or their outrage to us today. I mean, if you're this is hammered into your head at a young age, and you're also taught to ridicule the alternative, because you are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they thought the earth was flat and they were going to fall off of it when you're young. They say that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. They're teaching you at a young age to ridicule the alternative.
Well, schools already got to my my kids, but my older boy, he's okay with it, but I still get pushback from my 8-year-old, who he says, no, gravity, planets, yep. Yeah, okay, you're not ready for this conversation yet.
Yeah, Sterling's 9-year-old was asking me crazy, like they were not good questions. They were. I kept trying to make her think about the questions she kept asking, but she didn't seem to understand that
Yeah,
the questions she was asking didn't make any sense. Like
with the older
hard
one,
to
I think it
talk
was
to.
around about 11 when he kind of started putting 2 and 2 together.
Do you like Bauhaus? Do you like
What's that?
Bauhaus?
Oh, yes, I do. Sorry. I didn't realize that was towards me, but yes, I do. I do.
Okay.
So just to let you know as well, we have a voice text, a text channel, live stream text, live stream voice text. So you see the red. Are you on mobile or on PC?
PC.
Okay, so you see where live stream is with the red dot where you came into?
Yes.
Above that, there's live stream voice text.
Okay.
So click on that.
Mhm.
And then that's where everyone posts things related to the subjects that we're talking about.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So if you're listening in, then it's pretty good to then listen in and then log into live stream voice text, and you can follow along with what people are saying. So there's some funny stuff getting posted and some good videos to watch, and comments. I also post data and stuff like that as well, and data, if you want to call it. I'll call it data.
Well, I can't at her. If I can't at her in the live stream voice text, does that mean she has the ability to even look at it?
I think with VC Verified you can look at it.
I can see it.
Yeah. Try and type something in there. I know you can't post photos, but just try and type something in there. Yeah, she's typing.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Platter. Hey, welcome to the family.
You?
But have you got any questions for anyone? Anything that tickles your brain that you don't understand, or you seem like you said you've been self-learning, so
Yeah. I understand like all the videos I've watched. I don't really like talk about it much. Like I never tried to prove to anyone that the Earth is flat. I
wouldn't bother.
Say it. Yeah, I just say it, and if they don't agree with me, I honestly don't really like touch the topic again with the person. Obviously,
yeah,
like
you got to
I
see
can't
how
really.
receptive the person is. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah.
Have you ever had anybody like ask you about it?
No, but I've had people hint towards the fact they were flat earthers, and I flat out just say, "Oh, so you think the Earth is flat?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Okay, me too." Like I know it's really hard to talk about the topic, so like I try to pick up on the words a little bit, because someone I know, I don't think wanted to tell me. I don't think they knew I knew. And they started saying some things, and I'm like, "Oh, you don't have to hide." I'm one too. So
that's funny.
Yeah.
You've got good self-control. If I meet someone in the street who's a flat earther, I can't stop talking.
I don't know. I've come to term with it like at a very young age, so it's just like a normal thing of me now. But even it still does, like, I don't know. When you start knowing the truth of everything, it takes a toll on your body. So like every once in a while, I do have like the jitters, and like my body goes through the cycle of like, oh my gosh, this is
Where
real.
am I?
Yeah, where am
Yeah.
I? This is real. So that's the only thing that really bothers me, is that my body just goes through the cycle of, okay, well, this is real. So you know this information, and not everyone agrees with you. Don't talk about it to anyone unless you can tell someone like knows what you're talking about, or like you
could start to listen to it. You could start to think about it in a different way and say, now I'm free from all the shit. Now I can start making my own discoveries to find out where I am. Now I don't have to worry about an asteroid coming and destroying the Earth.
I mean, I've already done that. It's just, I've already been through the well. I'm here now, so what am I supposed to do? Okay, well, let's go figure out there's other things.
You're so young. It's so rare to have somebody so young.
Everyone tells me that, and I'd never know what to say because.
Thank you.
It is very true. You're welcome, but it is very true.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what I would have done at that age had I had this kind of knowledge.
Yeah. Besides this, like other topics and stuff, like when I didn't grow up with, so when I started learning them myself, it did take a toll on me, and I think once you're older, you can tolerate a lot more and understand a lot more, but being so young,
I have a child.
Yeah.
Well, I have a child. I'm only like 10 years. I mean, that's still kind of a lot. 10 years older than you.
No.
And I have a child that he's, getting up there in age now, but he's still really young. And
He's a cradle earther.
Well, he's probably going to grow up to be a flat earther too. I'm not going to
Probably.
I won't push him on it, but I'm gonna present the argument better than anything else will.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, my parents never pushed me. They just always showed me. They always gave me the information and told me to do my own thing. And once I fully accepted it, it was a lot. So I think when you're a kid, it's like growing up and stuff with it. It's a lot. It feels like you put a lot on yourself, and like you go through all the motions.
The only reason why is because everyone else thinks something else.
Yeah.
It's
and you
really
don't want
the only reason why.
You don't want to be outed. You
Not
don't want
at
to
such a young age. Not when you're young. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're young.
School's tough enough,
Oh yeah.
You don't want to be the only flat earther at school, it's hard enough to go through those pre-adolescent and adolescent years without that added kind of extra stress, so
it didn't help that I went to like a STEM NASA school, so I could never talk about it. I know I could never talk about it, and even if it did come up in the conversation, I never brought it up, but others would talk. It would cause a riot in the classroom.
Can you believe people believe the Earth is flat? Oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how dumb.
It was something. So I just never talked about it because I would definitely get heads turned to me. I'd be put in my grave in like 5 seconds if I said anything.
Yeah, well, I can't even relate because I was bought into the whole heliocentric model, all of it. So yeah, I mean, I grew up learning it, so I thought it was true.
Yeah.
Thought I was too smart to believe in a creator, but I got smacked with that reality before I even got smacked with the flat Earth reality.
Yeah.
What a journey, man. And I had my son when I was in my 20s. But since I had him, things have started, becoming more important to learn about.
The
just
truth?
for his sake. For his sake. So honestly, I can't even give any credit to anything other than me being a mother. So
a good mother, Kim.
Thank you. I'm not going to claim to be a good mother. I'm learning as I go, just like anybody.
That's all we can do.
I just care a shit ton.
At least you don't talk in riddles, like some people.
I don't talk in riddles. I'm pretty blunt. I'm not saying that I'm masculine or anything, but I'm not super girly either. So,
What is a woman?
someone with a uterus and womb. A womb man. A woman. A woman.
Anyone got any questions for Bella?
I mean, if she wants to keep talking, that I'm cool with that. But I would at least give this advice: no matter what you know, which is awesome that you already know your reality at such a young age. This server will teach you a lot. There's a lot of information. If you want to scroll through, where you can come down to the live stream, all of those selections. If you keep scrolling down from the live stream, there's a lot of information in there.
I do. I see all of it. I plan
Yeah,
on.
you're welcome to all of it, and you're also welcome to come hang out in here. You'll learn a lot from some brilliant folks in here. You've got some brilliant folks in here right now. Indio, Drace, Timbo, Jenna, Into the Break. Oh man, look at all these folks in here. Ethergrass.
I was an Air Force brat.
Mike Power, Swan.
Hey, I heard my name.
Yeah, Jenna, I'm gonna include you in Crit. Well, he's deafened. Never mind. The folks that speak up in here a lot, man, they are brilliant. So if you want to learn some stuff, just listen to these folks. Indio, probably the biggest wealth of knowledge that I've encountered on here.
That was the guy you were speaking to first.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got that. Who is his picture of?
That guy from Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Flicks his beard. Yeah. I like to imagine that Indio is him, though.
He actually looks like that.
Yeah, me too.
And Bong is definitely Bruce Lee.
Well, on one April 1st, or I think it was, we switched all of our profile pictures and names to Indio 007, and there was just infinite Indios. It was the best day ever.
That's funny.
Some of the voices I've heard sound very familiar. I don't know if you guys watch anyone else on YouTube or live streams, but some of the voices I'm hearing sound very familiar. I don't know, that might just be me. Usually people...
Have you heard this channel on YouTube before, or?
Just once. And this is not where I'm remembering. Unless you guys are only from this channel or speak in this podcast, or not podcast, sorry, Discord or anything like that, then I'm just thinking of something else. But there's just some voices in here that sound so familiar from different.
Indio's got a YouTube channel with videos and stuff.
Okay.
I think a few people do.
Yeah, many of us have YouTube channels. Some of us make music.
Yeah, I just sent you my.
We're all over the place.
Channel. I play music, so there's mine.
Okay. Let's see.
It's always good to have new flat earthers in here as well. Good place to. What I do is I use this place as a podcast while I'm at work. So I have my headphones on at work, and I'm a builder, so I use them as earmuffs, and I listen to this channel all day, and then when I feel like I have to say something, I jump in and say something, and I mute, keep listening. So I've given up. I don't listen to podcasts anymore. I just listen to Flat Earth 24/7.
I mean, if you miss something in here, sometimes it's just crucial. So it's great to listen in here when you can.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it's quiet, we play music or put on a like this morning we had this morning for me. So we had a extended version of Miggy's 3 questions with 3 people that came in, and I think it went for about 3 hours. It was just a really good lesson on what people do know and what they don't know and what they think they know. And
So good to break them down. Yeah, it's so good to break them down to that because they have to concede to just believing what they believe.
Yeah.
Instead
There's
of
good
knowing,
stuff like that.
they come in here knowing it's a globe and then they come out believing it is.
Well, they go out not even believing that they're sitting there talking on Discord.
Well, let's be clear, they came in thinking that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They had that mindset beforehand, prior. And they come in and they show their hand pretty quickly when you break it down to, hey, what are you doing right now? Are you 100% you're doing this? And they're like, I'm like 98, 99 of whatever percent sure that I'm doing this. Then you just like lost all your credibility to tell me that you 100% know it's a globe. You don't even know your own reality. Why are you coming in here talking about what my reality is supposed to be? Get on with your bad self.
We get some interesting characters in here as well. I'm not sure if you caught the guy before.
No. Unless
Xander, maybe.
Xander, yeah, I was going to say the Xander person. I did actually hear about that. That's actually the reason why I wanted to join the Discord. Cause
So he jumped in, he was spiraling in the messages. He was saying he was a demon and...
Yeah, it's a little laugh. It's a little laugh for me.
Yeah.
I won't repeat what he said he wanted to do to me and my mother, so it's
Oh my gosh.
And then you banned him, or you only cock-dissed him?
Yeah, I put him in cock-diss. We erased all those disgusting messages, and I tried to calm him down.
Oh man, did you not hear what happened to Timbo? Man, Timbo got threatened.
I got right under his nails, didn't I? Yesterday there was a guy.
Where do you live?
From he didn't know where he was. He said we live on a globe, but it's got other dimensions above it which are flat. So we started talking about reality and this and that, and everyone kind of got into him. And then we said, T-Wad jumped in, who I haven't heard for a long time, and he jumped in and said, "Okay, where do you see this curve?" And he said, Glen Waverley Hotel. And I said, "Oh, Glen Waverley Hotel." I said, and he said, "I look out from Glen Waverley Hotel and I see the land starts to curve off in the distance." And I said, "Oh, well, I live in the same city, mate, and pity that city is surrounded by a mountain range and all as you can see is mountains. So I don't know what you're looking at." He goes, "Oh, really, Timbo? Where do you live, mate? Where do you live?" I said, "All right, mate. If
He
you come
asked
and
him
find
where he lived.
Yeah.
In a very sinister tone. He was like, "Where do you live, Timbo?" I'm working for the Illuminati. Where do you live?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. From his accent, he sounded like he was from Sweden. From his accent, a little bit, or like the Netherlands. I thought he was.
This was another guy yesterday.
From Australia.
Yeah, this was yesterday. Yeah, this was another guy. We get him every day. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but the Xander dude, I decided to join when he asked for context for. Someone was asking, is 70 miles a short distance or a long distance? And he
that was me.
Context. And I'm like, he gave you context. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, and he wouldn't answer for about five minutes. We actually never got the answer, but
He's like, let me do the math. I'm like, what math are you gonna do?
yeah, is it a long distance or is it a short distance? I just want to know because so we can say 70 meters, 70 miles, okay, and then we can say, okay, the curvature should be this. That's the only reason I was asking him, is it a far distance? Because if he said, no, it's not a far distance, I would have said, okay, well, this is how much curvature there should be. Do you still believe it's a far distance or a close distance? And what would you exchange for a close distance or a far distance? But he wouldn't answer the questions. You can't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't want to be intellectually honest, then what kind of conversation are you trying to have?
Yeah. If you don't know any intellectual words, don't say anything. If you can't back yourself, don't say anything.
People will use words like they're not meant to be used just to combat, like, our argument.
Yeah.
I was speaking about this with my wife the other day. She's in a pretty high position, and we were talking about people using like adding in big words into a sentence where it's not needed. And she said to me, I come across this all the time, and it's always people who want to seem smarter than what they are. So they put in these big words in place of, it could just be and, but they use another word for it, but where it doesn't need to be used. And people think, and people who don't know these words will stand back and go, oh, this guy's really smart. But people who do know the words just say, why are you putting those words in? You don't really need to, you know?
Oh, man.
And she comes across it every single day. Like, she's a manager, and
yeah,
it's crazy.
I have a big problem with that because, see, I like to learn things like an nth degree so that I can describe everything that I know in layman terms.
Yeah.
Because I like people to know that I know what I'm talking about because I can talk about it in language that anyone can understand.
Well, there is something to be said about some of these people. They don't know what words mean. They're just saying something that they think makes them sound smart.
Exactly.
But if you actually study, you know what you're saying, then you can use those words. You know what you mean.
Yeah, you know who was doing it over the last week? That Farshad guy. Remember Farshad?
Hyperinflating sentences to make it a bunch of like word salad bullshit. Yeah.
He said he was on the fence. Like, dude, what are you even doing on the fence if you're not sitting back and listening and learning?
He was on the fence because he didn't want to make a claim.
Everybody wants us to make claims, but because we falsify the claim. And why is the burden of proof always shifted to us if we falsify the claim? Like, what mindset do these people have? Like, how is that your first like way of thinking about it? If we falsified the radius, so your first thought process is what did we prove then? You know, like, oh, what do you prove then? Like, you falsified it, but what do you prove? Oh, then I'm going to go back to what was falsified. I mean, what sense does that make?
This one image right here. They just can't understand such a simple concept. It's as simple as that.
You guys are being toxic.
Oh no!
Hey, it's Toxic Tim.
Did I mansplain?
Toxic masculinity. It's another word salad.
Yeah, well.
Really? Now. Words.
That's interesting. The word toxic goes all the way back to a word that means poison for arrows.
Really? Word salad is everything coming out of everything in the media
Hey,
today.
I don't.
What is
I don't.
what they're saying?
In my defense, I don't make word salad. I make a buffet. I'm like, here, have all of the words. Like, just all of them. Here you go, all of them.
That's media. Yes.
That, and I try and make the graphics look entertaining by editing them a little bit. A little bit of editing helps. I get what you guys are saying, and that's one reason why I like teaching these words, because I know that so many people don't know what words mean. So it's like if I share all this information, it makes everybody step up their game.
Yeah, but if you edit out certain parts that are very similar to other certain parts of every news station and they all match, and then you can see that people say, oh, 33 more deaths that make 66 or 33 more deaths. That's 66. 30. If they're all saying the same thing, maybe something's going on. Okay.
The Sinclair script.
I'm just going to check in on someone. Overseer 21. I can see you're VC verified with no roles. Do you want to jump in and open your mic and tell us? Hey, mate, how you going?
Yeah, no, I was here before. Didn't work out too well. I ended up quitting the server. I find some of the moderators are half hostile. I can understand when people come in trolling. I'm open view, but I find too negative with some moderators. But like I say, I can understand when there's a lot of trolls. But I'm muted. I'm taking it all in.
Yeah, no worries. What's your views on where we live?
I'm open to it all. Basically, I grew up the whole global earther, all that. I still believe it, but I believe that I believe it. I don't have the proof, nor do I have proof of flat Earth, which is why I'm here. I'm waiting to hear the proper argument where I can go have a look myself. But like I said, I hear a lot of people
run
coming.
through a few things.
Not right now. I'm more open to at the moment.
Is that an Irish accent or a Canadian accent?
Yeah, I'm Newfie, so East Coast Canada, but Irish. Pretty much, this is Ireland where I'm to.
Cool, man. You're not interested in looking at anything or talking about anything that?
I am, but not right at the moment.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you anyway, mate. But I'm gonna post a video for you in the live stream about laser test. If you want to have a look at that, it's a shortened version of a field engineer course video. It goes for about an hour, so I'm gonna post it for you. If you got a spare hour, go and have a look at that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No worries, mate. Just I'll keep an eye out for you and ask about you again when you pop in.
Right on, brother. Much appreciated.
Welcome, mate. Thank you.
Well, I guess we can also just break it down very easily because it's really not that complicated at all. The establishment, they're giving us some dimensions. Those dimensions make up the globe that we are. It comes with a radius of almost 4,000 miles, and that gives us something to work with. That should give us a drop over distance based on circular geometry maths. And when we put those dimensions to the test out in the real world, we see that they do not add up. It's actually that simple. As soon as the curvature is gone, rest of it pretty much falls after it.
Yeah, they even put it in the parabolic range. So you can test the parabolic range of it pretty easily just by drop over distance.
I'm pretty sure they're talking to you, Overseer. If you're still listening, mate.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that it might seem very, very complicated because we have been brought up with this very, very complicated and confusing system with gravity and stars and millions of light years and stuff like that. Basically to confuse everyone. But when you really look into it, it's actually very simple. Either there is a curvature to the surface of the Earth, or there is not. And all we pretty much need is the circumference and the radius, and from that we can just use geometry, and work it out from there. And then we go over to a coastline, because we know that 71% of the Earth is covered in water. So water would be our go-to. Yeah, supposedly. So water would be our go-to, because
always flat and level.
Because we know how water behaves. It wants to find its resting place, and the surface will always be level at that point. So yeah, it's very simple like that.
This is just physics. Water always seeks and finds its level. That's why it's used to find level. You've always seen water be level in any increment. It's a great source to go by.
Yeah, so all we need to know is the behavior of water, and then we need to know a little basic geometry. We can go with a classic circle, the radius, diameter. Fuck, I hate that word in English, but we have the radius and we have the circumference, and from there, what is the Thank you.
Diameter.
Yeah.
Diameter. Fuck. Holy shit. This is why I often don't speak up, because one word like that I cannot pronounce, and I just my brain just locks,
It's
Holy
okay.
shit.
We got you, buddy.
But yeah, when we then apply that math with the given dimensions, we know some things. Like it says in this picture they just posted, at an 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be approximately 2.2 miles away. But clearly, when you're looking at that picture with the given distances to those oil rigs, the horizon is more than 10 miles away. So we have an issue here. Either the world or the Earth is a much, much bigger ball, or we have found an area of complete flatness. It's pretty much that simple. And then you can just start to accumulate the observations all around the world where there is flatness, and then you can start to add up how many areas of flatness make up a ball, and
that's impossible.
Yeah, it's
always curving.
Impossible.
Yeah, it's really that simple. As soon as the curvature goes away, everything
nothing.
Exactly. I mean, then you can just start to pull it apart. Without the curvature, there is no gravity. There is no need for that. There is no floating in outer space. There isn't up and down, and yeah.
Yeah, there's no outer space because of the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics explains a lot of things that people try to go against when it comes to pseudoscience that is posed as science these days. So, figure out what the scientific method is and see if anybody's ever used that for anything that has to do with the heliocentric religion.
So, Overseer 21, can you see in the live stream voice text? Oh, he's dipped out. He's back. Overseer 21, can you see in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you see that Flatzy Klein posted one at 6 minutes past the hour? Just this is the Guinness Book of Records photograph.
Where to? Which one? Who posted?
Flatzy Klein. At 6 minutes past the hour, whatever hour you're in. Mine says 4:06 p.m., but obviously that's not the same time where you are. So
Yeah, mine says 12:06.
The FEI Horizon calculator?
Flat Earth in infrared, 255 miles, 0% curvature. That one. So go up to, scroll up to.
Here, I can repost them if that.
Okay.
It's both of those though. The one that you said had the Earth curve calculator on it. That is to that photo.
So if you still believe, I'm not giving you shit about still believing you live on a ball, but do you think that you can see 255 miles if you lived on a ball?
I have no idea. And I'm trying to copy all of what you're posting here.
So the one that she posted underneath, did you post it again?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So in relating to that picture, now she's done a side by side. So the observer's height is 9,136 feet. The top of that mountain range is 255 miles. Now, if the Earth were a ball, this one's hard to read. Oh no! Can someone?
Hey,
you want to go through it, Flatsy?
Yeah, if you just select the pictures, you can go back and forth through them. Yeah, it says
Does it have a hidden height?
in infrared it's 255 miles, 0% curvature, and it gives you the link so you could go and look where this came from, and the FEI Horizon calculator shows you how much you shouldn't be seeing and that you see with the perspective that we see individually, everybody on the earth.
So the good thing about this is you're looking over water. So water remains flat and level all the time. We know that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where the horizon should be in this picture is in the water, close to the mountain, where it should stop dropping off. But you can actually see all the way to the shore. Now, this is in infrared, so it deletes refraction as well.
Yeah.
So this is what
the air. Yeah, no, just the air condition that would normally be a problem in photos was taken out by infrared. So go ahead, Timbo.
Oh, you're all right. So the question is, the horizon should be in front of these mountains and should be obscuring them, but there's none of that. So should you be able to see this on a ball? With the maths that they've given us, because you can't change the diameter and the circumference because that's what they've given you. Otherwise you're starting to make up your own cosmology, because with the circumference of the Earth comes the distance, the size of the sun, the distance to planets and stars, and or everything that comes from the radius of the Earth is intertwined in their distances to all these bullshit places.
Yep.
So you can't change the diameter or the circumference. So what they've given us is concrete, and we see way further than we should.
Yeah, this is like a part of the way that they tell how far away other supposed quote unquote planets are, which are just wandering stars, which we are not. We are not a wandering star. We are the Earth. It is the Earth. We all are. Anyways.
And it's not just occasionally that this happens, it happens all the time. Here we go, 273 miles away. Even further.
Our point is, when you take the dimensions given to us and you test them in the real world, they doesn't align with what we have been told. As they said, we see too far. So either the ball is much bigger, or there is no curvature. That is the two choices we have at that point. And since they have all this gravity math and all these other things, the ball cannot be bigger. So there's only one option left, and that is there is no curvature. And as I said earlier, when the curvature is gone, everything also falls apart. Doesn't mean that all physics and all that kind of stuff have to be thrown out of the window. Just have to be skeptic when they're using some of those terms like gravity. Gravity is put in the equation and stuff like that. But as soon as the curvature is gone, the ball is gone, and we have to rethink where we are.
100%. You don't even have to go past that. You know, like people bring in these arguments. Oh, what about this? What about that? And you go, well, to have that, you need curvature.
All the other stuff is. Go ahead. All the other stuff is pretty much just entertainment at that point, because, as I said, when the curve is gone, the ball is gone. But therefore, science and observations and stuff like that can still be entertaining. But yeah.
Anything you want to add, Overseer?
No, just taking it all in.
Cool, man. I don't know why you got banned then.
I wasn't always banned. I was here, and there was one fella came in, and I guess it was a friend of his, and they were trolling. Like I said, even earlier tonight, I heard a fella say, might have been the fella you're all giving a hard time earlier, but he did say there was no need for those words, there was no need for that. And I've noticed that. And that's one thing that turns me, because I got a lot of love, but I'm all for intellectual debate. Not hateful, believe yes, you got some people in here that do believe firmly, but don't degrade people. If there's somebody, for instance, not like myself, but somebody that is opposed and comes in, I don't degrade them, right? That's my only thing. That's what happened. So I opened my mouth. I went barky bark after those two people were attacked and basically voiced that, and then I quit the server. That's what happened.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, things do get a bit heated in here, but there's also a reason for that is people make claims and then they use a lot of big words to get out of the claim that they made and pretend they don't understand what the question is, and it gets pretty frustrating because they've made a claim and they can't back it up. And then the way that they get out of it is to just talk and lie, and so that's why people get frustrated.
And beg us for a claim. They want us to make a claim.
But here last couple of days, hearing the same thing exactly, and I don't blame you for it, because I myself, I'm like, why are you giving this person the time? Like, there was somebody in here 2 or 3 days ago, and I think he went on for about 30 minutes, and everybody in here was jumping on him and this and that, and I'm thinking to myself, exactly like you just said. Like, why waste any more than 5 minutes with this individual? Mute him, he's trolling. Mute him, and then have yourself a good conversation, right? Don't
Do you remember who that was?
I don't.
I get your point, Overseer, but sometimes if there is no other content to be made, we have a live stream going on 24/7. So sometimes they are just being used as food for content to show how they're
ridiculous.
How ridiculous some of the illogical stances are, and some of these tactics, like obfuscation tactics, So sometimes they are just used as a tool to show these kind of things, and sometimes it is going well, and sometimes it ends up in a little bit of a clown show. But it's a lot of people. We cannot, dictate or control everyone. So
yeah, it's a touchy subject too, yeah, for these people. So
yeah,
you're being told for the first time that what you learnt your whole life could possibly not be true.
Yeah,
people fly off the handle,
I believe everything is a lie. Put it to you that way. And I'm humble enough to understand that whatever it is, whatever it is I think I know, I'm not necessarily right.
The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know.
Exactly.
But there are certain things that we can know. That's the difference, yeah. Like you can go out, do these observations, do the calculations for these observations. And when things don't match up with what they've told us, and you have to look further into it, you say, okay, there's a problem here. So if you're going and doing these things yourself, then the only lie that you're going to find out is if you're lying, if the camera's lying, or if what you're seeing is lying. So you don't have to rely on anyone else lying to you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And we don't want anyone just to blindly listen to what we're saying. Oh, yeah, listen, but they go, okay, I went on a flat Earth server and they talked me into being a flat earther. That's not what it's about, It's about making people think about what they've been told and the so-called science they've been given, and going out there and having a look at the world.
For sure.
Yeah. Look, when have you ever experienced curvature and motion?
What do you mean?
Like, we apparently live on a ball that's flying through space. Have you ever experienced any of that?
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? That's why I'm open to, like I say, I'm still a glober, but it's only because I've been taught to believe it. I'm open to the fact that that's the knowledge, that's exactly the truth. But again, it comes back to concept of flat Earth. Well, why do you believe that? So more or less, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, well, this is not. So we don't have a belief. We have observations. So the observation is that we walk outside. It's flat, it's stationary. We get photos, we get videos, we do laser tests, and we can't detect any curvature. No one's proven at any stage that the world's in motion. So we say, okay, it's flat and stationary. Now, they're telling you that you live on a globe spinning in outer space, flying through the Milky Way galaxy. Yet, you don't experience any curvature or any motion. So, who needs to make the claim? Who needs to show you more proof? Us? Or the people who say, the world is what I see it as it is. Or the people who say, you can't trust your senses, you need to believe me, and you live somewhere where your senses are lying to you. Who needs to prove more?
I personally believe it's more of a simulation aspect, so I don't believe it's either or.
Hey, dude.
Simulator in-house.
Yeah, what's it simulating? What's it simulating?
I wish it would simulate a much more peaceful Earth. Seems to be kind of fucked
Honestly.
Directly, give me an answer. I don't have the answer. I'll tell everyone you're right. I don't have the answer. So don't know.
No,
I'm open.
That's good, man.
Open to everything. And that's what I mean, taking it all in.
So we've gone through all that, and I want to know what proves to you that you live on a ball spinning
Nothing.
in outer space. So you
Nothing.
said, I'm not drilling you here, mate. I'm just having a conversation. Could you say I'm still a globe because that's what I've been taught? So we went through the stages of who needs to give more proof, because they're making an extraordinary claim that you don't experience with your senses, and yet they've given you no proof. And then you tell us that you still believe that because that's what you've been taught. Wouldn't at this stage you say, maybe it's not what I've been taught? I should look into this evidence, so-called evidence that they've given us. Have you looked into it?
No, I wouldn't say I looked into it. It's irrelevant, whether it's a globe or it's flat. Reality is still reality. Life continues, you know what I mean? So it's not that important to me.
Truth is not important?
No, whether or not it's or globe, it doesn't matter. Like I said, it's all a lie.
So if I told you we live on a unicorn, you'd be like, well, whatever. I don't care.
Wouldn't knowing the truth be food for the soul?
Well, there's the beauty of it. The argument is which is the truth, and it doesn't matter who wants to argue more. Well,
you can find out the truth. You can argue. You can find out where you live, because guess what? You live on Earth, man. You can check it out. Don't believe us. Check out that globe first, though. You got to check out the globe, man. Research the globe.
Don't worry about trying to prove flat Earth. Just have a look at the claims that the globe makes, and
there's a whole list of claims, man. I mean, go on for a couple of days with that list, but where we actually live and we can check out, it's a pretty short list, man. Pretty short. There's no curvature. There's no vacuum next to air pressure. Air pressure next to the vacuum.
There's no motion.
And there's no motion. There's a trifecta right there. Boom, boom, boom.
The Trinity.
The Trinity, baby.
So I'm curious, I'll ask you, do you believe in other planets?
There's unverified lights in the sky. Next.
Do we believe that the planets that they tell us are planets that you can land on, or that are gas giants, what they tell us? Definitely not.
Can we travel into space? Can we travel to other places? That's what I'm wondering, basically.
No. I'm going to say no. Other people might have another opinion, but I say no.
I say no way. Can we go to the
Anyone else?
Can we go to the bottom of the ocean?
Only 8 miles. Actually, we can't get down that far, can we?
I don't think we can.
No. What happened last time they did it? They hit that super saline solution, didn't they?
Yeah, like some lake at the bottom down there.
Yeah, it had waves lapping up against the, and then that guy died a month later in a helicopter.
Yeah, that was crazy, dude.
Accident in Australia. Yeah.
I don't think he was that deep, but he was, pretty deep, but he wasn't 8 miles down or anything.
No, I don't think anyone's been down that far.
I'm always careful with stuff like that, There is so many grifter tricks out there with aliens and high lost ancient technology and all that kind of crap. So I'm always careful when I see stuff like that guy bouncing on that underwater.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's interesting. It's an interesting idea. Let's just say it like that.
He was pretty excited, man. He was.
Yeah, I understand.
He was pretty.
But Graham Hancock is also pretty excited when he is talking about all this ancient civilization stuff. But
but he doesn't sound like he actually experienced something. He's like,
no, yeah, you're right.
That guy did seem like he experienced some cool shit, man. And then he ended up dead. It was like, oh well, that's weird.
Graham Hancock He experienced an ayahuasca trip, and that was about it.
Yeah. I understand. There's these small analyses you can do.
I've got all of his books. I really like him, but when he said all that stuff about flat Earth, I know that it goes against what he's preaching. So, but I do find him very entertaining.
I mean, space and all the alien stuff and stuff like that have always been interesting. It has always been very good science fiction, very good entertainment.
I got a question, man. How do we verify there's a bottom of the ocean?
Huh. Good question.
I thought so.
Sonar.
Sonar?
Yeah.
All right. Second.
What would there be? What would there be instead of a bottom? Because we know water has to be contained.
The same question, Tim. What's on the other side of the dome? Or what's, it's the same fucking question. Right?
What dome? I haven't seen it.
Dome, exactly. Yeah. Whatever. We get all kinds of questions in here. They're all crazy questions, man. We live on Earth. Yeah. Check it out. No curvature, no spin.
Did you want to lead on, Overseer, with that question about the planets? Did you have something else? Well, you asked us if we believe in planets or space.
Yeah.
Is there, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't usually ask or say I don't know anybody in my community or anybody that I've met that are open to it, right? Like say you get a lot of hostile people, right? To tell them they're open to flat Earth. Like I went up to my buddy's place, good buddy I've known since we were young. I mentioned that I joined this Discord, and he went off his rocker, thought I was a nut job, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh,
shit. I got into it with him because I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to argue, and I'm not here saying it isn't. I'm here to hear why it is, and I'm loving the intellectual conversations that I hear in here. Like I said to him, I said, man, there's a lot of smart people in here, and if you instead of being so ignorant as to shut it down, open your ears and have a listen. Right. And that's basically where I come from. Right?
That's good. Yeah. That's good.
I think the moment you shut down listening and learning is the moment you stop living. That's what I reckon.
No doubt. I mean,
sorry to get a bit deep. I've had a couple of beers, so
if somebody said, "Hey, you want to learn about transsexuals?" I'd be like, "Not really, bro, man. I'm not into that, man." But I wouldn't like, "Get out of my house, you fucking retard." I'd be like, "No, I'm cool, bro." You get something, whatever. I mean, there's a million things I could have picked, but that was more funny, I thought.
Like Jehovah's Witnesses?
There you go. Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons or something. I'm like, nah, I'm cool, man. I'm going to keep it tight. So, yeah, there's things that some people, but when you bring up flat Earth, sometimes you get some hostiles, man. They're like, "Oh, you're a bunch of fucking retards, and you're stupid, and you're,
I mentioned that in my
triggers some folks to call us a lot of names, man.
Yeah,
it's okay though.
I've been called stupid by some. Listen, my husband's about to fucking. I'm sorry. My husband's about to. He was very upset and mad that this guy that we know. Called me stupid. He only brought up the subject because he knew about it, and he wanted to bring it up just to say that I was stupid and then walk off.
Not.
But my husband wants to beat his.
Yeah, it does.
He wants to fight him.
Totally not worth it, man.
Not worth it, Flatsy.
Just let it go.
I can understand it.
Move along.
I did, but it's one of my really good friends, like husband.
I get it, man. I've been there, I've done it all, man. I've seen it all. It's like,
he pulled a straw man on you, yeah?
Yeah, he
pulled
did.
A straw man.
He just wanted to bring it up just to tell me I was stupid and walk off.
He was trolling.
In front of your husband?
No.
Oh,
no. It would have been in front of my husband. That would have been some bad news.
I was going to say
bad news right now. it's bad news right now that it
not
even
sure which is
happened.
worse.
Period.
Oh shit, that's funny.
I'm not sure which is worse.
So yeah, Overseer, man. I'm sorry you got a little
Oh,
testy with
I'm
your
telling
friend.
you, he's like, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. He has no right to call you stupid. Like, he's so mad that he called me stupid.
Yeah, that's far from the truth. So we'll just move along from that. But no, I'm here to help out. Where'd he go? Overseer, there you are. Yeah, man, we have to check out where we live, but that's easy. It's only like 3 things you got to check out, man. Gas pressure, and curvature, and spin, or rotation, whatever you want to call it. And then for the globe, man, you got to figure out all kinds of crazy shit, man. We're going like 10 different vectors and 5, 6 different directions, spinning millions of miles an hour around this and that and everything else. It's crazy, man. Like, and we can't feel any of that movement? Really?
Surprised
That's
we don't
crazy.
have headaches.
That's crazy talk, man.
I was tripping out. I was sitting. I think I jumped in this morning. I think what's his name? Someone Worrell was in this morning. Well, this morning for me, I have to keep saying. And he was talking. We shouldn't feel the Earth spinning anyway. And I said, mate, I'm sitting out here. The sun's moving across the sky. There's no fucking wind at all. The clouds are just sitting there. And you're telling me that I'm spinning at this speed and I should not feel anything?
Correct. That's what I'm telling you. You're completely delusional, Timbo.
If it was true, we'd all be majorly sick all the time.
We would be.
Yeah.
I don't
Dead,
think we
maybe.
could survive. There's no
No,
way
exactly.
we wouldn't be
dead.
alive. We'd be
We
dead.
would be a splatter on the concrete, honestly.
Oh, I like the analogy with the teacup ride. You ever seen the teacup ride?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate those things.
Because once you get to the once that spin gets to the outside of the
the rim, the edge.
The path around the sun, then you'd flick around, and then you'd flick around, and then you'd have to slow back down when you come on the inside, and then you're going in an elliptical orbit as well around the sun. So you got to speed up and then slow down.
I think that's why that's how they came up with that stupid fucking ride, man. It's like, man, we gotta show it to them right in their faces. This is what it would feel like if you lived on a globe. Okay, we'll just call it the teacups because you're you're a bunch of fairies.
You've also got the moon that would have to speed up and slow down as it rotates around the Earth as well.
Yep, crazy.
Because it's going to have to speed up to go around the back of the Earth, and then slow down as it comes in front of the Earth, and then slow down again as it comes on the sun side of the Earth, and then speed up as it goes around the back of it again.
Yeah,
and the satellites do that as well.
Yep, and they spin around the Earth perfect, and then everything's got conservation of momentum around the everything, man. Come on, it's crazy.
Everyone in Australia would be red in the face 24/7.
That's why they call it the sunburned country, because we're upside down.
You know it.
Hey, welcome to fall there, Timbo.
Oh yeah, no, we've been in our fall. Our seasons go by months, not by the. Yeah, we kept it simple, mate.
I tell people that. I tell Globers that, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, Australia, man. Their equinoxes and shit are. Well, the equinoxes, right? You guys switch over to fall like officially on the calendar, but your equinox is the same as ours, dude. It's the fucking same, right? Yeah.
So we turned into autumn or fall, as you call it, at the start of March.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So every 3 months we change seasons.
It's like 3 weeks ahead of us, dude. 3 weeks, bro. That's crazy.
Got to keep it simple for Australians, don't you?
That's true. You guys, all the blood rushes to your head. And
we've got these accents where we sound stupid. So
you can't think straight because all the blood's in your head. I get it.
Your face feels numb.
Face feels numb. You got runny nose. You can't breathe right. Problem. I get it.
That's why we've got allergies.
Allergies. Isn't it funny how the heliocentric model? That's funny.
Maybe that's why we've got all these weird animals as well. It's upside down, so the DNA went backwards and started creating, all these weird animals. That's if you believe in Darwinism.
Well, kangaroo is pretty close to human.
Even though they're not weird and they're very well known.
Oh, and kangaroo is just a deer with its front legs chopped off. It learned to bounce.
Now, do you have a good Bambi kangaroo story in Australia?
No, not really.
You don't have some little cartoon kangaroo that's the entire country's in love with.
Skippy.
Bambi's you mentioned Bambi Skippy. In America, it's oh, that poor little deer. I just love
it. Yeah, we got Skippy.
You got Skippy. Okay, I knew you had something, man.
Comes out the pouch ready to fight.
Skippy the bush kangaroo. Skippy, Skippy, Skippy the bush kangaroo.
I love it, man. That's fantastic.
He's from the 80s.
Skippy.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. Hey, last night, Timbo, man, I tuned in. I barely said a word, but I did catch Mr. NASA right at the end and asked him for the scientific method, and he left after that. But after that, man, there was that kid, man. I'm
he
surprised
wanted to know where I lived.
I was sure that guy was coming after you, right? And I'm like, okay, that's it, right? I'm like,
I asked him for the scientific method and to define theory, and there was a lot of things that I asked that I didn't get answers to.
From the NASA boy?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm talking about after the NASA boy.
Well, what are you supposed to do? This kid. I'm sure if he came hunting for me, he'd probably see me and go, "Oh, what have I done?" I
have no doubt about it, Timbo.
I'd build houses and I'd lift shit all day.
Right.
And this guy was claiming that he walks 70 k's a day.
Right. His whole story was such cock. I'm like, you guys were calling it and you guys were on it, but then he turned total fucking cucktard, man.
He turned into a weirdo.
Yeah, and then it was just okay, come on, guys, bounce.
But I'm why threaten someone on the internet that you're never going to meet anyway? What an idiot, man!
It's so immature, man. Is what
it is.
There's a lot of immaturity there. Thinks he knows it all. Can Google anything he wants. I'm the smartest person in the world because I can Google it. And you guys are just retards, and that kind of attitude. I think we're going to deal with more and more of that in the future here, Timbo. But
it's it's been getting busier.
No doubt.
I don't know what's going on over there, maybe, but I think it was. I would have thought there would have been a lot more people in over winter for you guys, but it seems like everyone just goes into fucking hibernation.
Yeah, it seemed a little slow winter. I mean, it did pick up in the beginning of winter, and it was rocking in here, man. Oh shit! But it kind of has tapered off. But yeah, it might be picking up again. We'll see.
Yeah, I do miss the main parts though, because when most people come in, I'm sleeping. So
exactly.
Well, there's also been a little competition on the Discord market before. Before the winter, it was pretty much just displays and geos There wasn't really activity anywhere else. But then the Tartaria channels came up, and they have drawn a bit of attention because of their fucking goonballs with FDFE and stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And they
I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just trying to. Oh, there is a reason for it. It's not because Flat Earth has slowed down. It's just because it has spread out a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Globers get more of a run over there as well. Yeah, they let them go further.
They let the Globers go hog wild over there, and that's cool, man. You guys tear it up, man. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
They're welcome here too, but they ain't gonna be getting away with the cuck shit they get away with over there, man. No.
Yeah, personally, I don't mind that the word is spreading a bit out. If there is 5 places that is very active, that means that there is always 5 people at once talking,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Instead of just one place, one guy talking.
Yeah, exactly, Tim and Timbo. You guys are brothers, right? Okay.
Yeah, brothers in spirit, mate.
Nah, I don't talk with that offspring of criminal scum.
You guys sound the same to me. Maybe it's just my ears.
That's racist.
Kidding.
Yeah, that's racist.
I am just a racist bastard. All right, the coolest voice in this right now in this live stream is Flatsy Klein. She's got the coolest voice of all of us, by the way. I appreciate everybody else trying though, but good luck.
Wow, thank you very much, Flat Earth
When she speaks, man, if you don't know who's speaking, man, you're fucked, man. There are certain voices you hear, you're like, oh shit, there's Demok. Oh fuck. But they just stand out,
Oh, Talcamar's back.
But there's like 27. Timbo, there's 27 of you guys, man. 27 Timbos in here any given day.
Aussies?
Yeah, you guys all sound the same.
Yeah, because we don't have defining accents between cities. Like the accent's the same the whole way across the country.
It's crazy, man. And that's weird, man. I find that fascinating, though.
Oh, by the way, I'm not Aussie. I'm Danish.
I know you're not, Tim. Just messing with you, bro. Just messing with you. Hey, I was looking into sail races again today, man, and I was trying to find the record for sailing from California to Japan, man. And all the records are solo races, man. They're all solo.
Oh.
19 days, bro. 19 days is the record. Solo. It takes about...
from US to Japan?
Yeah, from California to Japan.
And what's the miles? How many miles is that?
6,000.
And they take how long?
19 days is the record. So it takes about 5 days to sail to Hawaii, which is, kind of halfway. But then it takes another, 14 days to sail to Japan. They call it the Great Circle Route.
Yeah, why did they go to Hawaii? Like, it's
well, that's
not even on the way.
Man, like, if you look, I was looking at the latitudes today, and I'm like, okay, San Francisco's like 35, and Tokyo's like 37. It's like two, they're like,
oh, okay.
They're right.
I suppose if you're just using a compass, then that makes sense.
It would be a straight line, 6,000 miles, boom, 10 days. Should be 9 days, on a good, got to be like 10 days or less should be the record. Though.
Hey, Tim, we got 19. Bacon in here.
I see. Bacon is a good guy.
Who's a good guy?
Bacon.
Bacon, you want to open your mic?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Yo.
What's up?
What's happening? How's it going? What's hanging? How's it hanging?
Bacon, you're from one of the other servers, aren't you?
What do you mean?
I mean that
what was the question I asked, wasn't it?
He mainly sit over in Geos and sometimes the Tatari ones, but yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Got any globe proof?
Yeah, I usually go with / navigation.
Cool,
On a
man.
globe?
I'm a sailor. Cool, man. Maps work and navigation works, man, and it definitely works on both, bro. They're guaranteed. I know it works on whatever we're living on for sure, 100%. Definitely works. Love it. Totally works.
Anything else, Bacon?
Well, I haven't found a
bacon.
flat Earth method yet.
Bacon.
I'll trust you.
Bacon, dude.
That's so.
Just want you to be honest.
Bless your little heart.
With everybody, man. Yourself and your family and your offspring. Just be honest, man. In your work, every day you show up, man. Somebody says, "Hey, man, do this, do that." You're like, "No problem, man. I'm on it." Get on and get it done. Go have a beer when you're done. Just be honest, man. There are real things in life to be honest about. And you can do it. I know you can. You can be that great human being, brother. Quit trying to be so confrontational in your understanding of where you live, man. I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out. Be the man.
Well, actually, there's no evidence. There's no evidence of the globe at all, anyway. So, if anybody's got direct measurements of such thing, please present it. You'll probably win some Pulitzer or Nobel Prize or whatever.
Yep, you're gonna win the Globe Bell Prize, man. How about that?
I like that one. Bacon, you got any direct measurements of the ball that you live on?
Oh, I got some direct measurements of. I don't know. I got some measurements. Well,
got measurements. I measured the distance to the sun last Saturday with Matthew Learns.
The parallax of the moon.
Matthew Learns and I measured the distance to the sun from our location here in Southern California last Saturday, and we came up with 3,487 miles, man. That was our measurement together. Matthew Learns. I know who that is. He's a math professor. We did the calculations after measuring a shadow. Yep, a 1 meter shadow.
You know who else did that?
What's that?
I was just saying to Bacon, do you know who else did that? After measuring shadows?
Eratosthenes? Could it be? Yeah, that's exactly what we made a triangle. That's what we did. Exactly what we did last weekend.
Can you make a triangle on a sphere?
You cannot make a triangle on a sphere.
Interesting.
That's impossible. Are you crazy? That's like gas pressure without a container. Well, it's just as ridiculous. It's
almost the same as observing curvature as well.
I would love to see some curvature. I said I'd spend 10 grand, fly anywhere in the world, say, "Hey, man, where's the curvature? I'm going to go take a hot air balloon, whatever I got to do, man. I'm in." But I got no takers and no place to go, man. So,
did you say, Bacon, that you had measurements of parallax to the moon?
Parallax?
What's a parallaxing?
For example, if the sun is over a certain ground position, you expect it to be a certain elevation at a certain elevation.
That's what I did last Saturday on the equinox. Yeah, carry on.
Okay.
Right.
I did
the
this.
moon. If it's the moon instead of the sun, Yeah, if it's the moon side of the sun.
Yeah.
Over that same ground position. The moon is lower than the sun. Elevation is lower.
Elevation.
Okay. That's what you say. Cool, man. I'm pretty sure the moon follows the same pattern as the sun throughout the year, although it does it every month, and the sun does it once a year. It goes from ecliptic to ecliptic and back, back and forth. But the moon does that every month. The moon does that once a month.
13 lunar cycles, yeah.
And the sun does it once a year. Interesting. That's all I'm saying.
So how do you get the elevation to the sun and the moon? How do we do that?
I'll use the sextant.
To get the elevation to the sun and the moon? Do you mean you're conflating elevation with angle?
With the angle. That's all you get is an angle.
Yeah, I'm talking about the elevation angle, yeah.
Just the angle,
yeah. You said elevation, so elevation means height. Elevation angle is solely
I meant the elevation angle, yeah.
Angle.
I thought it was implied, but
it is implied. It was implied to me.
Use your words, maybe. I don't know. When someone says to me elevation, so I build. So when someone says to me elevation,
above sea level or above the foundation, right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I mean, if I build shit too, man. I'm like, hey, man, I want that 10-foot wall there, and you go, okay, but you just go down to the cement slab and you measure up 10 feet and you cut the wood and or whatever.
That's it. You build a frame.
You build the frame,
and then you level it with a bubble level.
But that's
or a laser level if you really
10
want.
feet. That elevation would be 10 feet in that case. Correct.
But the elevation angle would be how far away from you are, how far away you are from the 10 feet, and what angle that comes up to.
Angle, not necessarily an elevation angle. I'm tracking with you. It's an angle to an observed point in the sky.
So, how do we move on from this elevation angle to? What are you trying to prove from this elevation angle? I'm a little bit confused.
Timbo, last Saturday, Matthew and I went out, we measured, we did, after we got the angle of our position on Earth, we're on the 34 parallel north. He had he had every single, every coordinates we could come up with where we were on Earth, according to our position, known position on some map or something. But anyway, we're on the 34th parallel. We measured an angle of the sun. We got like 55 degrees at the equinox, right on, pretty close to exactly at solar noon. It wasn't like near solar noon. It was dead balls accurate at solar noon. We measured it.
So this is the Tropic of Cancer?
This is on the equinox, which means it's directly in the middle between both tropics, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Directly in the ball center, middle, accurate middle. Sorry. That's a technical term. That's NASA's dead nuts balls accurate. Okay, it was dead nuts balls accurate. That's what we were saying. And we got an angle to the sun, and we did a bunch of calculations, and we came out that the sun was only 3,487 miles away. Man, that was our number. I'm pretty close to that. Okay. So we did the same calculations using the same angles and measurements, and we came up with it on the globe. And we did a bunch of calculations, and it came out that the globe has a radius of 3,950 miles on that day. We did a shitload of calculations, at least an hour's worth.
Conclusion is works on both.
It works on both.
Doesn't determine either.
I looked at Matthew when he was all done, and I go, welcome to living on Earth, baby. And he did fucking laugh, man, because it works on both. And we,
their main calculation of why we live on a globe, works on a flat Earth. Therefore, you cannot use that calculation for a globe anymore.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. It works. The calculations and all the math magic works on both, man. That's all I'm gonna stick with that, and I can pretty much prove that. I got it videotaped. He did all the calculations. I videotaped the whole fucking thing, dude. I got it.
Are you gonna post that on his channel?
I'm gonna put that on my channel, man, because fuck his channel. And but yeah, that would be great. Because we did both, and I hear a fact. I'll even post a couple of pictures of the calculations and stuff before I post the video of it. Here, I'll post it quick.
So what do you say to that, Bacon? Sorry, go ahead, mate.
I was just gonna ask if I understand. I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying. But are you saying someone did a flat Earth fix? And got the correct coordinate?
We did both. We did the globe and flat Earth.
Oh, that would be a first for me.
No, we completely disproven.
But those are that's what we did last Saturday, and
just that. That's all the calculation.
Kind of fun. It was with Matthew Learns. You guys all know Matthew Learns. Come on.
Yeah.
It's not like I did it with somebody you guys don't know. I mean, like, so I got some mathematician. No, I got Matthew fucking Learns to do this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And he did it. He did it for both, man. Thank you, Matthew.
So what's your problem with that, Bacon? What's happening?
Oh, I thought he was talking about celestial navigation.
Didn't we already go through celestial navigation?
Yeah,
can't get an angle from a curved surface.
Well, can you point at the horizon? Point in the star.
Get an angle from
well, is the horizon
separation
optical
between those directions? Isn't that?
Is the horizon optical? Is the horizon optical or physical?
It actually doesn't really matter as long as you know.
I mean, it doesn't matter because you're claiming there's a globe with a physical. With a physical horizon. So is it optical or is it physical?
Well, I'm not arguing that the horizon proves it's a globe.
But you said, can you point at the horizon? What horizon are we pointing at? The one that doesn't exist or the one that exists? What are you saying?
The one that we can see.
The one that we can see, is it optical or is it physical?
Exactly.
For navigation, that actually doesn't matter.
So is it curved or not? Is it a curved surface?
Hey, Bacon, have you ever gone sailing in your life?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, then
It's also when you use the angle, when you're using the angle relative to the horizon, what you're actually doing is you're assuming that there's a flat baseline all the way up to the GP of the star.
Well, why are you assuming that? Just to measure how?
Because that's how celestial navigation works.
Dude, it's been working for millennia. Yeah, we got it.
Well, the method that we're talking about have been working for the past 200 years. They didn't have clocks before then, so they couldn't know what would be the ground position of the stars when they were measuring it.
Columbus
is saying celestial navigation has only is only worked in the last 200 years.
I'm saying these methods that we're talking about, like using a sextant, using the almanac. This started in the 1800s.
Well,
they didn't have.
Yeah, so they never sailed before the 1800s. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would like to.
No, of course that's not what I'm saying. That's completely different of what I'm saying.
Man, I just want you to be the best damn Bacon you can be, man, and just be the honest, loving person that you are, man. Just do it, you know. Quit fucking being.
It would be awesome if I can get to the end.
Don't be the guy that just has to defend everything with your fucking tooth and nail and just, you know, break your balls.
No, I'm not.
Something ridiculous, man. If you've never sailed, man, if you've never used celestial navigation,
I did use it.
That's great, man. It's a great thing to use, man. It works, dude. We're not fucking saying it doesn't work, bro. We're with you, man. 100%. You know. However, you know, is the horizon optical or physical? Is the question, man. And be honest and answer that one. And, you know, we'll move on from there, man. Come on now.
No, it's apparent, but as I said before, for celestial navigation, that doesn't really matter. All you need to know is
if I got 30 foot. I tell you what, man. If I got 30-foot waves coming at me, man, and I say, man, wherever the top of the horizon is the top of that bitch ass 30-foot wave, man. That is a physical fucking point. And I'm very interested to know that it's a physical point because I need to point my boat directly into that bitch. Otherwise, man, we're going to get sideswiped and we're fucked. So anytime I see a 30-foot wave coming at me, I know it's physical, man, 100%. And the horizon I see 30 feet below that wave is a physical place, guaranteed. How about that? I just came up with that off the cuff. Swinging.
How about that? Catch me outside.
That's awesome. I needed a good laugh. Damn it. Hey, laughter's like the savior of all things.
It's what's life without laughter.
If you don't laugh at this shit, man, you're doing it all wrong. That's an Isa Mikulski quote. Check with him on that. He taught me that. Because, dude, you're taking this flat earth shit too seriously, man. You need to have more fun with this flat earth stuff. And because if you're not having fun doing it, man, you're doing it all wrong. So, hey, there's serious times in here, but even the serious times I laugh at because you got some NASA guy pinned down in the corner and you're like,
I just want people to pick up in the actual, like, live stream instead of being in the voice text.
Are you talking about Talcama Deschel?
Yeah, and I mean all of them. Let's
your mic.
Talk it out. Yeah, let's talk it out.
Let's do this.
Open your mic, buddy. Last time you did it, I think you left in a half, but all right, we're pretty relaxed. Hey, there we go. All right, we're going to leave you with Jenna. Jenna's gonna talk by herself with Talcama. They've been having a back and forth.
Let's
go for it.
Where you at, Tal? Talcamar? Can I call you Tal for short? Is that okay?
Or Kama.
You can call me Jen for short if you want.
Or Dersherel.
I'm just wanting to know because he's saying, oh well. He's giving me his opinion of that photo with the infrared that cuts out all the haze.
The world record.
And he's just giving me his opinion on it, and I just want to know where he sees any curvature in that photo. I don't. He's saying it's just poor quality. I'm like, actually. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Tal, I think you can mic up. Talcamar, I think you can mic up, buddy.
Yeah, he opened up his mic just before. So
he's muted now. I don't know what happened. Talcum powder. Where you at, man? I'm sorry.
He said talcum powder.
Well, talc.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You spoke in the text for like 2 weeks before you opened your mic. You opened your mic last time for about 5 minutes, and then you rage quit, and now you're back.
Dude, don't be shy, man. I mean, we're just people hanging out going, hey, man, Earth is super interesting. Let's talk about it.
We're having a laugh.
Jeremiah.
Earth is super interesting.
Talcamar.
Damn, about we live on Earth. What could be more interesting than
Hey, you've never used your mic before, Talcamar, and now is as good a time as any to test that mic out to see if it works, Talcamar.
Probably broken. Like everyone else.
Got a new mic literally today. Just tried to talk. You couldn't hear me. We'll try again. Sometimes this happens.
All right, let's move along. Next.
Yeah, he's not. Next.
Yeah, he'll come around.
Next. You are the weak.
You know, you know what?
Think goodbye.
The first time I ever went on any live stream with anybody ever, dude, I get on the phone and I'm like, or I get on I don't know. I'm like talking. I'm like, hey, what's up, guys? Dude here, man. And they're like, dude, what's up? You know? And I'm like, and I looked in my kitchen, man, and my fucking sink is like blowing up, you know? I'm like, oh, fuck. I gotta go, man. And I just muted, right? You know, and it took me like, you know, it was 24 hours later, I finally come back and I'm like, dude, man, I'm so sorry. Or, you know, literally when I, you know, got on the line with you guys, man, it blew up, man. I was like, fuck.
You know, I've got a story like that. I joined Geo's server, and I was like server muted, and then I think some of the other guys were in here, from in here, were in there, and they go, "Oh, yeah, unmute him," you know. And I had my headphones on, I was sleeping, and I was snoring. So they opened the mic and I was snoring, and I woke up in the morning and I had all these personal messages like, hey man, and someone recorded me and
yeah, that's fantastic, Timbo. What a great story. I love that, man, because I mean, you don't know, man. You hear these people talking for, you know, a month or two or something or whatever. Like, hey, dude, I want to call in. I want to get in on the call. You know, I'm going to get in on this. And you're like, finally get in. And you're like, yeah, you're snoring. I had a fucking pipe burst in my kitchen. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. You know, it might have been a sign we should have stayed away, you know, but, you know, we didn't.
Well, the first time I copped Miggy in here as well was, like, I'd open my mic. He was the first person I ever spoke to. And there was just kind of a brief conversation. Then I jumped in one night. Yeah, and then I jumped in one night, and it was night for me. I think it was Sunny and someone else. And then we started talking about 9/11. And then I sat down, I was home alone, and I got really drunk. And then Miggy came in, started like grilling me.
Yeah.
I just muted and went to bed. I can't talk to this guy, man.
No, dude, I'm not prepared. I'm in a different state of mind right now. I need to check out. And you guys know me, man. You'll catch me like starting to hit that wall, and I'm like, hey, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. I'll just say cheers in the chat usually.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I'm gone. But
because you come in here late. What time you normally come in?
I come in late. It's 10 to midnight my time.
Yeah,
which is, you know, like,
just when the
UK,
evening.
just when those UK Mongos start to wake up, and you know, all the East Coasters and Midwesters, they're sound asleep, man. They're done.
Yeah.
You know.
It gets pretty quiet after you go to bed. It's it gets pretty quiet in here. Ether's got sleeping problems, so he's always up.
Yeah, I heard him last night, man, and like late. Yeah, I caught a little bit of that, man. I think
he stays up during the night and sleeps during the day, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I don't think you're too far off. I mean, at least he did the other last weekend. He was staying up late and sleeping late, getting up late. Right.
And then I think Satoshi Nakamoto, I think he falls asleep with his mic open. Can you see? Every day.
That's kind of what I was. Well, at least I muted myself before I started dozing off.
Oh, sorry, mate. Did we wake you up?
Oh, you're good. I was like half asleep, just kind of listening in.
I got everything all figured out, guys. Don't lie. Don't be an asshole. Do the best you can, and the rest will work itself out, man. I'll keep it simple.
And don't worry about shit. That you can't control.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the most important
They
things.
used to tell me back growing up, they would say, don't worry about the small shit. And by the way, everything is small shit. I was like, that's a good one. Yeah,
that's good.
I can go roll with
take
that.
life too seriously, man. None of us are going to make it out of here alive.
No shit, man. We're all fucked.
Exactly.
So
my motto is the only thing that is for certain is death.
And taxes, of course. Come on.
Yeah, you know what? I barely pay those. We're not going to talk about that.
Hey, everybody pays taxes.
Talk about this.
Get some
Let's
gasoline,
talk about this.
taxes. Get a candy bar, taxes. Yeah, Anyway, go ahead.
Death is a great leveler. It's great to learn about the leveler of the world.
You're right. You're right. Flatsy.
Interesting thing about death and leveling. You know what the root words for mortgage is? Like a mortgage?
Yeah.
Like mortality.
You're going to the morgue. You're going to go to the morgue.
If I recall, it's a death contract.
Yeah, mortgage. Yeah, it is.
I learned that from Crow 777. I was like, oh, those bastards. Those fucking I remember hearing that for the first time. I was like, why didn't I put that together, years ago?
And people will sell themselves to slavery to a bank so that they can have a place to live that they'll probably never actually own because they'll get a reverse mortgage, or the government will take it for one reason or another, eminent domain type stuff. We pay rent
on your
so we
life,
get to use
on
stuff.
your life away.
Here's the other bitch, man. Check this out. This is a super reality check. There's no fucking U-Haul going to the fucking cemetery with your ass, okay?
Speak for yourself. I'm taking all my stuff with me.
There's no fucking U-Haul. You don't get to take any of this shit with you, man. Nothing.
Imagine being a
Computer, guitar, none of this shit matters, bro.
They build like a pyramid or something. The Tara's got his guitar in there and all this stuff.
Keep that in mind, man. None of this shit is real. You're not taking any of this shit with you. And once you come to that,
I've already designed my gravestone.
Yeah. What do you got?
It's just gonna be flat.
Oh, I'll be here all week.
You should put the verse.
Your waitresses.
Cite the verse. Says the foundations will not be moved.
If I was going to have a headstone, right, I'm going full digital on this shit, right? Going full flat earth. Right?
You do a hologram?
Like a screen. I'm going to have like a fucking video screen there playing a fucking loop video of like flat earth and, a bunch of truths, man. 9/11. Yeah,
digital
I'll keep
headstone.
It'll be the future, man. So
that's
you get a hologram.
My fucking headstone, man.
You get a hologram.
Try to
People can
wake
talk to
people
you.
up from the dead, man. I'm dead. I'm trying to wake you up, bitches.
No, it'll just be a chat GPT type thing based off your personality.
Message.
Yeah, you guys could ask me
Pre-record a message to put on the screen.
Chat. What would Flat Earth dude say? What's the shape of the Earth? Well, of course it's flat.
Oh, dude. Ridiculous. That reminds me. I asked ChatGPT to write a poem about Flat Earth Professor, dude, and it was like,
no, you did.
Yeah, because I was bored, and you were talking at the time. So it's kind of like when you do a Mad Lib thing. Well, you happen to be the next person to talk, so your name ended up being the.
Dude, Mad Libs used to rule, man. That was so badass. Even back in the 80s, that shit was fucking tight, man. I love to ad-lib, man, because you just put an adjective and a verb here and there. It's like, oh, fuck me, man.
Here we go. I did not write this poem.
Right.
Artificial
You're gonna post it, or you're gonna read it? You're gonna post it?
No, I'm just gonna post it. I'm not reading that.
Shit. Does anybody read poetry well? I knew a girl, man. She read the coolest poetry, man. She could really
I read poetry. I write poetry.
The first.
Right. Do you want to read?
I had to like roll the dice with it because the first ones were really offensive.
Hold up.
Go ahead, Jen.
An overview. Quick.
Take your time.
Flat Earth. Okay. All right. Got you.
Take your time.
Flat Earth Professor Dude, an awesome hippie guy from Cali, with long hair, tie-dye shirts, and a smile, always jolly. He walks barefoot on the grass, in tune with nature's beat, and spreads his wisdom far and wide, with passion and with heat. He believes the earth is flat. Oops, stop fucking posting. Stop posting, y'all, for a second so I can fucking read this.
Thank you.
Can I start over? Okay. He believes.
He believes. First of all, I don't believe the earth is flat. I know it's flat. You gotta change that.
This is what I didn't change a word. This is what the AI put.
Like this. He believes the earth is flat with an unwavering conviction and uses science and reason to support his predictions. He speaks of ancient cultures, of myths and legends old, and of secret societies whose knowledge is pure gold. He advocates for freedom, for individual thought, and stands up against the mainstream with courage that can't be bought. He's a rebel with a cause, a visionary with a dream, and his message of true love he shares in every stream. So let us all embrace the Flat Earth Professor Dude and listen to his teachings with an open mind and attitude, for he may just have the answers to the questions we all seek, and his wisdom and his love may just make our hearts complete.
Oh, spot on.
Hey, fucking shout out to the chat, GP, baby.
Cheers.
That's awesome. Man. That's so good.
That's fucking awesome, man. Dude, I gotta mooch that, bro. I gotta mooch that shit.
Take it, man. Now, I had to like keep on kind of rolling the dice several times, like 10 times, because all of them were really offensive. And I thought about like, write a nice poem about Flat Earth Professor. And then I got this one.
Oh, shit. That's great. That's the
change
coolest
what you
thing
want. I just thought it was funny.
Funniest thing that's happened to me all year, man. That is so cool and funny. Holy shit. Yeah, no doubt. That beats the whole Flat Earth meetup thing 100 times, man. That was great. It's a great weekend, but that was way funnier, man.
Now, if we add music to it, then you'll have a song, and then the bards will start singing of the legends of Flat Earth Professor Dude in the future.
Non-legends. Hey, the world is a funny place, man. And
yeah,
that's weird. Okay,
it is weird. The word "weird" is weird.
The word "weird" is weird. Where does that weird come from, man?
Old English, weird, destiny. Here, I'll take a screenshot. It basically, originally meant having the power to control destiny.
I thought it was just strange and different. But
well, I mean, that's what it means to a lot of people now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I always. Well, you're weird.
If somebody calls me weird, I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm not God or anything, but all right, I'll take it. Whatever you want to call me.
I'll take it. I'll take the weird, man. I used to go to Austin. There's a music scene down there on 6th Street, but they would always sell these shirts and everything that said "Keep Austin weird." Keep it weird, man. Keep Austin weird.
Hey, do you guys have a Glober sitting in here? Like, it looks like Bacon sitting in the.
Well, we took Bacon.
Yeah,
I took Bacon.
Mayhem, please take Bacon and talk to him a little bit. He's going a little crazy in the chat. I'm going to sleep.
I've seen that. I was looking at the chat.
Bacon, I like your name.
Well, thank you. It's not my name though, but thank you.
Well, I mean, that's what you are in here. You're Bacon. What's up, Bacon?
So,
Who doesn't love bacon, man?
I just have one question for you, Bacon. Do you agree or disagree? Beef bacon is the king of all bacons.
Which bacon?
Beef bacon. You're the king of all bacons.
Beef bacon.
Brisket.
Like cow.
Right.
Because turkey bacon sucks, and everybody eats pork bacon, but beef bacon's awesome.
I'm only familiar with pork bacon.
What? Dude, immediately get beef bacon tomorrow. It's the best.
I'm not
It'll
sure
change your life. Oh, dude.
I'll see what I can find.
All right, I digress. Back to the
Mayhem.
Mayhem.
Have you had beef bacon?
I don't think I've had beef bacon.
Me either, man. That's why I asked
That's
you.
Weird.
Like, what the hell is beef bacon?
Where do you get that from? What part of the cow is beef bacon from?
I guess it's.
But
I don't know.
Okay. So Bacon, what are you texting in the live stream voice text? Why are you putting some stuff in there? Are you trying to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe? What's going on?
No, I'm addressing a picture, a reference that was sent before of circles of equal altitude being coplanar.
Yeah, he was saying he was saying celestial navigation only works on a globe because he created a strawman model of the flat Earth where it doesn't work.
Oh, well, that's no bueno. We can't have you drawing a strawman model of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm completely open to maybe I got the model wrong. That's fine. Open for that.
The thing is, there isn't a model to any of the overall perspective of the entire realm, either globe or flat. Wrap your noodle around that one. There isn't anybody that has a map that's going to tell you what the whole entire Earth looks like as a whole. And I don't care who they are. No AE map, no Gleason's, no Globe, no, Mercator, no nothing. You're not going to have the entire Earth looking like a representation of itself on a map anywhere. You can take that to the bank. And I can challenge anyone on this. The map is not the land.
I guarantee nobody's been up high enough to see it.
Entirely, yeah. Nobody has.
Even if you went high enough to see it, the problem would be the ground would distort because of perspective, and so it wouldn't look the way it should look if you were looking at it from an absolute vantage point where you could see all of it with parallel rays. You're looking at it from an angle, so you're always going to have perspective playing a part in this.
Oh yeah, always. And it's difficult because we talk about this a lot. So I don't know what Bacon's putting in there, but it sounds like he wants to have some kind of map or model because he feels like with the globe they have one of those.
Yeah, well, I would say that the globe should be able to predict where the horizon should be. If it doesn't, then it's not right.
Has he responded to that at all?
Oh, no, of course not.
What's he talking about? I'm in my truck right now, so I don't know what he's saying. Well, I can redo step by step here, and if I make something wrong, you can point it. Point what? Bacon, what are you talking about? Didn't I just say...
Okay, I'll try to explain again if I get... But I'll see if I can get to the end of it. He posted a picture of circles of equal altitude being coplanar.
Or somebody else did.
Sorry? You're a bit low.
Did you do that, or did somebody else? Did somebody post those circles, or you did? You posted.
Drace, yeah.
Yeah, we both posted circles of supposed equal altitude.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so maybe doing that on the A map is not the correct way. So I'll give you that. That might just not work because of that. But if the claim is that you can do those circles, can draw them as coplanar circles and get a correct position, then I'd like to see how that's done. I haven't seen an example of that.
On the flat Earth, is that what you're saying?
Well, in your method, you just did the same thing. You just drew circles that are.
No, they weren't coplanar. The ones that I used aren't coplanar.
How do you draw a circle on a curved surface?
Same way you do on a flat surface. You just get a point.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get the angles. The angles wouldn't work out because you'd be measuring the part of the triangle that you're measuring would be the one that's going to be curved. You know, so you can't get. It's not a triangle.
Well, what is not a triangle? What is supposed to be a triangle?
Well, aren't you measuring to the? It looks like the star. Is that not what? On the image of the like S1, S3, S2, isn't that the star that you're measuring to?
In that picture, let me see.
Yeah.
In this picture, he says it doesn't work.
Picture, right?
Yeah, in this picture, he says it doesn't work. He doesn't understand how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth, he says. And then he did something like this. I'm posting a similar image to what he did. And that, he says, proves a globe.
No, I didn't post any picture yet, did I? I don't think he puts any picture.
No, he put the picture in there, not you.
Right.
So what? How are you? You don't have a triangle to measure the distance. You wouldn't have that on a curved surface. It would be the adjacent that would be curved. You wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees. It would be impossible for you to do that.
What do you mean measure 90 degrees? I'm measuring the elevation angle. That's not 90 degrees. That's a different value. If it was 90 degrees, the star would be overhead, right?
Well, if you're measuring any degree and you're using from your vantage point, thank you, Into the Break. Look at what Into the Break put in there so you have a visual.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
You need that. Are you aware of that? The problem?
Yeah, I've seen this many times, yeah.
So why isn't that an issue?
Well, because that triangle simply isn't used. Like that, there's no need for those 3 points to make up a triangle over the surface.
Why not? Isn't that how you're measuring from like whatever distance to the star? Like even doesn't matter. We're not talking about at the moment that it's 90 degree, but like if you're measuring these angles, the surface that's the adjacent is going to be needed for the completion of the triangle.
Yeah, and also when you do the calculation, generally you have to lower the observer height down to the horizontal. Like if you do this on an airplane, you take your altitude into account and you lower it down.
No, if you're on an airplane, use a bubble 6 and you don't have to correct for dip. You don't have to correct for height of height.
What did you hop off? Yeah, you hopped off what I was telling you though. Like you're still not answering. You're saying that it's not needed. Why bring this up?
Well,
because this is definitely. You agreed with the one that Drace was putting up. You said that's what.
I didn't. What do you mean?
Correct. Drace, did he not agree with the one that the second image that you put up in the 30 minutes after the hour?
He said it's working on a globe in his version.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but that's not a globe. That's those circles are coplanar. That's the thing that I don't think works.
Oh, he's disagreeing with you. I thought he was agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, he's saying, like I said earlier, he believes it only works on a globe because he invented his own method of celestial navigation, and all textbooks concerning it are just wrong because he says it doesn't work.
You can do it without a almanac.
Well, there are other sources for the.
What are you using then? Like, what are you make something up or what? Like, what is this?
Yeah, how do you do it without an almanac? That would be just incredible if you could tell me that.
I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where
position. You need the ground position of the stars. You can use the almanac or any other source for that. There are other sources other than the almanac, but yeah, you need the ground position, of course.
Yeah. Which assumes a globe, right?
Not necessarily. I think things are going to have ground position regardless on the shape of the Earth, right? Doesn't imply Earth is a sphere.
So the ground position is what the horizontal leads to, or the bottom of the triangle.
That's what I'm. Yeah,
I don't think that makes sense because, like, if there's a star on top of another star, if I measure into the lower star or the higher star, I'm using the same point on the horizon, but they have different GPs, right?
You're not supposed to use the sextant on things on the horizon. You know that, right?
I didn't say that. I said if you have two stars on the same azimuth, so they're on the same.
You said at the horizon, but okay.
Yeah, with the sextant, you measure the angle between the star and the horizon, right?
No, you don't measure stars at the horizon.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the star is at the horizon. I'm saying you're measuring the angle between the horizon and the star. So you have star A, let's say it's higher than star B, but they're both in the same direction. So the point in the horizon you would pick to measure either to A or to B would be the same, but they have different GPs. So
no, it wouldn't be the same because the stars, if they have different GPs, they're not overlapping.
No, the azimuth.
All right, so where's
another elevation?
So bacon. Where's the point that we're drawing that this is going to point us to that? It'll give us evidence that it's working on a globe. What is a strong point here for you? Because it's not really everything that we're talking about works perfectly on a flat and stationary Earth. Like we don't have an issue here.
Actually, I don't think so. I haven't found any example showing that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you, where's the point of contention for you to you say this doesn't work on flat Earth, this only works on a globe? Like where is the? I don't see what you're trying to present here. It looks like everything is in line with what we know how to navigate practically on a flat Earth. Like, so what? Where are you bringing the information that it's actually the globe that is represented? Like, I don't.
Oh, I tested it. Like, that's something I verified.
You what? You tested it?
Yeah, that's something I verified.
What did you do? Like, what did you do? Like, what is it that you did that you verified the globe with?
Well, yeah, I verified that the circles do work. The circles of equal altitude do work on the globe for celestial navigation. I just
you're saying that.
Yeah, I'll explain.
You're just saying that, like.
No, I'll explain how. So I implemented a method that does exactly that. It figures out where those circles would overlap or intersect on, and every time you do that, it turns out the coordinate of the intersection is the coordinate of the observer, or something very close to like within the parameters of navigation, which is like not more than 20 or 25 miles. So it does work on a sphere. I use like readings that actual navigators took. I use readings that I took myself. I use data from observatories. I tested many times. It always worked. Plotting those circles on the sphere always worked very, very decently. And if you move those circles to a flat Earth, the intersections change. So you get a very bad result if you do that. That's what I'm saying. Circles of equal altitude do not work on flat Earth.
But you don't have circles of equal altitude on the globe at all.
Why not?
Because your globe is a potato and not able to have these circles.
What do you mean it's a potato?
It's an ellipsoid. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but like variation is minuscule.
No, it doesn't matter. Your globe has never been directly measured ever. It's just been assumed.
You have not brought. Yeah, you're all you're doing is assuming here. I don't see anything in here that you said so far that we're testing and verifying the Earth to be a globe.
Oh, I can show
you're very vague and everything. It sounds like you're just conjuring something up by saying it works on a sphere. Yeah, that's great, buddy. But we're not living on top of a sphere. You didn't prove that. So what you need to do is say, let's go into the field and do a demonstration out somewhere over water. Let's go to whatever lake or whatever your body of water you want to go to, and let's test this out. Because obviously right now it's just a construct that you have, and you're saying, well, it works on paper. It doesn't need to work on paper. It needs to work out in the field. You need to take what you're saying and go out somewhere and do it and verify that whatever you're talking about is also what reality is doing as well. Do you understand that point? Like, you can't just say something works on a sphere. So
but I'm not just saying. Like, I can show it if you want to. I
feel like that's what's happening, Bacon. I feel like you're presenting this information as it's something that you've thought about.
No. I actually applied it to
Where, dude? Like, can you give me somewhere? Point it out on a map or something. Say, look, I went over here. This is where I tested it, and give the room something to think about. Because you're not giving us anything.
Well, I linked my application. You can actually input any readings there, and it will tell you where you are, and it will show the method, and it will show the plotting on the sphere.
What?
But if you 1 second, if you want me to show the readings that I took myself, I only took them from my house, which would dox me, and I don't have any. Go ahead. Yeah, I tested with readings from other people too, not just mine. Is he a robot?
Yeah,
or am I a robot?
I'm not making complete sentences. Just listening to you.
Right. Yeah. So as I said before, I didn't only test with my readings. I tested with other people's readings. I tested with data from observatories. Like I got observatory data from Hawaii, and I could get the location of Hawaii using my method.
You're just assuming the Earth's a globe. There's no verification here. You're not verifying the Earth being a globe.
I'm not claiming this is proving a globe.
I know that. That's why I'm saying that there's nothing here, because you're assuming it. I understand that much, and you even admitted it right now. So, what are we doing if not verifying the globe? It's more like some type of idea that you think that it works on paper. Well, that's all good and well for you. So many things work on paper. Like, you can make a formula for Superman to fly. Like, so what? Works on paper. Like, doesn't mean it's reality. We want to get to the bit where we're actually challenging people to go out into the field and prove to us that the thing we're standing on is actually a globe. And that's what you're not doing. So
I did that.
Why?
I said.
What's with all? Dude, you're blowing a lot of hot air at us. It's like, we don't want that. We don't need that. We need people to actually say, okay, let's go do something out there. Let's go test it. And here's what I've done. And go. You guys can go do the same thing too. So we'll repeat what you've done if it's something legitimate that we can all go verify that the Earth is indeed a globe. But it's not. That's like you said. It's not what you were doing. You're not here to just verify the Earth's being a globe. So what? It's like, then what? Are you just wanting us to indulge you in your concept? Like, what is this?
Yeah, my point.
I'm just trying to figure out what is your end game here? Like, what?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, my point is to address that you can draw circles of equal altitude on a flat surface and use that as a method in celestial navigation. You can't. Whether or not this proves the Earth is a globe or not is debatable. But that's not what I'm addressing. What I'm addressing is that you can actually do this. I don't think you can do this. And I'm challenging anyone to demonstrate that.
Yeah, but you can't do it on something that doesn't exist, like a globe.
Well, you can do it on a globe and it works.
Yeah, but you would need direct measurements of a globe for it to be a globe. So can you please provide such things?
I'm not sure if I understood the question.
Oh, it's very, very simple. Yeah, direct measurements of curvature is all we ask for. If you're going to say it's a globe, then it needs to be a globe. The globe would be what?
That's like a separate thing. I'm not saying.
No, it's not. It's actually the actual thing. No, it's not a separate thing. It's the actual thing.
Well, I was specifically addressing that you can't.
So basically, what he's doing is a process of elimination. He's doing what we're doing. He's turning it around, and I'll explain to you guys. Is basically what we do, right? We say that, well, if it's not Earth's not curving anywhere, what else can it be? And we have them answer the word flat. So he's saying, well, if this doesn't work on a flat Earth, then what else can it be? I'm not saying it's proving the globe, but what else can it be? Like, that's what he's trying to tell us. You know, his little weird example that he's trying to provide here. That's what he's saying. That's what he wants us to say.
No, I'm not
even. You would need the globe for that. So show me where that is.
Yeah, that's not my point. The point is, it was very specific. That coplanar circles of equal altitude don't work to give you.
You keep saying that. Yeah, but you keep saying that. How are people navigating using this method? And then you say that it just can't work on a flat Earth. It's only flat Earth. There's only a flat and stationary Earth. There's nothing else. So it has to be working on that. What do you mean it's not working on that?
Because
that's the only thing that there is.
People aren't.
And I'll give you something to think about. Okay, so like I said before, where if you did the process of elimination, like if the Earth is not curving anywhere, there's no measurable curvature, it can only be flat. That's the only thing that's left because it's not curving up or down. There's no convex concave curvature measured anywhere. So if that's the case, the Earth is flat, and the navigation that's been used by the ancients have always been the same on the Earth that's not having any curve. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to use some kind of little idea that's going to say that it doesn't work on a flat Earth, but that's the only thing that it's been working on. So you're defeating your own self by trying to come up with something that's trying to defeat the thing that we've been telling you. You can't do it because it's only, in reality, the only thing we have is a flat level Earth. That's it. Unless you have the evidence, like Flatsy Klein was saying, that the Earth is a globe, then we can look at that. Other than that, if you don't have the direct evidence empirically, then you don't have nothing. Sorry, but you're just really spinning your wheels in here. For what reason, I have no idea. Like I said, your little example is not going to get anywhere in here unless you say, look, it's going to lead us to the Earth being a globe. It's not doing that. You admitted that, and I told you that it's not that either. So unless you have some verification of the Earth being a globe, I don't know what you're doing. But you don't.
Best I can offer so far is that my method works. And it's not for Earth, and I haven't found one that works.
What math?
I just hear people claiming it's being done.
Math?
I haven't seen anyone showing it.
Oh, so you're doing math?
I'm doing a method, I said.
No, are you okay?
It can be done physically.
What is it? Please let me know this.
Yeah, you plot the circles of equal altitude on a sphere, and you're getting the coordinates of the intersection.
No. Start with the observation.
Okay.
Start with the observation. You observe a star and you record its angle, its direction on your compass.
No, you don't record the direction.
Hello.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Tell me your methodology, how you do this.
Right. You get the elevation angles. You get their ground positions at the time you took the readings. You turn the elevation angles into a distance, which is the radius of a small circle. Plot those small circles on the sphere using latitude and longitude coordinates.
Why are we putting them on a sphere, Bacon? Why are we putting them on a sphere?
Because he asked what I do. I'm describing what I do.
No, I know, but I'm saying, why are we putting them on a sphere?
Because that's the method that I do that works.
Why are you adding that?
I don't... man, listen. I'm trying to figure out something. Why are you inferring a sphere here? Why are you talking about sphere? What is this method that you're using a sphere for? Why does it have to be a sphere? Why can't it be another geometric shape? Why is it a sphere?
It's going to give you a different result that is not going to match your position.
Why does it have to be a sphere? I'm asking you the question. Why aren't you telling me the answer? Why does it have to be a sphere?
Why do you think it gives you a different result? The GPs are going to be in the same location. It's going to look the same because on the globe you don't account for perspective or anything.
The distance of a sphere
it's not flat. It's a triangle.
To something other than a sphere, because like a sphere is non-developable, which means if you remap those points into a flat surface, the distances change. So the circles wouldn't be circles anymore. If you keep them as circles, then you're changing the distance.
The triangle? No, but it's a triangle.
What? A triangle?
The distance to the GPs are still going to be the same, little man. What are you talking about?
I don't think you know what you're talking about, Bacon. Honestly, you talked yourself into like a twisted pretzel. You don't know what you're saying. Honestly,
how my method works.
You're way too confused right now to like explain anything. You're really, it's just so confusing, man. What you're saying, your method is utter garbage, man. Like and I'm asking you a question. You didn't. Well, I'm asking you, why are you using a sphere? You don't answer me. You're just like, well, that's just because how the method works.
Yes,
that's just how the method works.
Some other shape. I mean, this is the specific method that I plot on the sphere. Why?
What does the sphere add to this?
Yeah, what does it add?
Plot the circles somewhere. You need a shape for the Earth. If you pick a sphere, they actually intersect.
No, you're using the GPs and the angle to the star. What are you talking about?
No, bro, it's a triangle.
Yeah, but if you want to know the position of the intersections, then you need some shape. You don't get the position of the intersections.
No, you don't. You just need the angle and the GPs. You just told us.
No.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Oh, the GP.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
I'll give an example.
The angle of the intersection is not going to change the thing.
Bro, it's a triangle, bro. Length, width, height divided by 3.
Imaginary angles.
Okay.
What's the height of the stars you're looking at? How high are they from the horizon?
It's 200 centimeters.
It's how much you're measuring. What do you mean?
I need to know how close the stars you're looking at are to the horizon, to know how off you are.
Well, each reading is a different amount of degrees, and I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, he's never going to give you an answer. He's never going to give you an answer, Grace.
I'll pick up an example.
No, dude. No. I'm Bacon. You. Whatever method you have, you don't even know how to explain it to anybody. And the questions that people ask you specifically about your method, you can't even give them about your own damn method. So you're just too far down the rabbit. You're so freaking confused. There's nothing you don't understand.
How does it work if I'm that confused? You think
you don't know that you would have been able to explain to everybody real easily.
Yeah,
you're struggling right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm struggling to understand the questions. I understand the method perfectly fine. I implemented it more than twice.
And then what is it proving after you get to the end result? What are you trying to prove?
That this method is
a triangle.
This method is what?
Accurate.
What? Accurate for what?
To be a triangle.
There's someone mocking the conversation.
I don't know. I can't hear you, man. Say it again. Some kid is talking. Say it again.
Exactly. Can we solve that?
It's top G.
It's just trolling.
He keeps on repeating himself about this triangle nonsense.
Yeah, dude. If you're listen, you can stay in here just listening. I will if you don't shut up.
Well, I mean, it was an argument that was brought up before, and it's valid.
All right, just be quiet. Just be quiet for now. Just be quiet for now. I'm asking this guy a question, so he needs to answer.
Yeah, you're trying to talk. Like, stop talking for real.
Oh shit, dude. Hey, Drace, can you mute these guys before I get on
there? Done.
You're not busy. Thank you, sir. All right. Continue. Bacon.
I wasn't saying. I think it was you.
Oh, you were on a point, man. I wanted you to get to the bottom of why, if this isn't proving anything, right? We're talking about endgame, and you're just in here talking about a method. A method to what? We're following the line of logic here. What is the method for?
To get your location.
And that's it.
That's where you are. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep. Tells your location.
Okay. This isn't the 24/7 GPS server. We're not trying to figure out where we're at. We're trying to figure out what this is. Do you understand that, Bacon?
Right, but I was
Hello?
specific on my point. I was addressing.
I'm being specific in my point, Bacon, that you're not in here just talking about a method and in a 24/7 flat Earth Discord. You're gonna come in here and tell us how the Earth is not flat and stationary by you providing evidence that it's a globe, sir. And you're not doing that. So you can talk about basket weaving or your favorite color or how much you love ice cream in another server.
Yeah.
Not in this one. So when you come in here, you're going to give us some examples or demonstrations or citations or primary source of how the Earth is a globe. I don't want to hear that you're just, well, it's a method. A method for what? A method for knowing where you are on the Earth. Okay, that's great. We've been doing that. That's no biggie. We know that. But what is it going to tell us about the Earth being a globe? Because you started saying, well, it works on a sphere. It works on a sphere. Great. Yeah. What does the sphere have to do with the Earth? Are you saying that because you said you're using a sphere, are you implying that the Earth is a sphere? Yes, come on, man. You got to help me out here. Is that what you're saying? Okay, yes, so now are you implying?
Analog for the Earth.
Bacon. Are you implying that because you're using a sphere that the Earth is also a sphere?
That is what I'm using the sphere.
Help me out here.
It's an analog for the Earth.
Say again.
It is what the sphere is being used for. It's an analog for the Earth.
Okay, you got to be a straight shooter with me, man. Are you saying that you're using a sphere because you think that's what the Earth is?
The Earth. Yes, that sphere represents the Earth, and it actually works to get your location. That's the whole point.
So because this method works, what you're talking about, and you're using a sphere, you're saying that's why the Earth is a sphere.
There's like 4 people in check-in.
It's what now?
I would say it's evidence.
It's evidence.
Yeah, if you can use it as a sphere and get an accurate location, I'd say that's evidence that your assumption that it is here is correct.
And so, what if you treat it like another geometric shape?
Well, what if the almanac
didn't work?
What if the almanac assumed that the Earth was a cube? It would work too, right?
The almanac makes no assumptions on the shape of the Earth. It just tells you the ground conditions.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, this guy's Bacon. You're full of shit, dude. I gotta say that. You are. You know you are, right. Man. You know that they're assuming they're also assuming that the Earth is a globe. Come on, dude. We weren't born yesterday. This conversation like we have in here with people, we're always about like what's real. We already know the information that's given out to us by everybody that's putting stuff on books. They're assuming the Earth to be a sphere. We know this. Don't give me that shit that they're just, it's just information, man. They're just unbiased. It's out there. It's just information. Bullshit, dude. That's what we gotta say. Everybody's got the globe bias, dude, and you already know this.
Yeah, but ground positions aren't globe based. They're just where you be to see that celestial body overhead. If you're there and the celestial body is overhead, then the information is correct. That's not an assumption.
Oh my goodness! You don't look up.
That is observable.
No, you don't look up to know what's underneath your feet. If it's not curving,
I didn't say that.
Okay,
that's not what I'm saying. Fuzzily, Jerry said that the almanac is assuming sphere. The almanac says where you would have to be on the Earth to see that star overhead at a specific point in time. If you're at that location and you look overhead and you see that celestial body, that is not a globe assumption. That's simply something you can observe yourself.
It's an assumption that the light from the star is coming to you in a straight line.
That is not assumed by the almanac. All the almanac tells you is where you would see the celestial body overhead. It doesn't imply that the light is coming in straight lines.
Assuming the light reaches your eye in a straight line, and then to make all that work, they have to bend the baseline.
Well, just a quick thing: you can't have a straight line in terms of light.
Yeah. Also, the almanac predicted that I would have my blackberry frost, and I did. So, what about this climate?
We're talking about the non-almanac.
This isn't evidence for the globe. It's not evidence for the globe. Your method is silly.
It works.
It has way too many. It works for who? For you?
It never works.
Everyone that tried.
No, it's never ever.
Right, yeah, but you said I use the sphere. The method works, therefore the Earth is a sphere.
I said it's evidence. Yeah.
It's not.
No,
evidence.
it's not. It's not evidence. Evidence is something that points to something being empirically true. Like if I'm showing you that the Earth appears as flat and stationary to us, it appears that way, right? We're looking at it. It doesn't feel any motion, so it appears that the Earth is representing itself to us as flat and stationary. So we start with the base axiom. We're going to do a line of sight test. We're going to see if there's any curvature at the supposed rate that they tell us with the values of the Earth as a globe, because they give us a radius, diameter, and circumference. So we have all that information. Now we're going to test the globe and see if it is one. All right?
Prediction doesn't match up.
Yeah, but if you establish an axiom, you have to like a comparative choices in order to make a conclusion.
No, there's only what the Earth is representing itself to us as.
Well, no, because comparative choices introduce other variables. Because you brought up your axiom as the measurement itself, which is wrong.
No, the axiom is the base. Listen. You weren't listening to me. The axiom is the baseline for your starting point. What does the Earth look like? First of all, when you're at the beach, you're looking off into the horizon, and you see the horizontal horizon looking pretty flat. So you start there. Is it flat? Is it curved? We don't know. Let's start there because it looks flat. Right?
Well, you probably mean.
You follow me?
No, you probably mean axiomatic. Not. You can't establish axioms.
No. The axiom is that it looks flat.
No. An axiom is what is self-evident through principles, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it self-evident?
In a scientific study, you can't bring that up like that.
Isn't it self-evident that it looks flat?
Well, I'm just telling you that you can't use an axiom of measurement in a scientific study. No, you can't.
I didn't use the measurement.
Well, yes, you did. You said axiom. You said this axiom. Well, you implied that you're.
Okay, yeah, because you're putting the cart right now before the horse because you only heard what you want and you're just making an argument.
No, I
want you to understand. You're making an argument that's it's invisible. It wasn't there. You just made one up. You conjured up this argument.
You need to be distinctive because it matters in terms.
I am being distinctive. You're not listening.
Well, no, you're not. You weren't. You literally just said you tried to change the meaning of axiom by implying that axiom is related to scientific study in your measurement.
No,
and that matters because you introduce other variables.
Okay, so what is science to you, buddy?
Dude, you got wax in your ears or something, dude, because you didn't listen to what I just said. Or either that or you're thick. Either one. Pick one. Because you didn't listen to what I said. It's self-evident that it looks flat when you're taking a look at the Earth as it represents itself to us. Right? That's what I said.
Axiom in scientific... Right, you can use that in regular dialogue. But I thought you were implying a paper with variables. Otherwise,
Base axiom goes off of observation of the natural world.
Okay, but that's like saying.
Are you okay, dude? You're conjuring up this.
I'm not conjuring up anything.
Yeah, you are. You really are, and you're making a point out of nothing. It's like the straw man you just designed. Or you want to punch it? Go ahead.
I mean, do you not know the scientific definition of axiom? I thought you were trying to use the scientific definition of axiom, and when you did it wrong. So I was just calling it out. But you can continue what you're saying. Just make that background understanding that you're not being scientific.
So you're being scientific.
No, you're making the claim. I was just telling you what was wrong with it.
Please define.
Okay, so go ahead and tell me what is the axiom for us representing the Earth representing itself to us.
A scientific axiom?
The Earth, sir. The Earth. When you look upon the Earth,
you're talking about a lie.
When you look upon the Earth, what do you see?
This is.
Go ahead, answer the question.
Once you tell me
because this is what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Because there's many answers to the question. I'm not sure exactly how.
No, there's not many answers to the question. No, there isn't.
I'm not sure exactly what you're doing.
No, you're just being weaselly right now. You don't want to answer the question because I got you on a point.
When I look up on the Earth, you want me to tell you the radius? What do you like, circumference?
No. Oh my God.
What atmosphere I'm looking at? There's multiple layers of atmosphere.
You don't have to overcomplicate this. Okay,
no.
You're overcomplicating.
The Earth is quite complicated.
No, it's not. You're complicating it. You're complicating it. So
maybe you're very smart. Why don't you just tell me what you want me to answer?
No. Because I'm trying to get there, but you keep rambling. Okay. So when you go to the beach and you look upon the Earth, you see. Why do you want to interrupt when I'm not finished? Let me finish. Tell you what I'm saying here. When you go to the beach, you look upon. Shit, dude. What the hell is your problem? Can you just sit still for a little bit?
You just don't make any sense. You got to actually direct the question to something because there's so many things you could depict from looking down on the beach.
Well, if you keep opening your damn yapper, you're not going to hear it. How about that?
Finish your point.
Oh my God, dude! Somebody mute this guy, for God's sakes.
You're gonna finish your point then?
No, you're muted. Jesus, man. All right. So when you go to the beach, I'm going to say this if you're here or not, so I don't really care. When you go to the beach, you look upon the horizon, and you see a flat and pretty level horizon, don't you? That is where you start. That is your base axiom. You start there. You're looking at the Earth and seeing what it looks like to you, me, and everybody else. And everybody can say this because we've had people in here that think that the Earth is a globe that says it looks pretty flat to them locally. So I don't care if you think the Earth is a globe and you agree that the Earth is flat, you're still going to see the same thing. Self-evident to you, me, and everyone else.
Which is what axiom.
And you don't need to...
By the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Self-evident.
That's
what axiom means, is that it's self-evident.
Yeah, I posted the definition in the chat there, axiom, for anybody that needs it.
I feel like we go round and round with these guys, and it just keeps getting dumber and dumber with these guys.
Yeah, he said something about the scientific definition of axiom, and I'm like, I'm sitting here looking it up, and I'm like, axiom. Here's your definition. I'm not getting anything about a scientific definition. I keep coming to the same thing. So there's that for that guy.
Yeah, exactly. I already knew.
We've been doing this for years. This character might have popped in here thinking he knows what he's talking about and gotten himself into a pickle here. But anyway, he made a really nice little getaway for bacon. I was really wanting to get to bacon again. But, this guy's now in here, so let me unmute his mic because he thinks he knows what's going on.
A mathematical concept, by the way, would be the globe. So, good luck proving that, showing us that physical horizon that should be there. Because
don't twist the word mathematical. Don't do that.
Yeah, well, the mathematics have already been twisted. I didn't do it.
No, it's okay. Look, let's just say you are correct. In regular speech, you wouldn't really do that and try to twist the concept.
In regular speech, look at this.
The general point here is that it is a mathematical concept.
What's the general point?
And you muted me for no reason. So
no, I muted you because you're a dumbass and you're interrupting me.
Now you're insulting.
That's why I muted.
Yeah, I wasn't clear.
Yeah, I know. It's great, isn't it?
I wasn't making
it's
an
great
argument.
to insult people who are actual dumbasses and interrupt and, think that they're high-sounding and lofty. Oh, I just got to correct you here. Freaking idiot, dude. We've been doing this for years.
You're the one who muted somebody because you were mad.
You
ended up being wrong on the end. I mean, it's just
because you say people are wrong doesn't make it wrong. Sorry.
I mean, dude, you lack complete etiquette in debate. I mean, I don't even know how.
I don't care, dude. I don't care because you know what? When it comes to the real conversations, I know you don't.
It's quite obvious.
Yeah, because when it comes to real conversations, you can't have one. You're only used to probably these
I've been
moderated
trying to have a conversation with you. I even told you to explain your point multiple times.
No, you don't. I did. And if you were listening, that's great. If you weren't,
why don't we get back to the point then? Let's talk about axioms.
I did. I wasn't even talking. As a matter of fact, you were just like a bystander to the guy I was talking to. He actually made his exit because thank you very much. You were interrupted.
I interrupted. I interjected because you were making the presumption that there was backhand understanding in the conversation that an axiom. You're using the non-scientific definition of axiom.
You misdefined.
You need to establish that because you were trying to make a claim, and with the axiom that was not scientific at all.
I can establish it right now.
Establish. Okay, well, you need to establish it then. He wasn't establishing it. He was just going on with the conversation.
We did.
You need to be careful before you start claiming axioms or inside.
You need to be careful.
We're not
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. Yeah,
I obviously know you have no grasp of statistics or mathematics past the junior level.
What are you talking about? Okay, who are you anyways? Are you some kind of professor or something? Please tell me you are.
I'm a graduate
Please tell me you're somebody in education.
Graduate student.
I'm about to lay waste to your whole little paradigm here because you think you know what's going on. Oh, you're correcting people in here. Shut up, dude.
I mean, the fact you didn't even make a claim like that. See?
Shut up. Yeah, see? You don't got nothing to add to this conversation. I was talking
I was adding a bunch of stuff. You're just going off topic here. I don't know why you keep doing that.
All right. What is the Earth representing itself to you, me, and everybody? Is it a globe? Is it self-evident that it's a globe?
Well, the world can mean a lot of things. I don't know.
Is it self-evident that it's a globe, sir? I'm asking you a question, and why are you diverting? Answer the damn question. Yes. Is it self-evident that it's a globe?
Well,
let's think about this.
There's very high probability.
Oh, it's very what?
Show us that. What makes it a high probability?
Look how funny the guy who was correcting me sounds.
He has their own perspective on the globe.
Well, I would like to know what your high probability proof is. What actually is the high probability of it being a globe? What's the proof of that?
Okay, well, you can take the orbital spin of Earth and apply general relativity.
Okay, so where did they detect that?
How about general relativity? General relativity.
No. Hang on. No. We're not. Hang on, Flatsy. Hang on. 1 second. No. I asked him a specific question.
You see, you didn't even let me finish the point.
Answer. No, because you didn't. You're not on a point right now. The question that I asked previous to the one you just answered right now is not specific to what I asked you. The audience is listening right now, and we're going to get to the bottom of this because you sounded like you know what you're talking about, and now the audience is going to be like, wait a minute, the man who sounded like he knew what he was talking about all of a sudden doesn't know if the Earth is self-evident to be a globe. Is it self-evident that the Earth is a globe?
I'll just let the study talk for itself. I'll drop in the chat. Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
What study? What are you talking about? Oh, so now you don't.
It's a general relativity proof. It's a general relativity proof using axiomatic proofs.
No. You don't divert. I'm asking you a specific question.
It's the current.
Yeah. You want to say other words. The thing that I need to hear from you is if the Earth is representing itself to you as a globe. If it's self-evident, is it self-evident that it's a globe?
Well, you make that question as if I'm 100%. I'm not 100% on anything, right? But I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish the point. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I could introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right? But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not. Why would I want to have a conversation?
It was part of the breakfast analogy that I was trying to make a point of.
Yeah, but you just said there's a possibility I'm speaking to a schizophrenic. Why would I want to do that?
No, you don't take it literally. It was making a situation.
I have to. You just told me that. I have to take it literally because you just finished saying that. So now you're schizophrenic. Or at least you there could be a chance that you're schizophrenic. Why would I want to take a chance?
Now I just think you're joking, okay? Why don't we just go move on to the subject matter here?
You're the one that told me there's a percentage that you could be schizophrenic.
Well, yeah. Well, there's an overwhelmingly high probability that I'm not schizophrenic.
Yeah.
To a point where you should converse.
That's a problem.
It's not 100%. I could be a schizophrenic. It's not 100%.
See, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Why would I want to have a conversation?
But we're not going to go into a dialogue and ask if I'm a schizophrenic, right?
See what you guys do.
It's not a wise policy to establish.
You guys are easy. You don't know anything, man. You don't know anything.
There's a slight possibility you're schizophrenic as well.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
There is. There's a slight possibility everybody's schizophrenic.
You're not going to paint me in that. You're not going to paint me in that light. Shit, no. You're the schizophrenic. You're the high probability that you're not, but there's still a chance that you could be. You are the schizophrenic. I'm not.
Well, there's a backhand understanding. Wait, there's something wrong here. There's a backhand understanding since the 16th century. Since the 16th century, right? Among all scientific method, that there is a small probability that whatever you're looking at is wrong. You're experimenting, whatever theory you're looking at is wrong. This is understanding since the 16th century. Okay.
Freaking, what's your name?
This is very well known.
Sinnerman, you're so full of shit, dude.
I'm not. You want me to tell you? You want me to send you notes on this?
No, you're a schizophrenic. I don't want to talk to you. Let me talk to somebody who doesn't have a high probability of. There may be a chance that you could be schizophrenic. I don't want to take that gamble with you.
You especially don't know anything if you don't know the actual scientific method.
Okay, well, no,
you don't know actual science.
No, I was going to make that point right now. Physics explains this to a certain point, right?
No.
For example, quantum theory. Quantum theory, the most technical science, is not 100%. General relativity is not 100%. Okay, in physics.
So
in physics, when you in physics, when you measure the spin of the planet, right? It's not a perfect measurement.
Spin of the planet,
because you need to factor in no. Like if you want to measure,
keep reifying your belief. We love
to measure
it.
the distance, and if you want to measure
I think
the
we need
distance,
to focus in on some things. I think we need to focus in on some observable things that we all observe, and I think that's not. You're just
waves?
going off hold on. You're going off 1,000,000 miles a minute, my guy. Okay, things that we observe are things like symmetrical reflections in water, like lakes and stuff like
there's
that.
no such thing. There's no such thing.
He's saying there's. You know why he's saying that, Jenna? You know why he's saying that, right? Because
that's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. Quantum mechanics.
It's your schizophrenia. It's coming in, dude.
Listen, I'm talking about observable reality. I'm not talking about quantum mechanics. I'm talking about observable reality. Okay, observable reality, something that we all observe, are things like symmetrical reflections in water.
Yeah, symmetrical reflection in water is impossible.
which show no convexity whatsoever. That's an observable thing. Because why? Why? Because physics dictates that water is going to be level on its surface. And because 71 and because 71% of Earth's surface is water, so it only stands to reason that water will in fact seek level.
Okay, water, light, solid, anything you can think of that has a gravitational force on it or mass, right? Any mass has gravitational pull on it. You can factor in general relativity, and general relativity.
What happens when light isn't horizontal?
I guess I'm gonna. I'm gonna ask: Do we or do we not see? Do we or do we not observe symmetrical reflections in water? Yes or no?
No.
You're a liar. Goodbye.
General relativity. When an object has mass,
you're a liar. You're a liar. You just lied. Because we all observe that. We all observe the same damn thing.
Okay,
we all observe symmetric. Shut up. We all observe symmetrical reflections in water, my guy. 100%. And you just said no. You might want to get your eyes checked.
It's not about the eyes. It's about measurement in the quantum.
Okay, all right.
Schizophrenia that you have.
Have you ever?
Shut up.
Thank God.
Shut up. Anyway, no, but this guy, because him, like many others, want to sound like they know what they're talking about, like with their information. But you heard how many times he just went into like his globe religion? Oh, he's wallowing it like a pig in shit. Like he's just like all over it. Gravity and he's just saying all these key these keynotes of the globe.
Yeah, what kind of evidence is there that I don't have to imagine?
Hmm. Yeah, he wants to deny. Nope, that's not happening. But let me tell you what about gravitational force. What a guy.
Hey, Miggy, do you observe symmetrical reflections in water?
Of course.
Flatsy, you observe symmetrical reflections in water?
Absolutely, and it's also like subjective to me how I perceive light reflecting on the water, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, 100%. Anybody else observed symmetrical reflections on water? If you'd like to speak up about that, that'd be cool.
Well, I wanted to ask him. I wanted to just ask him, like, what happens when water isn't horizontally aligned? What do you see?
I'll unmute him for you, Jerry. I wanted him to get his bearings on, because he spiraled right after Jenna was talking, so he went on his little globe rant. But if he's going to answer your question, I'll unmute him, and then if he's not going to answer it, I'll just keep him on mute. So I'm going to mute you, Sinnerman, and then you can answer Jerry's question. I don't know. You might want to ask it again, Jerry, when I mute him.
All right. What happens when water is not horizontally aligned? What happens to the water?
To what?
Do you know?
Aligned to what?
If water is not horizontally, level, what happens to the water?
What happens to water? Well, it depends on the distance, of course, and what scale you're looking at. But if you're looking at a very small scale, it'll, of course, fall, depending on the mass, of course.
It'll always flow, right?
Well, depending on the mass. I sent the study, by the way, right there. It's Mercury.
A study on Mercury?
Yeah, Mercury. They're tracking the atoms of Mercury, the movement of atoms of Mercury. That was corrected with general relativity on Einstein. Came out with these equations.
Have you ever seen water not flow when it isn't horizontal?
Okay, but the distance is not large enough. Or the mass.
Okay, so
the distance.
So in reality, it does not flow. Right?
Depends on the
somewhere in your imagination.
But what scale are you looking at?
Just distance. In reality, right? Like when you look at your roof when it's raining outside, or if you look at a river, it goes high to low, right?
Did you short circuit him, Jerry?
Yeah.
No, I was just trying to see if he was finishing his point because I don't understand the question.
Yeah, if there's
I answered the question,
from
but
horizontal.
You haven't replied to my argument, or not argument, but general points of view.
What argument?
The water's
my general points of view. I sent it in the chat. I'm not going to explain the entire study. You got to read that.
I'm not reading that. Are you kidding me? Dude, it's a simple question.
What the hell?
Right? It's like, dude, when a surface deviates from horizontality, right? What happens to water?
I mean, deviate on a massive scale, it'll bend, right? But generally,
bend. Hold up, bend
yes.
From what?
General relativity.
No. What is it bending away from?
What is general?
It's quantum. They're trying to predict the movements through quantum theory, but it's not 100%.
No. Just what is it bending away from? Horizontal, right?
Yeah, it's horizontal.
How can it bend away from horizontal and not flow?
Because general relativity.
You just said that it would.
General relativity. Quantum mechanics is trying to answer that question. I've been trying to say this the whole time.
Imagine.
Right. I'm done with this guy.
Dude, are you kidding me? You don't know about
Jerry?
This. Yeah,
I'm done. Go ahead.
Imagine the curvature of water.
Bachelor's physics, like maybe two physics classes, you'll know about this. Obviously, I have no physics.
Yeah,
background.
physics. That's great.
Like completely no physics background. If you don't know how general relativity works.
Okay, how does it work?
You don't know how general relativity works.
Yeah, I literally just sent it. Have you not read it?
No, I want you to tell me how it works.
It's quite obvious because you haven't even countered the claim of general relativity.
How are you bending and warping the...
I'm starting to think you don't know the definition, because if I were wrong, you'd be countering me. I haven't heard any counter so
countering
far,
me.
Yeah, counter that.
Counter
general relativity is the answer.
Gravity holds everything down to a ball,
Ask
right?
additional questions related to the general.
Shut your damn cake hole and let somebody speak. God's sakes, man! If you're gonna if you want to have a discourse with someone, somebody else. Shut your damn cake hole, dude.
Listen, so gravity holds things down to a ball, right? Like gravity holds things down to a ball, except smoke.
Well,
he's talking about general relativity. So.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something about your general relativity real quick. I'm going to tell you something about your general relativity real quick. And I said it in the chat, and you should really go find and read a book called 100 Scientists Against Einstein.
What's the book?
It's called 100 Scientists Against Einstein.
Okay, tell me the general thesis of the book.
The general thesis of the book is all of these scientists, which are saying that he's wrong saying that he's got hypothetical physics that can't even be proven.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's not wrong. That's not wrong.
Warping of concept.
Okay. So how are we going along with hypothetical physics that can't be proven? And you're trying to.
Oh no, it's not that it can't be proven. It's that it's not 100%.
It's unfalsifiable.
That's the point of something that's a hypothesis. It hasn't been proven yet.
But everything's not 100%. That's the.
Oh
my gosh!
That's
so
his
it's not
worldview.
100%. But water
No, it's not a worldview. It's a scientific view.
No, it's a worldview. It's what you think the entire.
If
it's what you think the entire. All right, you gonna shut up when I'm talking, or do I have to mute you? How about that? When I'm talking, you shut up. No, when I'm talking, you shut up. How about that? When I'm talking, you shut up. That's what you do, right? You can stay in here, and I can keep you unmuted. But when I'm talking, you shut up. All right, then. So when we're talking about the general relativity and Einstein bending and warping the fabric of space and time, these are concepts. It's not reality. And if you're going to start doing something like that and speaking in a way that you're going to try to make this imagination turn into reality and submit some kind of web page that's going to talk about it in a Mercury and all this other shit. Like, you're not talking about what the main topic is, and it's the Earth that you're standing on. So we want to talk about that and how we're all looking at reality and seeing everything self-evident to us, not looking like a globe. So we're talking about that, not about your silly little paper or web page or idea. We're not going to talk about that. So unless you come in here with anything other than that, you're not going to have a conversation in here. I might as well just kick you and disconnect you. So you have an opportunity. Answer some of these people's questions, or go talk to somebody else and have your mental masturbation about your gravity idea in another server. It's your choice.
Because it's not reality.
If it's not possible, how is it possible?
What is the cause and effect?
He's unmuted. Go ahead and ask him questions, guys.
Yeah, I'm typing in the chat here because I don't want to keep getting muted.
No.
Okay. Well,
no, you're gonna get
my general points of views, right? They're not being expressed fully, so I'm just gonna go in the chat.
General points of views.
Okay, if it's impossible, how is it possible? If it's possible, then how is it impossible?
Just want to ask, gravity is what makes the water flow when it's not horizontal, right? So that's a tough question, isn't it?
Please answer the question that's been asked to you. You want to stay in this chat, please answer the question that's been asked to you. I'm not going to repeat myself.
You can come over the mic, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to answer you in the chat. You tell me the question. I'm going to mute up.
No, you're going to answer him over.
No, come on. That's
hang on a second. You're going to answer him on the voice right now.
That's some beta stuff to be like, I'm just going to answer the chat.
Answer him on the voice. I'm counting down. It's up to you. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Enjoy your special relativity.
Oh, man.
Bye.
That is a hard question.
You got him, Jerry. Well, I mean, if he's not... Yeah, he was... I'm sorry, Flatsy. I had to talk over you. I just wanted him to know that his stay was not going to be long. So...
Yeah, he was not providing anything but sophistry.
He's one of the 99.9 percenters, so...
You like how I continually repeat myself when he interrupts?
Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, just right when... It's a really good tactic, is right when someone's interrupting, just keep repeating the same phrase that you're about to say, until they shut up. And they shut up.
They eventually do, yeah.
He's
like, nope, I'm going to do what I want to do in here. And I'm like,
what kind of credibility do you have What kind of credibility do you have to argue any point if you don't know your reality is actually reality?
Well, there you have it. This is like the bottom of the barrel friggin' conversations with these guys. It wasn't like this before. We used to have like people that would say that they can tell you that the Earth is self-evident that it's a globe. Like that was times before. Nowadays it's just because I know they don't admit to this anymore. Like nobody does. Because they're in so much trouble when they do. When they say it's self-evident. Yeah. How you won't answer the questions though?
Yeah, I mean, because it's self-evident what it is. It's a hard topic to cover.
Is there any more guys in here? Let's see who else is in here. Scanning the chat. No. Just who's Real Tech? Little dog avatar or something? What is that? Okay, so Real Tech doesn't have any roles. Let's see. Okay, Real Tech, are you there? I just unmuted you, by the way. Real Tech, are you there? Hello. Absolutely hate those kind of guys that come in here. Well, you were incorrect in using this word, and I just want to correct you on it. Like, dude, shut up, man. Like, Joe snobby ass. Damn, Jerry, I haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to, man?
I took a little break, you know.
Yeah, we do need that from time to time.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's been going on in here? Any developments or, you know?
Yeah, Matthew Lawrence has got a good old shellacking from Nathan Oakley. He made a video, pretty funny stuff. Yeah, it was good. I think we have the video actually. Yeah, they took it.
Brandon Worrell, he's VC verified.
Yeah, let's see, Brandon Worrell. Why does that name look familiar? Yeah, the video's somewhere, Jerry. I'm pretty sure somebody can post it. And then afterwards, he was all salty, and he came in here and he was passive aggressively, like, talking
begging for a claim.
Nathan hurt his feelings, huh?
Yeah, and Heretic gave him another shellacking in here, and then he got in his feelings, and yeah, he's, well, in his way, got a little heated. It was funny. I enjoy it. He's a snake in the grass, man. Trying to get cozy up with everybody in here. He goes to flat Earth meetups and whatnot. What a douchebag. And then he makes fun of the flat earthers in here. That's a two-face though, man. Like, you know, talking shit and then going and having a beer with, like, dude, what are you doing?
Brandon Worrell says he's muted.
Huh? Oh. I don't know how he's muted. Hang on, Brandon. I'll save you? Oh, yeah, he is muted. All right. I unmuted you, Brandon. Are you there?
I'm unmuted. I don't know why I keep getting muted though. I'm not rude, or I don't troll, or I don't do anything. I don't know.
You sound like what's this guy's name? He always had that troll avatar. Branch. You sound like Branch.
Okay.
You just sound like him. I'm not saying you are him.
Okay.
All right then. I wonder, Sasha, are you here? Sasha. Flying High. I don't think I met Flying High.
You have. He's from Australia.
Did you change your avatar? Maybe not. Jeez Louise. Got off of work and I was like, I wonder what's happening in the 24/7.
Yeah,
and this might get up and it's good night, Irene. What'd you say?
Yeah, I did change my avatar. I can't find one I like.
Oh.
Flying High.
Even the name, I'd never been on Discord. My kids were teaching me, and then I couldn't think of a name to use, and I just Googled it, and that was the first one that popped up, so I just used it.
Just ran with it, huh? Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Well, I could be flying high over my flat earth, or I could be flying high after smoking my goodies.
So, what say you, Brandon?
I'm just hanging out, that's all.
That's fine.
Do you think you're on a spinning globe through space?
I'm pretty sure I'm on a globe, but I mean,
So, what would be your thing that you'd point to that would be evidence right now that you live on a globe?
Well, actually, I did see something. Hold on. I did watch a video that kind of.
No, I mean like in reality, buddy. Not on a video. Like in reality. Hey, there's why we live on a globe.
That silence speaks volumes. Hey, is B Carl? Damn, dude, I haven't seen you. Also, where are you guys all coming together all at once? Like, I haven't seen B Carl in like, jeez, man.
Yeah, been a minute. Yeah, been a little bit, but
we're moved to here.
Yeah, found these guys. They sound very fun. Have fun with them.
So
Cooper and what's this other guy? Eric.
Cooper, Arham, Eric, and Irvin Shala.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, guys. All right, so yeah, we're on about the topic of the shape of the Earth. I'm pretty sure B Carl kind of give you the lowdown what we talk about in here.
He did. I was quite surprised by it.
Wait, what chat you're gonna put like IR stuff in? Like they had the voice VC chat.
Where do you post your pictures and stuff here?
Yeah.
YouTube, the live stream, voice text. I think. What did you verify them, B Carl?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
No, I did.
Is it where the book is? Like it is.
I think
the stretch upon the circle of the earth. Is it that picture?
Him and Ether were in there. I just gave them VC verified so they could come in.
This sounds great. Yeah, not that you can post images, but you can send them to me, or I'd say one of the other moderators. Because I'm about to log off, but I just want to see what you guys, what you guys are up to and where you're at with this idea that the Earth is either a globe, you're on the fence, or the Earth is flat.
I have a question. So is this like a server meant to change people's perspective on
like whether they think the Earth is round or flat, or is it just for them to discuss the topic?
It's meant to challenge you on what you think the Earth is. Whether or not you change your perspective is not really up to us. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna strong arm you into that, but I'm gonna challenge the notion that you think that the Earth is a globe. You're gonna have enough information to at least take a very good look at whether or not it's true or not. So you're gonna have to stuff for yourself. None of us here are gonna. We're not gonna here to we're not gonna convince you. You have to convince yourself, obviously. So at the end of the day.
You think that the people who believe the Earth is round are being lied to scientists, or
that they're being lied to by scientists?
Yeah.
I would say the people that you think that when we say that the people have been lied to, that the people who are doing the lying, they're not doing it intentionally. They're not maliciously lying to other people.
It's just that they've been lied to as well, right?
Yeah, the teachers that teach at school, they're just teaching a curriculum that they're just like, well, it's a globe. Like, why wouldn't I teach this? So they're not doing it like with malicious intent, like bent on like deceiving the world. Like they're just doing it because that's what they've always known the Earth to be in their mind. Like, so it's not like, you know what I mean? Like a diabolical plan. They're just going to work. That's what they're doing.
Do you think anyone is maliciously spreading?
Yes.
Who do you think is doing that?
People that know that the Earth isn't what. Okay, so when we in this specific arena, right, in the whole like, I guess, conversation that the Earth is flat and stationary, we have what is known to be anti-flat earthers, which is they want to thwart any effort that we have to like talk to people about the Earth being flat and stationary. So they're gonna make shit up about what we're saying in here and how they can circumvent the idea that we're speaking about truth by them saying the Earth can be a globe if you can just imagine it, and they'll come up with just all kinds of crazy things, right? So their agenda is to thwart the efforts of what we're doing. So they do have malicious intent to get people. And so the thing here, right, is that you got the people who are victims of the information, right? They're just saying things what they think they know the Earth to be as a globe. And then you got people who really know what we're saying, and they're coming in here with the intent to make people stay in the globe religion. So,
okay, why do you think people do that though? Why do you think they have the intent to lie to us for no reason?
What about like anti-round earthers? Is that a thing?
It's all about control. That's all it is. If they can control the reality, they can completely skew the place that you live, then they can convince you of anything. If they can convince you,
basically the government.
So do you think anyone that like has lied to us in the past, has any of them came out before and like said, oh yeah, we lied about it? Because nobody can, you know how people, they can't keep a lie forever, you know? Like that happens sometimes.
Lies come out all the time.
Yeah, so has anyone that's done maliciously spread this information, have they ever came
Has the government ever lied? Has the government ever lied?
I agree with Brandon Morel. Lies come out all the time.
Yeah, so has this lie ever came out before?
Has the government ever lied?
How can we know
those lies have come out.
How can we know about that, though?
They lied about
those lies came out.
So all of their lies have come out.
Yeah, Brandon says.
Pretty much. A lot of them have, yeah.
So would you say... You can speak, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, let Flatsy come in real quick. She don't take long. She just wants... Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, she can.
Yeah, you got it.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
So if they've ever lied, so why would they not lie about anything? I mean, you have to at least question what they would lie about. Think about the money that we are, taxed from, and given to certain things that are attributes to the government. They're just agencies and branches of the government. So why would they not lie to you?
Yeah, I understand.
So,
but, okay, I have a question.
What do you trust as society?
It doesn't matter. The main thing is who has ever. Here's the problem: the globe has never been proven. We don't experience a globe in reality. So where's the proof of the globe?
What about the astronauts?
Why did that? Doesn't matter. I'm saying where's the proof of the globe?
Astronauts have seen it with their own eyes, like it's firsthand experience from them.
But like Raven said, those lies came out.
Is it firsthand experience from you?
Yeah.
True.
Hang on, fellas, one at a time, because you're jumping on each other with the questions, and you're piling on the questions, and one guy can't get his answer before the next guy asks the question. So, just real quick, right? Let's kind of take a little breather. You know, I know everybody. We're gonna answer all your questions. Okay. So first, the guy with the astronaut. The guy with the astronaut question. What did you say about the astronaut seeing with your own eyes, or like what?
I said astronauts have seen the Earth be round with their own eyes.
Okay, but at the end of the day, when an astronaut tells you whatever they said they've seen, is it something that they can show you, or is it something that they're just telling you and you believe them?
Well, they have pictures.
No, that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm asking you directly. When you hear something, it doesn't matter. They can have pictures too, video and all that. They can show you a bunch of stuff, but are you not just believing them?
Yeah, I guess so, but there's no reason for me to believe you, because all you've shown me is pictures as well.
You don't have to believe me. That's not the question. The question was about the astronaut.
I know, but why should I believe either side?
Right, but listen, that's okay, because if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But at the end of the day, it's a belief. It's not something that you know. You don't know that. He's just telling you a story, showing you videos and pictures, and you're like,
I know the Earth is round, though.
I know. We'll get to that. There's a lot of questions I need to add. We need to answer. So, outside of the astronaut question, anybody else have a question before we get into it?
Do you guys feel like you're always being investigated?
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, truth never fears the fullest of investigation, ever.
Preach. I feel you.
All right. So, do you guys have any more questions before we actually proceed with the?
I have one.
He always has questions though. Like he's trolling.
No, it's like they're like good questions. I feel like.
Well, go ahead.
I feel like the Earth. I know the Earth is round because I said this before and I'll say it again. But like.
Yes.
And I guess he changed.
Did he cut out?
Wait,
hello?
Next question, guys.
Yeah, you guys can hear me eating, can y'all?
No.
All right, I'm just making sure.
Am I audible?
I'm gonna actually take you guys on a journey here. You can help each other out with this, okay?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Whoever's saying that.
Oh, I was asking a question. I think I might cut out. But if you're gonna straight line, you don't fall off the Earth.
That's because the Earth plane is horizontal.
Let me get you guys to a place where you start to think about what you know or may not know. Okay, and you guys can help each other out on this. Trust me, I'd rather you guys do that in the DMs. Try to help each other out, or over voice. It doesn't matter.
Right.
So I'm gonna give you guys 3 questions. Okay, really simple. And if you're in high school or if you're somewhere in school somewhere, you might know the answers, and you could. If you do know them, please say, I know them. Let me go into detail. If you don't know them, say, I don't know. Right. But I do need to know if you guys know. There's 3 questions from the globe. Very easy. You should be able to answer. The first question, and I'm speaking to all of you guys. When have we ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Now, I need the answer, and I need to know the primary source.
Wait, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, but let me just finish. The person or people who's measured the curvature of the Earth, and then I need to know in detail. Also, give me, please, a citation, like where it's been said, either on the internet or the library, wherever. I need to know where it's been said. And the last one is a demonstration of how we can check to see if that information you're telling me is true. Like I can go somewhere and test what you're saying.
I know this. I know the answer.
I know the answer.
All right, so one at a time. I don't know who's gonna go first, but it looks like
you can go first.
Arham.
Rom,
you
want to go first?
All right, it was Aristotle, and he was the first person to try to calculate the size of the Earth.
Sorry, buddy.
Because he tried measuring the.
Hey, buddy, watch out. Somebody's.
Well, I just want to finish. Let him finish what he's saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was the first person to measure the equator, and that's how he was going to calculate the size of the Earth.
How did he do it?
How did he do it?
I don't know.
The keyword is tried.
Yeah, so that you just said the end that what you ended your sentence with, I don't know. That's what I needed you to say in the beginning, before you launched it and telling me that you know.
Yeah. So
your question was, do you?
You answered. Hang on, Aaron. So you answered the question correctly. I don't know. So I'm gonna go to your friend who was gonna answer, and told him that I was gonna go to you first. So your friend, I think it's Cooper.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You tell me the answer. He said he didn't know at the end of what he said, so he doesn't know. So
yeah, it's never, right?
Nah, you tell me. I'm just getting.
Yeah. I mean,
you guys.
Yeah.
Explain, elaborate.
Never.
Elaborate.
Okay, so
the question was, when have we ever?
No, that was the correct answer.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct. You said it correctly, Cooper. It's never been measured. All right,
And
so
Aristotle never actually measured the Earth either.
Yeah.
Aristotle never claimed to.
He just estimated. That's all he did, guys.
That's correct. He never measured, because that's what I was asking from you guys. When has it ever been measured in history in any time? And so
you forgot the equal sign.
First of all, yeah, Aristotle didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, and so you guys didn't know. And so now, does anybody else know? There's only two gentlemen I think that were left. It's Eric and Irvin.
Yes, sir.
So do you guys know? But if not, I'm going to go to the next question.
Eric, elaborate.
He never measured it. He just estimated. So that's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Eric on this one too.
Okay, so when we're gonna say all four of you, we don't know, right? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Exactly.
All right. Second question, right? The second question is the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. At what point in time in history has it ever been measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis? How do we know? Is there an apparatus, a device, a person that's ever measured the Earth to be spinning on its axis? Because they say that in the equator, it's measured to be rotating at about 1,000 miles per hour. So I need to know from you guys, all four of you, how we've ever detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. Now I'm going to throw it, guys.
Precision.
Does it not relate to physics though?
Well, you guys got to tell me, right? Because I'm asking you guys the question. You should know this if the Earth is indeed a globe and spinning on its axis.
I know, but it's not like that.
All right, group talk.
Hey, one second. Let the gentlemen who are new in here to answer this, please. Yeah. And
let Brandon talk.
Hey, Brandon. Brandon, if you interrupt, mate, I'm gonna have to mute you. So just relax, man. You've had your turn. Just chill out, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, we should chill out, or the other guy?
No. You four who came in here, you're brand new, so we're actually having a conversation with you guys. Brandon's just gonna take a chill. Axial rotation, gentlemen.
I didn't even really think about the rotation of the axis before, but isn't it called precision though? Like,
okay, so Aram doesn't know. Okay, so are we going to?
Bruh, I know what it's called.
Cooper, Eric, or Irvin? Axial rotation.
I don't know.
What was it?
Yeah, I mean it's never been measured.
Cooper?
Actually, no. I feel like it has been measured before.
Yeah, because of the scientists back in the days. I feel like.
Well, I said it any time in history, so it doesn't matter what time in history you point to, so long as somebody's done it.
Yep.
I mean, it's surely pure classical mechanics, It relates.
Cooper had it right again.
Well, Irvin wants to take a stab at it. Irvin, did you want to go with what you were saying right now?
Yeah, I think the focal pedilum is the best answer, but the sake of variety, like, I don't know, it's interesting.
Well, if you do know, then you can go into detail about it. Like I was saying, I need a primary source, I need a citation and a demonstration. So if you want to,
I don't have a citation.
Well, that's fine. If you say you don't know, that's fine. We can just go to the last question.
Actually, no, I need to contradict this. Like, I feel like I know this.
You say contradict many times. So.
You don't want to contradict. You want to explain, but go ahead. You change your mind, Abraham?
I hope you're, trying to do that to the focal pendulum.
No, it's because do you know how at 24 hours the time's like back to where it was, right? So it takes 24 hours for the Earth to fully rotate.
He's always talking about the time.
Yeah,
it's good.
When did you ever feel the Earth rotating?
You don't feel it because you're too small. The Earth is still big.
Listen, one second, guys. Listen, what I was asking though, in any time in history, who has measured this rotational spin of the Earth? Like, who's done? Like, I need to know the person who's done it so that we can investigate how they've done it.
I'm not sure who, but we've all witnessed it every day of our lives.
Okay, so now you're telling me that we all witnessed it. So everybody,
isn't it Leon?
Everybody's witnessed it.
Okay, so you're saying that we all witnessed the Earth spinning on its axis.
Yes.
Okay, so now you need to tell me because it's just you right now. Okay, so everybody, just take a chill pill. We're gonna talk to him about how that's possible. So when do we witness Earth spinning on its axis?
Every day, 24 hours of the day. It takes 24 hours for the Earth to spin around in a circle, and you can tell this because the location of the sun is the same at every time, every day.
Okay, so you're saying the sun is moving across the sky, right?
No, it's just sitting in one spot, and our Earth is rotating.
Is the sun moving across the sky?
No.
So you're telling me that I don't see the sun moving across the sky. Now, do your friends agree with you on this? Is the sun moving across the sky, or the sun is not moving across the sky?
Okay, yeah, the sun is moving across the sky.
Okay, so the sun is moving across the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at the sun move across the sky. Are we seeing the Earth spin, or are we seeing the sun move across the sky?
No, but say you took two erasers, right? One's red, one's blue. And you
what does that have to do with What does that have to do? What does that have to do with me looking at the sun move?
You're not letting me finish. But you're not
telling me. We're not going to go into another topic.
It's an analogy. It's an analogy for the same situation.
Brandon, chill.
It's an analogy.
What's your analogy? Tell me your analogy.
It's two erasers. They're both different colors, right? If you look at one eraser from like this perspective, right, at the other eraser, and you make that eraser spin around from that same spot, like it's gonna move around. Like
what?
Pretend.
Quit trolling.
I need like a physical.
Quit trolling. This is serious.
I need to physically represent this, but like.
I'm your friend, and I don't even agree with you on this one, bro.
Okay, say you mark an eraser with a pencil, right, in one spot, and then you have something right next to it, like say another eraser just sitting there. If you spin the eraser with the mark on it around in a circle, all parts of the eraser are going to be exposed to the sun, but the one with the pencil, like where the location of the pencil mark is, it's going to experience different parts of the other eraser.
It doesn't make sense, bro.
That doesn't really make any sense, Abrams.
It does.
Nonsense.
But you just call me.
I let you say it. I let you get it out because I think it was maybe important for you to say it, but it really does not make any sense what you said.
He's calling you sped right now.
Who called me a sped?
Because he prefaced it with "Let's pretend."
But you call me a sped?
Anyways, listen. The idea.
Sped.
Don't worry about that. Okay, that's not.
What do you mean? Don't worry.
All right, chill, relax.
All right, sorry.
Don't focus on that. Like what we're focusing right now is in real life. When you go outside, you look at the. All right, please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me, Aram. I'm gonna ask kindly. Please don't.
Calm down.
When you go outside, you look at the sun move across the sky. That's what you're witnessing. You're not seeing the Earth spin. You're seeing the sun move across the sky. So I'm asking you, at what point do you see the Earth spin? Because you're not seeing the Earth spin.
You don't see the Earth spin. You don't see it.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. So you agree, but you just finished saying in your previous statement that everybody sees the Earth spin. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah. You
Actually, it can work both ways, though.
No, it doesn't work both ways because
yes,
we don't.
It can.
But it all starts with the horizon.
Yeah, but we don't see the other way. We only see the way where we see the sun moving across the sky. We don't see the Earth spin. It doesn't work both ways. It only works one way.
It does work because it can be both ways. You're just not thinking about the other way.
How so?
Yeah, well, you're saying that there's no way to tell.
Now, why am I in 3v1, bro? I'm talking to Mayhem right now.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, if the Earth is still, right? You're saying the Earth is still, right?
Yeah, the Earth's not moving.
Okay, and you're saying that the sun is moving.
It's moving across the sky.
Yes. Yeah. What if the sun was still and the Earth was moving?
What if that you said what if? We're not talking about what if.
All right, the Earth is moving and the sun. Like, this is not a what if. This is a fact. All right.
Okay, so how is it a fact if you can't prove it?
How's yours a fact? You can't prove it
either. Yes, I can. I can prove the.
You can't prove it. You can't.
Yes, I can. I can
God, you
tell
can't.
you that. Listen, tomorrow when the sun moves across the sky, I'm going to tell you the sun will move across the sky from east to west. And guess what? I will be right. When you say the Earth is spinning, I'm going to be like, well, I don't see any spinning Earth. I only see the sun move across the sky. I'm right. You're wrong.
It's a simple way of thinking about it, though.
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon. So simple.
Chill out, man.
Brandon.
Oh.
It shouldn't be complex. That's the whole point. It doesn't.
Define these terms that you use because I don't think you understand them.
Yeah, so we're on the second point. We're on the second point.
No, listen. The Earth is spinning, and the sun is sitting still. That would lead to the same effect of the Earth being still and the sun moving.
But wouldn't we feel it spinning though? If the Earth was spinning, wouldn't we feel it spinning?
You're too small, and the Earth is too big.
We would, Cooper.
You wouldn't feel
the Earth. No, we're compared to ants to the Earth.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like if you're on a car like going 80 miles per hour, you don't feel yourself going 80 miles per hour.
That's baloney.
Constant speed.
That's baloney.
It's crazy, man. So, guys, can you just one at a time? Yeah, it gets hard to listen to. You guys have been pretty cool so far, so let's keep it that way and just not over talk each other.
Sorry.
Thanks, guys. Oh, all good.
All right, real quick, let's get back on point. So I was in the second point, which is axial rotation. So far, Aram was taking his best, I guess, stab at trying to get this worked out. But it just seems like he's only inferring that it could be spinning. But I'm saying, no, we're talking about how do we know that the Earth is spinning? That's the question that I was asking.
You don't know either, though.
That's the thing. That's what I was asking. So if nobody in history has ever known that the Earth is spinning, they're only inferring it, then we have an issue, right? So now I need the truth about who has measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis, because they're telling us a story that is spinning on its axis for at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So if you can't tell me, right? If you can't tell me that,
Leon, what is his name?
Somebody's hot micing. Eric, you're hot micing, bro.
He muted him.
Eric, come on.
All right, so this was
Brandon.
This was the question to you guys. So if you don't know, that's fine. And I'll go to the third question, which is the last one.
Can I answer?
No, Brandon. You've been here a while, so
that makes sense. I know the answer, but you won't let me say anything.
That's all right. You can talk in a little bit, mate.
In a little bit, Brandon.
That makes sense.
Brandon, tough guy. Watch out.
All right,
Brandon, just relax for a little bit.
Axial rotation. Anybody want to take a last go at it before I move off to the third point?
Next question.
I do, but you won't let me talk.
because you're going to pull it off track. So just wait until we're finished with the new guys, and then you can talk all day.
Wait, it's okay. How about we hear Brandon though? It's okay.
Brandon, relax, bro.
No. Yeah, we can involve Brandon into our group if you want.
It's about spin.
As long as he doesn't speak over us, like we have priority speaking, it's fine.
Oh no, he's muted, bro. He's muted.
I had to mute. Sorry.
Brandon, look what you did to yourself, Brandon.
We got one more question to go, guys. That's all we got. One more.
Yeah,
all right.
Let's Brandon after
So the last question, bear with me. All right. So the last question is that the vacuum. Can I finish the last question, guys?
Yes.
All right. So the last question is, we have the vacuum of space that's adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. So right now, right here on Earth, is the pressure air that we breathe is 14 psi. So we're breathing air in and out of our lungs. All right. But as you go up in altitude, you start to lose that pressure, and it starts to get less and less. Right. So they say that the vacuum of space is basically an open system to the Earth that you live on, the globe. Right. So they say that the globe has this open system where matter and energy can go back and forward from the Earth. And so rockets can leave, and, we got rovers on Mars and satellites in low Earth orbit and all that good stuff. So you got an open system by all intents and purposes. So now what we're trying to figure out here is that when we see things on Earth working like gas pressure, we need a container. So anytime you have like gas pressure, let's say air in your tire, you have air in a balloon, or whatever it is, there needs to be a container to hold that pressure of that gas. So if there's gas pressure here on Earth, right, you're breathing that gas pressure, 14 psi on the surface of Earth, how is it possible that we have gas pressure without a container? That is the question.
That's too much of a complicated question for me.
That's actually a good question.
I actually don't know. Genuinely don't know.
Okay, Cooper, Eric, or what was the other guy? Irvin?
Yep, Irvin.
You're saying how do we know
number 9, Cersei.
There is gas in a gas tank. Is that what you're saying?
No. The air that you and I are breathing. So that's the gas.
Yeah, but like, what about it? How do we know?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes.
Go ahead. For vacuum.
Yeah, because it's an open system, right? The Earth is the globe, as they were telling us. It's an open system that matter and energy can move freely back and forward. So we have gas pressure here on Earth. How is it not escaping and filling the available space?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Hold on, let me think.
You get what I'm saying, Cooper?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm trying to think of what to say.
No, go ahead. Yeah, if you find the answer, let me know. We'll discuss it.
Because plants produce oxygen, which allows us to breathe. But plants are in space. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, it's third grade basic knowledge, right?
Yeah, plants are in space.
So how does it not escape? Is what he's saying.
Yep.
And get sucked in and make us have
because of the atmosphere.
Well, technically, for it to not escape, there had to be a physical barrier, but there isn't. So
right.
Bro, Brandon is threatening me in private messages.
Oh no!
Can someone kick him, please? He's really.
No, he's not. He's not like that.
I'll screenshot it.
I like Brandon, bro.
Where do I post a screenshot?
All right. Well, last question, and if you guys don't know, just tell me so I can go ahead and wrap this up.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I never thought about that either.
Right.
For gas to not have to escape, there'd have to be a physical barrier or something keeping it trapped here on Earth. But there isn't. So it would have to escape.
Right.
The whole point of pressure is the gas is pressing on a container.
That's how you attain pressure. But listen, if you don't know, just say you don't know so we can quickly wrap this up. If not, if you do know, we can get into, and then we can tell you the answers that we typically get. So it's up to you. Any answers, fellas?
I don't know about my friends.
No, I like some better explanation.
Okay. All right, last call. Anybody? Anyway,
I'm here, Brandon, now.
All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that the Earth being a ball, a spinning ball,
Yeah, I can't
space.
focus without Brandon. I can't.
All right, let me finish, guys. All right, so the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief right now that all four of you have. It's not something that you know that is true. Just a belief. And this is what you've been told, right, that it is. And you probably defend it with like a religion. It's not something that you know to be true. It doesn't exist in reality.
Wait,
You've been defending your religion this whole time.
Wait, are you talking about religion?
Wait, so
yeah, that's what the globe.
Where do you think our oxygen comes from then? You know, like where would you say we get our oxygen that we breathe?
From the Earth.
From the Earth. All of it's made at ground level, right here.
Yeah, but why doesn't it get sucked in either way? Even if it's flat, why wouldn't it still get sucked in?
Not gonna get sucked anywhere.
That's
you want to
the
know
point
why?
of it. That's the point of Mayhem's question. Yeah?
Yeah,
Are you guys listening?
I have permission to speak. Can I have permission to speak?
Yeah.
So if it gets sucked in, shouldn't the water also get sucked into the middle of the Earth?
What does that even mean?
That means
no, they're discussing gas pressure. So gas law states that pressure is the gas particles pressing on the outside of a container. You need a container to obtain gas pressure. We have 14 psi of gas pressure on the Earth, and in space we have a near perfect vacuum. So thermodynamics laws state that high pressure will always fill low pressure without containment, like your car tire. If you put a hole in a car tire, the high pressure will leak out into the atmosphere around it until the pressure equalizes. So how do we have gas pressure on the Earth without it escaping into the lower pressure above us?
The gravity.
Explain that.
Gravity.
What is gravity?
Cooper, explain that.
Basically, I think what they're saying, Harm, is like the like higher pressure would escape to where there's lower pressure, but like it's not, or that's what we're told.
Right,
that
right.
It's not.
If we had a vacuum next to our high pressure, you would not be breathing.
Yeah, it would equalize.
The interaction. I don't know. That's a tough question.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Like, if that was the case, then like I guess our air. I don't know.
Brandon's
listen. This is supposed to be a challenge, so you guys are supposed to think about the questions and then the answer. You know,
isn't it gravity the answer though? To that question?
For the globe side, that would be the traditional answer that we normally get typically.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's gravity. But then we say this, okay? So what we would tell them is when is gravity ever when is it a container? When is gravity ever a container? Can you demonstrate gravity being a container? You can't do that.
So.
Right,
but
right.
Why do you think there is gravity though?
It's
what do you mean?
Yeah, there's a curvature of space-time. That's why there's gravity.
So check it out. The globe. The globe understanding is that you have big G and little g. Big G is the theory of gravity. Little g is the effect of when you see things falling through the medium of air. So if you drop a pen and you say, "Woo, that's gravity," well, you just told us the effect. But the cause, or what is the theory is that the bending and warping of the space, the fabric of space-time, is the reason why things are going attracted to the Earth. Like that's why the pen falls to the air. So on the one hand, you see an effect. On the other hand, there's a causation of why things are falling. Right? That's the big G is the theory. Little g is the effect.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be measured. You can get an average anyway. So anyway, I'm gonna have to get going, guys. So I don't know, Timbo, if you want to pick it up from here or whatever. You guys,
yeah, we got it.
We got Brandon.
I want to debate with Brandon for a bit.
Yeah.
Thanks for the conversation with you. It was great.
Thank you, Mayhem. You actually helped me understand.
Yeah, just stick around, man. Don't troll us and just ask more questions. guys have all the answers you want to know anyway. So
Yeah, Brent is a troll here. I don't understand.
He's messaging me such weird stuff.
Brandon's alright.
I want to listen to what Brandon was gonna say. He said,
Can we actually listen to what he's saying?
I want to see
guys, just chill out, man. Just chill.
Yes,
I'll unmute Brandon. And we'll see what he wanted to ask.
Man. Relax.
Brandon, your time to ask your question, man.
Brandon.
What's up? Well, for
Alright, buddy, get on with it.
that also
Guys, if I don't want to mute people, but if I can't hear anything, I'll have to do it. So
Hey, you gotta spit it out, Brandon. Brandon, spit it out.
when someone else is talking, just let him talk. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right,
So, Brandon, what was your question before when we were on the rotation of Earth? What was it?
Yeah, the spin of the Earth, Flat Auto actually measured it with the Langley's gyroscope. Bob Nodell.
Yeah. What happened when he changed altitude?
What do you mean when he didn't change altitude?
Well, he changed altitude. He changed altitude, and the reading was different. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Well, you didn't. You obviously haven't done your research, then, have you?
Is there a video of him changing altitude and then doing it?
Yeah, of course there is.
Random question. When that gyroscope was invented, it was invented to measure the rotation.
Wait, Brandon, which side are you on right now?
Brandon, that gyroscope, when was invented, it was invented to measure the rotation.
Who was that?
Sasha.
It was invented for aircraft. So.
Exactly.
Okay, that means some guy used flat earther used some machine what is not measuring the rotation, but he get the results to measuring rotation.
Yeah, it measured the rotation of the Earth at 15 degrees per hour.
I see a debate here. I see debate.
That means I can use barometer also. I can go outside with barometer, and I can use I can measure rotation, or I can use the thermostat, maybe.
According to some scientists, the drift can also be the air around the sidereal rotation, transferring down to the Earth.
All right, Brandon, what do you guys say?
I have a question, Sasha.
Wait, no.
The air spins with us.
What are your pronouns? Like, as a matter of respect.
Hey, dude. Hey.
This is not.
Do it again. Do it again, man. I'll mute
This
you.
is not the time, Aaron. Not the time.
You're interrupting Brandon. Brandon, come on. You got it. Speak up.
Okay, ask me a question.
You're trying to speak, Brandon.
The air around us spins with us.
Okay, Brandon, we're going to need so if you're proving something with what you're supposed to be proving, then that's silly, mate. So first we need proof of rotation of Earth. Have you got that?
Bob Nodell proved it with the Langley's gyroscope.
No, he didn't.
Okay,
because when he changed altitude, it changed the readings, and also in another thing, it went backwards. So, did it change directions?
Why would it change the readings?
Brandon, who did it before Bob Nodell?
Sasha, relax, tough guy. All right.
Why does it?
Who measured rotation before Bob Nodell?
Hey.
Bob Nodell didn't get the Nobel Prize.
Relax.
No,
Okay,
you don't.
Man, I'm relaxed.
Don't say relax.
It's still a conversation.
It's not for
No,
you
I'm
to
relaxed,
decide,
man.
mate.
If you feel maybe in my voice that I'm not relaxed, that's all right.
You said what, Simbo? I didn't understand.
I'm saying it's not for you to commentate at the moment. One of us is going to run what's going on in the room. So just chill out. Sasha's got it. He's fine. He knows how to talk. He's a big man. He can look after himself.
Brandon's voice is like hard to understand.
It's like very aggressive.
It's like sped.
So who cares?
Aggressive. What is
Brandon,
aggressive in my sentence to ask? Who was that the guy who measured before Bob Nodell the rotation of the Earth?
Leon.
Why does that matter?
What?
I don't know why that was.
So you're basing your whole belief on the Earth spinning off a flat earther who apparently proved it, and you completely ignored the answers you were given.
And you're basing yours on I go outside and I don't feel it and I see it fat.
Exactly.
Not using.
Oh, well, I'm also basing it on the fact that your own scientists have said that it's based on philosophical views because it cannot be determined whether it is the stars rotating or the Earth. And second to that, when you do celestial navigation, you have to pretend that it is the stars moving and not the Earth. Otherwise, you will not be able to do celestial navigation. So that's a bit strange.
Truth is self-evident.
Who says you have to pretend?
You have to pretend that there's a curvature. You have to pretend that the Earth is spinning.
Who said that?
To do celestial navigation, you have to pretend that it is the stars that are moving and that the Earth is stationary. Otherwise, you cannot do celestial navigation. So my opinion is that that is what's really occurring, and we don't have to pretend anything.
Do you have a citation that says you need to pretend?
Brandon.
No worries.
Brandon, are we moving now when you go out?
Assume might be a better word, not pretend, but you have to assume that the stars are rotating.
Yeah, I think I can find it. I think it was a quote from Einstein, wasn't it?
No, that's in celestial navigation, but there is a quote from Einstein, and there's also one from George Ellis, a physicist, who states that it's purely based on philosophical grounds, as it cannot be proved what is moving the Earth.
You have to go back to the basics.
That's too much faith.
So who is going to determine? Sorry.
You got it. You got it, Flatsy.
So it's just from the beginning, who had ever wanted to just be like, I declare this with no evidence?
And you guys
I declare the curvature. I declare rotation. I declare these things without proof. This is just based off of logical fallacies.
I declare that leprechauns exist. Doesn't make it true.
So, Irvin and Cooper, I've got your other two friends muted because they can't control themselves, but did you guys understand any of what Mickey took you, what Mayhem took you through before?
Yeah, I actually did.
Yeah,
I did.
So, did you have any further questions about that? So what he went through was no one's ever measured the curvature of the Earth or the radius, so knowing how big it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is something in the history books which talks about Eratosthenes, who had a couple of sticks and shadows, or even they changed the story to a well and things like that, and he measured angles of shadows. For that, he had to assume that the sun was infinite distance away and had parallel light rays. So what he did was he measured the different angles and then said, oh, okay, because of the different angles, the light coming in parallel, we can tell that the Earth is this big. Yeah. The problem is there are no parallel light rays, and you're heavy breathing, mate. It's sounding a bit weird. And you put me off now. So you had to assume a globe and assume the sun was infinite distance away to get his readings. So based on that, he came up with a radius or a circumference to the Earth from shadows. Yeah. So the problem is with that, if you assume that the sun's closer and we live on a flat plane, you can actually get exactly the same readings. So
the point is that it's based off of assumptions. So everything is based off of assumptions.
Yeah, so it works on both, therefore proves neither. One of their proofs is this. We falsified it, so proves neither. So and then you move on to that what he was saying about axial rotation. Now, Brandon is trying to tell us that some convoluted reason why he believes in axial rotation. I couldn't work out what he was trying to say. But do you guys know or understand that they have never measured axial rotation?
Yeah. No questions. I understand.
Because someone brought up the Foucault's pendulum before. Did you want to talk about that, or?
No, sir.
No? You sure?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Well, should I unmute your other friends? Because I think they wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're being a little. They're trolling.
Nah,
about that.
It's not that. They're not actually that bad, but it's when there's 4 of you in the room. Like, I know you all want to joke around and stuff like that, but it gets hard to listen to. So, you got to think of people who are listening. So that's the only reason I did it. No one's being disrespectful or anything.
You can unmute them, yeah.
Yeah.
You can unmute Eric. I don't know about Arham.
He's already unmuted, by the way.
I've done both. So.
All right.
So, guys, you're back now. So I did it because everyone was over talking each other.
Why are you guys turning Brandon? I don't get it.
Before we were talking about, someone brought up axial rotation and Foucault's pendulum. Did anyone want to go into Foucault's pendulum?
I don't even know what that is. I just heard Irvin mention it. I don't really know what it is. I just heard Irvin say it.
I heard Irvin speak about the pendulum. I think I have a basic idea what it is. Isn't it one that it was? I forgot which scientist it was, but it was a pendulum and it like rotated.
Foucault. Yeah, he was a French guy.
Oh yeah, basically it's a suspended weight from a pivot. You know, it can swing freely. That's what I guess.
I actually made a YouTube short about this, about the mechanics of the Foucault pendulum, about how
Cooper, you keep on breathing into your mic, mate.
My bad. I'll turn my noise suppression on.
Cool. Sorry, Jenna, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that I had done a video explaining the mechanics of the Foucault's pendulum, how there is like a magnetic ring, like a collar around it, and it's on an electromagnetic switch that can be turned on and off at any point. So if the pendulum's turned off and there's like nothing giving it a push, it'll eventually stop moving and it'll hang perfectly still and vertical like a plumb bob, which completely debunks the Foucault pendulum for any proof of rotation.
Of course, because over 24 hours it would have to go around, or I can't think of the word for it, but go around 360 degrees, to follow the Earth, because the Earth is supposedly spinning underneath it. So in order to do that, they have to get magnets to keep it swinging. Now, do you guys see a problem with that, being that someone before said it freely swings?
Irvin, what do you think?
I'll ask you first. What do you think?
You're the one that was talking about it.
That's all you, Cooper.
Bro, I'm brushing my teeth right now. I wasn't really paying attention.
I'm taking a shit.
That was more for you.
I can't really.
Damn, bro, throw bro right under the bus.
What was the question?
He's the fakest one.
Does the Foucault's pendulum prove rotation of Earth?
Oh, well, that's what the main purpose of it was, but I don't think it does, because there's no hard evidence about it.
That's not really an answer, buddy, but okay.
I think it is a pretty good answer.
Better answer, please.
What do you think, Jenna, Matthew?
Yeah, I think that answer's honest, mate.
Yeah.
I agree with Arham.
Okay, whatever.
Because that was the whole purpose of the pendulum.
Bottom line is, the Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove rotation because it's used. There's magnets that keep it going. It's on an electromagnetic switch, so that it's not. Oh, go ahead, Tim.
No, sorry. You also have to start it as well.
Yeah,
so someone's got to swing it.
Well, it does contain mass, though.
Look, that's not even relevant at all. Like, you contain mass, buddy. You know what your BMI is? It's your body mass index.
I think
Has
it's
nothing
like
to do with
25.
anything.
Maybe we can swing you from a pendulum and see if you go around 360 degrees
by the ankles.
That'd be funny.
You reckon that'd work?
Oh, what's going on between you guys?
What?
I don't understand, like, how so much of the world thinks the Earth's round, and a certain group of people think it's not round.
Well, just all you need to do is look at the evidence.
Wait,
well, yeah, but there's a reason that not everyone believes in this, right?
Wouldn't y'all call yourselves like anti-round earthers?
True earthers.
No, I'm an anti-globalist.
True earthers.
What does that mean? So you're a flat earther, right?
Well, flat earth is a bad name. A better name would be a topographical plane.
Class.
There you go.
Plane on equilibrium.
Yeah, the thing about flat earth is flat is just a description. It's a lot easier than saying a mouthful of level stationary geocentric inertial earth plane, you see?
What do you think, Tembo?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
So it's
I
just-
don't mind.
yeah.
I'm just a flat earther.
It's just a simple term. It's just a simple
It's just
term.
all about beliefs in the end of the day, right?
So you get
Would
you
y'all
get
call
from an early age, yeah. Like you pretty much don't have a choice in the matter. So
You guys follow
from an early age, you get indoctrinated to believe in this globe. So you go into kindergarten and they start doing pretty much before you learn anything, you start learning about the solar system. And do you guys remember learning that the sun was still at the center of the solar system?
I was taught that. I was taught
Yeah.
that the sun is just floating there and it's still, and that we're just moving around everything. And then, like, fast forward to now, and no, like, the whole thing is booking it through the infinite expanse of nothing at, like, Mach 88. What?
Crazy how life works.
Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that the sun is actually moving as well? In your globe paradigm? Do you know how fast it moves through the Milky Way galaxy?
Oh, if that's like the speed of light.
Mach
just said
88. Mach 88.
I just said it,
You're
Mach
just copying
88.
what she said.
How do y'all measure that it's that fast?
Hey, but at least they're learning
You
about
can't
their
measure it. That's the whole point, because we're not moving.
Well, how do you measure it?
Well, you couldn't measure it anyway.
Ask NASA.
Mike's
Cooper, are you like in a blizzard or something, dude?
When he fixes his mic, I can unmute him, but that's annoying.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, we didn't measure it. Ask NASA.
But NASA's a liar company, right?
Oh, he was brushing his teeth. That's why.
Question: How we will prove that it's something stationary?
All right, Sasha, relax, Sasha.
Man, I'm relaxed. Hey. How we can measure something what is stationary?
Hey.
Eric, Sasha just sounds like that. He's not angry. You'll be able to tell if he gets angry.
Sasha, I want to see your angry voice.
I'm so angry that I cannot speak. Can somebody tell me how we can prove that?
Hey, Sasha, try to whisper right now. Just try to whisper.
Why?
Well, somebody here did give an example of a plane or a car and not being able to feel the movement. Who gave that example?
It was me.
No.
It was
So what happens? So what happens when you jump on a motorbike where there's no roof and doors, or you take the roof off the car and you throw your ball up in the air?
Then you'll feel the movement on the earth.
You just feel the air.
No.
And if the air is attached to the earth and the air is moving with the earth, then how do we have storms and wind gusts in all different directions? Wouldn't it all be in the same direction with the spin of the globe?
I thought the government made storms as a population controlling mechanism.
Well, that's a bit off topic, but if the Earth is spinning in a direction and the wind is attached to the Earth and spinning with it, how do we then have wind and storms coming from all different directions? Wouldn't that dictate that atmo is...
Elaborate, Aram.
I think someone else should answer this one because I think storms aren't real. Like, I feel like they're fake. Like, they're created by something else.
What do you mean they're fake?
Yeah,
like, I think
they exist.
Creates them as a population control.
They may be created, but they're manipulating the natural environment to create them. Storms are created by temperature and wind.
No, I'm talking about like tsunamis and hurricanes.
They're the same.
I don't know about I don't know about rain. Rain is like confusing.
But so you're saying none of these things happened before there were governments?
Yeah, I don't think hurricanes, tornadoes, or tsunamis happened before the government.
Whoa, no. See, weather is a natural phenomenon. It's a natural part of this earth. Now,
I don't
yes,
think it is.
Man has been manipulating weather, but weather happens naturally before all of the technology to manipulate it and isolate storms.
The air pressure.
Even if they were creating these storms that you're talking about, how, if the Earth is spinning at that speed and the atmo is attached to the Earth and spinning with it, how then do we have wind and storms in all different directions and not just following that 1,000-kilometer spin of the Earth?
Because we're smaller than the Earth.
That makes no sense.
He's trolling.
No, like, if we're so small and the Earth's so big, of course we're not going to feel the movement.
That's not how that works. If you're standing on think about this for a second. If you were standing on top, on the outside of a moving train, you're going to feel that shit. If you're standing on top of the outside of a spinning ball, you should feel that shit.
Yeah.
Especially if the train starts going around a corner.
Yeah, but it's a train. The Earth is so much bigger than a train. There can be billions and trillions of trains on this Earth.
Okay, let's talk about it. How big's the Earth?
Hey, Timbo, could you mute Cooper?
Well, I don't.
Do you know how big it is?
I don't physically know how big the Earth
is. But you just said how big it was. So do you know how big it is?
Yeah, there's 5 continents. North America,
5?
South America.
How big around is your globe Earth paradigm at the equator?
I'm not sure about that school that you go to, but 5 continents?
I'm in 6.
Yeah, the low GPA.
I think you're missing one.
There's 6, right?
Wait, I have a question.
Spit it out.
Like, y'all call, like, y'all saying that this is like a religion, right? Like, we're all like, we're worshiping around Earth.
You're in a religion. Yep.
Yeah.
You believe something without any proof.
When, like, y'all also been a religion, like, victims to delusions?
No, we just look for observations, and what our observation is we go outside and everything's flat and stationary. Now, what you guys do is you walk outside and everything's flat and stationary, and then you say, I live on a ball spinning through space. Which one's the religion?
But both of those are religions. Like, there's
no, they're not.
Religions with different
one's an observation and one's a claim with no evidence.
One's based on philosophy and one's based on facts.
That's what religions are.
The globe is the philosophy.
So you guys are outside reality. Is that what you guys saying? Or?
No, we're saying that the globe is a philosophy and that we are looking at facts.
Like, you see,
I have a question though.
Hold up. Like, you see, like, there's Muslims and all that. Like, they have their own facts as to prove why they're, their own religion.
So, have we mentioned anything about religion tonight?
Yes, you have.
When?
All those little pictures you see about religion and worship, and the topic we're on right now is religion and worship.
So, do you understand where the heliocentric model originated?
That's not a real thing, right?
Max.
Sorry, do you guys know where the heliocentric model originated from?
I don't know what that is, but I also have one more question. If I can, if I'm
The heliocentric model is the model that we're discussing right now, with the sun at the center of the universe and the Earth chasing it through the Milky Way galaxy, spinning around it.
What if
do I have permission to talk?
Don't move on to another question until we complete this question.
Yes.
Is Islam the true religion to this?
No,
that's off topic.
No, off topic.
Yeah.
Can Cooper be unmuted? He said his mic is fixed now, and he wants to like have input on the topic.
I can unmute him if he stops breathing into his microphone.
Yeah, he's in.
There you go, mate.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm not breathing, am I?
Yeah, you were before.
Don't breathe. Yeah. Just don't breathe.
You can breathe, just not into the microphone.
Yeah.
Don't breathe, Cooper.
Don't breathe.
All right, I'll hold my breath. Good one right there. Good.
I'm gonna mute him now. Everyone's taking turns of getting muted.
Mute roulette.
Did you have some questions in relation to the discussion?
No, I was just kind of like, I'm a little tired. I'm just kind of like listening as much as I can. What were y'all talking about again? Wait, you were something about like
the heliocentric.
What was the question you wanted answered, Timbo?
No, it was your question, wasn't it?
It was.
I was going along with you, mate.
On.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't going to move on. So do you guys know where the heliocentric model originated from?
No, I don't. I don't know about my friends, though.
No, I don't know.
So the heliocentric model originated from a Catholic priest. And Helios is the sun god. So placing the sun at the center of the universe, placing Helios at the center with all of us rotating, is sun worship.
George Lemaitre, I think his name was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Georges Lemaitre or Latimer, yes.
Yeah.
So yes, you are in a religion. You just don't realize that you are.
And I just want to state one thing real quick to these guys, is that when we started taking the calculations that they gave us and we started applying geometry and trigonometry and physics to the real observable world, it was then that their calculation for a ball completely just decimated, gone, completely fell flat. No pun intended.
So if you guys were standing on a beach, do you know how far the distance would be to the physical horizon, the actual curve of the Earth that is supposed to block boats and buildings that we can no longer see? Do you know the distance?
No, I have a different question, but it might be off topic.
No, this is not how this works.
Yeah, Flying High is asking you, he just asked you a simple question. It's either you know or you don't know, and then he can elaborate, you know.
Wait, what was the question again? Like, restate.
Fucking hell, you guys have got fucking TikTok brains, I tell ya.
Hey, relax.
I hope my son does not watch as much TikTok as you guys.
Hey, relax. That's not.
No, I deleted TikTok.
That's
it's because you haven't got a concentration span of about 10 seconds.
Social media is the government.
You know what advice I'd give you guys? Go and watch some long-form discussions, things that go for like 3 hours. Just sit there and concentrate on them. You know, it's good practice for your brain.
Oh, yeah.
It helps you actually understand what's going on and be able to listen and be engaged in a conversation and actually have a decent conversation back and forward with some decent, comments and arguments. I don't know how old you guys are, but
I'm 18.
yeah, I think it should be getting. You're 18.
Yeah.
You know what?
You need
He's
to listen
right.
a bit more, man, because you're going to go out into the real world soon, and when you go out into the real world, you can't start acting like a child. You guys are going to go to university and stuff like that, and then you're going to come out into the real world, and you're going to go, "What the fuck is this place?" And then you're going to go, "Mom, Dad, Mom, Dad,
Bro, I have to restate the
can you help
question,
me?
bro.
Can you help me?" You just listen and think, man.
Bro, I actually restated it one time. You got so mad about it.
No. So Flying High asked you a question. I think we should answer it.
I don't know what the question. That's what I said. I said, can you restate the
Flying
question?
High, repeat the question, Flying High.
If you were standing on the beach and you were looking out over the water, what is, according to your globe and the maths with your globe, the radius of your globe, how far should it be to the physical horizon or the curvature that would hide boats and buildings if they were behind that physical curvature? What would be the distance?
You can't see that far into the horizon. It's like fog.
If you were standing on the beach, what is the distance to the physical curvature of the Earth that has to be there dictated by a globe?
We don't know, right?
Yeah, I don't know is an honest answer.
That's a pretty weak answer, that there's fog.
I know, but you can't really contradict it either because there's no way for you to not have fog.
Well, this is a measurement.
Fog has
Well,
nothing
this
to
is a
do
calculation
with
that's
the
done
distance of
every
the
day.
horizon.
Alright, but tell me, when you stand at the edge of a beach, do you see the Earth end? Do you see the Earth, the water fall off the Earth?
There we go.
What
Look,
does that
guys,
have to do
look in,
with the physical? What does that have to do with the physical
guys,
horizon
one
or
at a
the
time.
physical curvature?
One at a time. I can't understand all of you.
look in voice text, guys, and then just Flying High can show you this picture here.
Brandon.
So, are you saying that there's fog there? Because that was a silly comment.
Well, I don't see a picture.
Yeah, I didn't really understand your thing about fog, Aram.
So no radius from the horizon then cause fog.
What?
I was just reading what someone else said.
So the picture above that. Let's look at the picture above that.
Earth is not a sphere.
Bro, I'm just like shocked that you guys are so old and you think the Earth is flat. Like that's so.
How do you know how old we are?
You sound old. I assume
could be
you're
their
over
voice changers.
20, 30.
Yeah, that's young. So,
But imagine going out to the real world and telling someone like, "Oh, I believe the Earth is flat." Isn't that kind of embarrassing?
What?
That's why smack people in the face all the time.
I run my own business. I've got a successful life. I've got kids. I've got a wife.
What do
I've got a
your
house.
kids think about the Earth?
So-
Do they think it's flat too?
Well, I have an eight.
I don't push it on them. So, but-
Why he thinks that Earth is flat?
Sasha, relax.
I have an 18-year-old son who
The man
knows the
who
Earth is
telling me
flat.
to relax. The man who telling me to relax.
Why are you yelling if I can't hear Flying High?
The man who is. Are you telling me to relax?
I can't really
Who tell
understand
me?
your.
Who tell me to relax?
Yeah, smoke a
It was-
doobie,
it was
man, and get in
Brandon.
your hammock.
That was Irvin that told you that,
No,
Sasha.
it was Brandon,
Okay, Erwin, can you relax now? Erwin, can you relax?
Sasha, relax, please. Relax.
Okay. Now, can you tell me why these people think that Earth is flat? The main point.
Because they just want attention.
No, that's wrong. Try again.
It's because they're
That's
lonely
not
and they
wrong.
want attention.
You don't know why they think.
Second answer is wrong. Also, try again.
You don't know.
Sasha, calm down. Stop yelling.
don't-
God.
you don't-
Again, who is
Sasha's
that?
not yelling. Don't
Down.
be that
Whoever
hurt.
told me to calm down, he can calm down.
Hey, you can calm down, bro. Fuck.
Wait, and question is the same. You was wrong 2 times. That's not why they think
No,
that Earth is
you
flat.
don't
Can
you
try
don't know
again?
that. You don't know that. You can't assume that.
I
I
can tell
know.
you from my point of view that I never got into flat Earth for any attention. I run my own business. I have 4 kids. I run a farm. I don't have time for attention.
Congratulations.
I do it because I question. Obviously, you guys are questioning, Aram, what you're being told because you're telling us that storms aren't real. So there's obviously things from the government that you don't believe, but you seem to believe this. Now, I looked into this because what I was being told did not line up. I spent a lot of time out on the water fishing and looking at lighthouses and other boats and the shoreline and doing navigation, and what we are told does not match what we are told, really. That reality does not match it.
If you're fishing, right, does your boat ever fall off the earth? You never fall off the edge of the earth.
Well, that's just a bit of a straw man fallacy there that you're trying to put forward, because we haven't claimed that there's an edge. You obviously don't have any understanding of what the flat earth is, and that's just a silly comment.
Okay,
so this goes back to Mayhem's third question. Gas pressure without a container.
No, if you get to the edge of the earth, like, how do you get to the edge of the earth?
Why would you think that there is an edge of the earth? Where is this edge? Well, for you to think that, you think that there is space, the vacuum of space.
Because something flat has to have an end.
Does water require...
Sorry, mate, go ahead.
Sorry. Does water require a container if you were to pour your water into a bowl, or if you pour it on the bench? Does water need some sort of containment?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what is containing and bending the water around a sphere in your model?
What does that mean, bro? Like, I just think...
If you have water on the outside of a ball, if you go and tip water on the outside of a ball now and spin it, what is that water going to do? What is containing the water on the globe while it is spinning?
It'll fall out, right?
Right, so wouldn't it be a more reasonable answer that the water is contained and that we don't know where the edge is because we're not allowed to go and investigate those areas, but that we would live in the Antarctic pond and that there would be some type of containment for that water?
Wait, I just had another thought of that because of that bullet question. Like, if the Earth is round, right, and there's water, like oceans, and in space you can see the Earth round, how come that water doesn't fall out into space?
Space?
Can I put this in perspective? This is one of my favorite things to kind of dive into.
Go for it.
All right. So what you understand is Earth is the third rock from the sun, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if we tell you that the Earth is flat and it's not a ball, now you automatically have in your mind third disk from the sun, right?
Yeah.
And so with your idea of third disk from the sun, and just playing on your philosophy in which you're thinking, this is not what we think. If you're the third disk from the sun, you're going to assume that there's water overflowing off into space and falling down, right?
Yeah.
Isn't space supposed to be zero gravity, and shouldn't the water be floating? It wouldn't fall, right?
Yeah, it should be like that.
Right. So it's a very absurd stance that you're taking, thinking that, oh, where's the wall so I can jump off and fall? You wouldn't fall. You'd float off into space.
Yeah, why can't I do that if the Earth is flat?
There's no space.
He's really, you know.
It doesn't make sense.
Stop trolling, Arl.
So, are you saying that a globe makes sense? You living on a ball makes sense?
Yeah, that makes more sense than...
Eric, I'm muted now. All right, bro.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Are you serious? I feel like you're just messing with me.
Like what we all see is the sun and the moon and the stars moving over our heads. The idea that we could go out there and tangibly touch them is inconceivable.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, not really.
It is too much.
You can't have you can't have gas pressure without a container. Man.
Calm down.
They're just lights in the sky.
All right, calm down. It's because you can get on a rocket ship and just go up.
Go get a rocket ship, buddy, and show it to me.
One day when I'm like in NASA or something, I will, and I'll prove you wrong.
Well, you know what? That's great. We'll be here. I promise you.
But the thing is, right?
You live in a basement?
Right, so they've had... apparently it's been a ball for a long time, like over 2,500 years. So Why does no one have any proof of this?
There's so much proof. You guys are just so like.
No one has proof. No one has proof.
We asked for some.
You guys want attention so bad. You're
no one has proof of flat Earth.
You got it.
But one at a time. I can't understand everybody at once.
Okay, all of us are just asking for one proof, man. Just one proof.
It's you don't fall off the edge of the earth.
What
I've
edge?
said it 4 times. Like,
where's the edge of a lake?
there is no.
So
one, 'cause the earth is
so
round.
you have an imaginary flat
there's
Earth
land,
with an
right?
edge in your head.
You just don't accept proof that they'll
Eric, just spit it out, bro.
Like the very edge of a lake, right, is land, right? And what's beyond that land at the edge of a lake? More land, right? So the idea that there is an edge is just absurd. What you live is, based off of physics. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So there is a container of sort. Where the edge is, nobody fucking knows.
All right, calm down.
I have a question. It's the container solid?
We don't know, mate.
It could be a million miles to the edge.
There's no edge. There's no edge. You know why?
It's on me, Brandon, please.
Because the Earth is round, so there's no edge.
Okay, I've got a question. I've got a question for you guys. So far, you don't know the size of the globe. You don't know the radius.
You don't know the
distance.
How big the flat Earth is either.
You don't know the distance to the horizon.
You don't know that either.
You don't. Well, we do.
No,
you don't.
Okay, well, tell me what is it?
We do. You don't actually know anything at all about the globe model. So what? You don't know the spin. You don't know any of these things.
Isn't the measurement of the horizon is 2 meters?
So if that's the case, what gives you so much confidence
2 miles
in the globe?
Times the square root of observer's height in feet.
It's angular resolution.
Angular resolution's our argument.
No, that's my
So
argument.
you haven't answered the question. You don't know the rotation. You don't know the size. You don't know any of these.
You don't know it
all relative is what?
Listen, you're interrupting. You don't know any of the facts about your own belief. So how do you so strongly believe in that belief if you have no facts on the belief? Are you just listening to what you're told?
Bruce, look what you're doing with your life, bro. You're on Discord convincing people the Earth is flat.
Yes.
That's so sad. Like, actually.
And have a look at what you're doing. You're coming here to argue with flat earthers, so you're not. I mean,
I roll.
Why are you laughing? Like, that's
who said I roll?
You're arguing with 17-year-old kids about the Earth being flat. Like, that's so.
We're not arguing.
You came in here.
You're the one.
They're just worshiping their beliefs.
I got invited, actually.
We're here having a discussion with like-minded people, and you guys come in and
you got muted.
You're here.
You got muted. Awesome.
Yeah, it's
Good
our
job.
room. That's
Good
why
job.
we're all here. We're all here chatting, talking about things.
Good job.
We've all got lives as well, you know. We don't just come in here all day and sit here on a computer doing nothing. We live lives. You're the ones that are in here talking to us about something that you don't know about. You live on a globe, apparently, and you don't even know what it is. That's the scary thing.
I know what the globe is.
Y'all just pray to y'all's belief.
You just admitted that the Earth was round. You literally said it was a globe, so.
Who cares, man?
You said
Are you mad, bro?
Look, heliocentric lore is right here. I gave you guys major help, and you couldn't even read it. You couldn't even read it, and you would have had all the cheats to be able to answer all the questions.
Show me the proof. Show me the. All right, relax,
right here.
Relax, tough guy.
Right here.
Proof.
No, calm down, kiddo. Go to bed, kid. Go to bed, kid. Because everybody's already about done with y'all's clowning anyway. I'm trying to just let you know that I was trying to help you guys out before this conversation began, and you couldn't even read this. And I was like, hey, here's your model, guys. I looked up all the facts for you. But whatever, man.
Show me the proof. Show me the proof.
The proof's on your end, bro.
I mean, you realize that measuring 270 miles over water puts the 8 inches per mile squared parabolic approximation for curvature in a very deep grave, right?
You realize your stupid beliefs is disgrace to society?
You realize I just stated mathematics to you? Do you realize you're triggered because I just stated mathematics to you that you don't understand?
Of how the Earth would be round.
I just stated to you the mathematics that destroys the curvature calculation.
Are you a math teacher, Jenna? Congrats. Good for you.
Oh, appeal to authority, huh?
It doesn't matter.
Appeal to authority fallacy. Appeal to authority fallacy.
It doesn't matter what maths you give them because they don't actually know the size of the Earth to begin with. So
We determined that earlier. We asked them.
Tell me
earlier.
what the measurement is. All right.
Alright, then what's the complete measurement of
It measures
The Earth is 3,963 miles, right? I already told
The
you
degree of curvature is 0.
Really?
There's your measurement.
Thank you.
It's 360.
Yeah, 360 is your level horizon all the way around you.
Then
Duck out, guys. So just message me if they need to be muted or kicked out or something. But all right,
sure.
I'll be back in about an hour or so.
Right.
Thanks, Tim. Have a good one.
Dippity dippity up, right? All right, back off, tough guy.
Oh, come on.
So here's the thing, right? We give you these numbers and these measurements and these observations where we've done the math, and then you don't even actually check the math. You're just like, no, it's wrong.
Your
like,
brain is just
go put pen to paper, dude, and go do your math.
Your brain is flat.
All they can do is insult. Like they probably have no idea what the.
I'm trying to get you to understand that the measurements over water have been done, and we've put the calculation for curvature.
Go over their heads.
Are you going to keep talking over me? I'm sorry. Am I interrupting you? Interrupting me?
You be interrupting me.
Measuring 270 miles over water puts it's already been done. 300 fucking miles across water. Where's the fucking curvature? There is none. Because water isn't bending around a spinning wet ball, and you're not part ape. You don't live on a fucking ball, and I don't know why you're here. You're just here to troll.
Ape because I'm black. Is that what's going on?
You're not part ape. You don't live on a spinning ball.
How about to not spend any more waste time with this guy?
Sasha, calm down. Y'all said that.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't you understand?
Shut the fuck up.
No one has been to the edge.
Shut the fuck up.
Mute him.
Shut the fuck up.
Nobody's been
Shut
to
the
the
fuck
moon.
up.
Hey, Sasha.
Shut the fuck up. Erwin, shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
that's right. I can do this.
Wait.
Okay? Shut the fuck up, Erwin.
All right, calm down,
Okay?
nigga.
Okay, great.
Nobody's been to the moon.
I don't know what's so hard to understand.
Hey, Sasha. Calm down, Sasha.
Yeah, calm down, Sasha.
Shut the fuck up, Jenna. Shut the fuck eater.
Hey, fuck you, man.
Calm down, Sasha. I'll shut the fuck up if you calm down, Sasha.
No,
Sasha, you're hot micing. No,
that one's reserved for Helio.
Yeah.
Hey, I use that occasionally.
Hey, don't talk to my friends like that, bro. Every so don't talk to my boy like that, bro.
You can.
you
What do you want?
the fuck up too, bro.
Relax,
Stop talking. Relax, Sasha. It's so annoying, bro.
Hey, Akam, relax. It's all right.
Okay.
You need to live with the nature now. There is information what people gave you. It's all right. You don't like these people here because they are calling themselves flat earthers. That's all right also. But all your life till now, you will live with your sea level, your water, because people are saying that water is curving and you believe that people. That's great, But the water itself will never ever curve, and you need to live with that. What shall we do? That's the life, You can go to the cinema now. You can go take your girl or whatever, and everything is okay. Everything will be fine. Sasha will be relaxed. You will be relaxed, and everything is fine.
I'm relaxed.
That actually was quite relaxing.
Sasha be putting people to sleep.
You are young, you will live with this information. You will grow up. You will have 10 more years, 20 years, 30 years you need for this. But Your water will wait for you every time on this earth. And that water where people saying it's curving will never curve in reality. I'm so sorry. And your ball and space, everything will be like a big fairy tale. But you will find out later. It depends when. Maybe now, maybe tomorrow, maybe in 20 years, and maybe never. But that's the life.
The weird thing is like we're okay with not knowing certain things, but you have this idea that you can know everything.
Yeah. Oh.
And can I answer the question? I want to answer the question what I asked. That means why these people think that earth is flat? Not because God told them, not because some other people told them, not because anything else, not because some beliefs or something. Because all these people check it, almost all of them in reality, and they are into this. They made the research for 4 or 5 years, and they know what they are speaking about. But you people, you don't know. That's our problem. These people are here because there is no curvature on this sphere, let's say, and every sphere has curvature. Small, big, biggest one, the biggest, that bigger, all of them. This one has no that thing.
I think
it's a matter of geometry, not physics. You have this idea that it has to be physics. It's not. It's geometry.
They've all taken off.
Oh.
Well, no, that's better even, because now they will go back to their homes, life, and everything goes okay. But that information, that water, it's in the head, it will go forever, But they said that water is not curving. But I will never check that. I don't want to check that. I don't want to know.
Right.
Oh, well.
That was insanity. What in the fuck was that?
That's for friends, young friends. That's normal, Jenna. I don't know. When we were young, also.
I figured that's how.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Why are you so angry, Sasha?
I don't know.
They were very precious.
Especially me, Jenna. I don't know. I worked a lot with young people, during the war and stuff. And I never was like, how to say, not relaxed with the young people.
I put in very precious.
In their skin, okay, you don't know this, you don't know that. You are, I don't know where you are. You are in music, you are in your head. It depends how old are you. If you are 14, I'd see, oh my God. You don't expect nothing from 14 years old.
I thought it was really funny that they were like, calm down, calm down.
They were,
like,
they were trying to tell me, because some people will be more nervous, Sasha, relax and shut the fuck up, because on the end, I will say only that verse, shut the fuck up, but nothing more than that. And then we can move. Okay, let's not speak that language. Okay, good. How we can speak? We can speak normally, relaxing. Okay, what is this 24/7 pattern? Why you made even this server? Listen. No, I will not listen. I have questions, but I didn't hear anything. What did you say? Anything about curvature, measurement, rotation, gas pressure? I didn't listen. I want to say my question. I want to. That was the point. And they started to troll. Like if they say every time, Sasha, relax, that means they could do that with anybody, That means they want that you do now something,
Oh, I'm surprised they lasted that long, to be honest.
I thought in the first thing when Migi spoke that they are, because I didn't listen before, they're intellectually honest, but I was totally wrong. Right? I saw this will be trolling. It's only time, like, how to say, it was a moment when we will be nigger. I'm nigger, it's alright. And if I'm nigger, if I'm, let's
Aristosthenes. Yeah. No, I was combining that word with the word you said, and I was like in my head, but I'm not going to say. Stop, Sasha. Quit it.
They can go to the church. Why they are coming here? Go to any church. Choose religion. Go there and say, and start to speak, with people, and tell them why you people, believe in God.
What's funny is all that does is encourage me even more to do exactly what I've been planning on doing. I'm gonna get to work on it tonight. So, if anybody knows who the remember the Chick tracts, those little booklets that were everywhere in the 90s? The little tiny, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about? They're like this little book and there's a whole bunch of these stories or whatever, and so it's kind of nostalgia there just because they exist. But I was working on one of the exact size and shape and based off of certain features of one of the versions of that. And then I just wanted to load it up with Flat Earth facts and dump them everywhere. This would be funny.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is that when we were kids, we used to just make prank phone calls. Now they get on the internet and prank us.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's
I never do that.
Imagine you go to this like circus and there's sideshows there, and they're like, oh, we're going to go check out the Flat Earthers. So weird. And so they come in and they do their thing. That's when they come, like that whole meme thing, every reference that they made, they weren't taking anything seriously. They were playing nice so they wouldn't get kicked out instantly.
Did you see the meme?
Which one?
The meme was some gay, I don't know.
Oh, I didn't click any of their links. I don't do that.
But yeah, no, they're nice until they run out of excuses and then they spiral.
Yeah.
It's gassing out. That's what they do. They gas themselves out.
Or if they feel offended by just anything somebody says, then they'll instantly start kind of tripping. How dare you say something offensive to me? You made a sound effect I don't like. It hurt my feels.
That Irving dude started to really spiral when I was like, here's the math. He was like, fuck. Oh, I could hear his brain short-circuiting.
Oh no, math. I hate homework.
Like, I could hear it. It was just like, and he just went into a fucking spiral.
You get forced to think that globe shit when they're in school. They don't want to think about it now. They just want to talk shit to flat earthers and think they already know what they're talking about.
How can be flat and be successful in life? That was the problem.
Yeah.
This is what it's like when you show a globe believer a black swan.
Huh.
Look at the text chat.
I don't think they could fathom like flat earthers owning their own business.
I think that these kids, if you put them in a village with the one shop in the village, I think they will die. They will not find a shop, and they will not know how to produce the food and how to make food. Even food, go to take away.
You obviously just look it up on the internet.
There is no takeaway in this village. What we will eat?
God, yeah, people who only eat. Don't. You're making assumptions now. Don't be mean. How come anytime you ask somebody for proof of their globe stuff, they just accuse you of denying anything that they could possibly... They give up before even trying. They go, you'll just deny anything I give you. Like, dude, you didn't even try.
Like, way to throw in the towel.
It's a great way of admitting that the globe's quote unquote model is that weak. You can't.
Jenna, you're interrupting you again.
Do you love that or what? You're welcome. You may use
Holy
that.
shit.
He pissed me off. I was like, dude, trying to fucking say something here, and I kept getting talked over. It's like, here, let me just fucking interrupt you interrupting me.
I'm sorry for interrupting your interruption.
Are you interrupting me interrupting you?
I kind of got sick of them like talking over everybody, so I lowered their volume down to like 25% and just started talking to you guys normally.
That's what's up.
Give a shit, man. They had nothing to. There was nothing that they could say that was worth listening to at that point.
But you know what? Whether anything got through to them or not today, it's fine because the seed was already planted.
Yep.
It's already there. Whether they don't have to accept it, but it's already been planted, you know? So they're going to be thinking about that. They're going to be mulling it over in their brains like,
even if they don't, they'll run into somebody else down the road and be like, damn, dude, these people are everywhere.
Right, because it's Flat Earth ain't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. It's actually becoming more and more evident to people.
I never mute anybody. I just lowered their volume because it was giving me a headache, and I could tolerate talking to you guys, but they were doing that weird crap, and I had to get it down. But I wanted to say that in case somebody makes an assumption. You cannot mute people in here. You can turn the volume down. You cannot mute them. Don't do that. Bad idea. You get in trouble.
If you're caught muting them, you get banned.
Yeah.
It's just a courtesy.
Do not do that. Especially with staff.
Yes.
Oh, Deborah was muting people.
How dare
you? You know who throws me off? Elijah will come in here and say something. I'm like, oh, fuck. I need to shut up. Because Elijah's got some good fucking shit whenever he comes in. I'm like, dude. He hadn't been in here in a while, though. He comes in and visits and pops his head in and listens. But he hadn't said
There's some
much.
folks, I noticed that they have like certain schedules. They've only got so much time that they can do things. So when they come in here, I'm like, this is the only time they have available this week to even show up right now. I have a tendency to kind of step back because I know they've already got a thought in their mind that they want to come and speak about too. Because you can kind of tell sometimes Miggy will come in like he's already been meditating on something all morning and he's ready to speak about something. Start monologuing. Or he'll be listening in and hear some crap and be like, what the hell? And he goes in kind of like, what the heck is this? I think everybody, a lot of the people do that. Just because people aren't in this VC doesn't mean people aren't listening to the VC.
Right.
There's always somebody listening. And it got quiet now that the children went to bed. I didn't want to cuss at him. All I could think of is go to bed, kid, go to bed. Like this is a child. He's not even a man yet. Like just go to bed, kid. What's funny is that these people think screaming "you're a flat earther" is an insult, but it's like, and
yeah.
I've been called words that you can't fathom nor pronounce, so don't worry about it, little buddy. Oh, these people. They don't even know what words mean. They just throw things out that they think will hurt people's feelings.
Yeah, get off your phone, or at least if you're on your phone, like utilize it. It is a tool. If like on my phone, like I have the complete Microsoft Office set up on it. I can open PDFs, I can open Word, I can open notes, all of these things. I can open any document on the internet to read and research. Put the games away, man. Actually, since discovering this, I was just going to say, since discovering this server, This is my new game. Like I don't even get on and play like my Mario game anymore or anything.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love Monty Python. I was watching Monty Python all my life, but this is better than Monty Python 100 times.
For sure.
It's randomly generated improv with similar scripts, but it's always different.
How many bullshits you can hear? We can hear here. You cannot hear anywhere.
88 lies per hour.
Mach 88.
But here's another thing, though. The minute people start arguing and acting like retards, I don't think that we should give them any platform to say another word. Never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Just gone. You boot them out. They were being disrespectful like the entire time.
You can feel it. You can when people speak, you can see that these guys, these boys, are not listening. You know, you can.
Oh, I could hear the what is it? The Duper's Delight type laughter. Yeah, you could hear it in the background. But I agree with what I think Jenna said, that seeds were planted. Maybe stuff will grow in the garden of their minds.
Yeah, because if you come here, you will find out some information. Then you go back to the life. Then you can be whatever you want, but there will be water waiting for you.
If you assume everybody that has a different worldview other than you is an idiot, then you'll have a very narrow worldview and you'll always remain an idiot.
Every time when you fly, every time when they fly, they will watch the window. Every time. I can assure you.
They're going to think of flat earthers for the rest of their lives. And there's nothing they can do about it because they're the ones who came here and put it inside of their organic computer. Why would you do that to yourself? Oh, man.
Especially if you're ignorant about something.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I always try and encourage people to, do your research before going into this live stream. Know your own model, at least. Your quote-unquote, yeah. They say they have a model. They'll be back. I don't think they actually left the server, they just left.
I'm gonna get some shut eye. You guys have a good night, morning, day, whatever time it is, wherever you guys are at.
Good night.
Good night.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. That's actually a bad thing to tell somebody before they go to bed. Watch out for. Oh God. Stay blessed and get rest.
Check under your bed. If I'm being too loud on my hot mic, just let me know. I'm going to leave it open so that way I can talk to y'all while I'm doing my work.
You're good, man.
I will relax in my bed.
Yeah, relax.
It was too many stress.
Oh God.
Too many stress in last hour.
It wasn't stressful. It was just a weird form of hilarious.
Oh,
I forgot how retarded.
But I hate to say this, obviously when Mimas or Miggy or anybody else that are on Gold Plus or whoever's talking, let them talk. But we need to give Sasha his segments, man, because even though your English, Sasha, comes off as weird and everything like that, you eventually get to a point, and you do have great points, and it just stinks because getting to those points sometimes you're you're looking for the words to say, and we understand that it's not your primary language.
Yeah, it's my third language.
Very smart guy.
It's my third language.
I was going to say, it sounds like it's not even your second language.
My second is Italian.
Dude, that reminds me. You remind me of Professor Avizade. He was there. I'm going to see if I can find the picture.
And I studied German, but I forget it.
Yeah, I was just going to say he learned English when he was like old, and I'm like, and then you're talking about you learned 3 languages. That's pretty damn impressive, dude.
Yeah. Well, really it is.
And if you want to know, because of war, our countries are separated now. It's 6 countries from one country, you know.
Yeah, you got all those dialects too.
They're calling now languages. I know other 4 languages now.
Yeah. Well, that's like even with Spanish. Like you could say you know Spanish, but you go to all the different Spanish-speaking countries, and there's different vocabulary in each country.
Like for example, Croatia and Serbia. In the time, our language was called Serbo-Croatian or Croatia-Serbian. Doesn't matter which. And in our language, all verbs are the same. Maybe 10 of them are different. All other verbs are totally the same. That means walking, eating, you are saying the same thing. Only the objects are different. For bread, you say differently something, or for something. For example, chair is the same, but some objects has different name. But verbs are all the same. And they are saying that these 2 different languages now. Like a Spanish and Latin, it's similar to French, to Italian, to Romanian. We have Slav language. That means the language like a Polish, like a Slovakian, like a Czech. It's similar to our language. There is a lot of similarity with our words. That's normal. Yeah, but when you speak with people, my language is this English. In reality, and if you don't know the language, you are communicating in a way with the hands and everything. People who doesn't know English will say, I walking, shop, buying milk. You will understand what I said.
Right. No, I've always said that. Like when people are speaking English and it's not a clear language for them, I'm like, keep speaking it. I'll form the sentence in my own head and figure out what you're trying to say. And in my I speak Spanish a little bit, and I've always said, malo español es mejor de no inglés. So bad Spanish is better than no English. And I receive so much like courtesy, politeness, and friendship from people just by attempting to speak Spanish, even though it comes off as broken, or I conjugate the verb wrong or something like that. It's much more received on that end than the other way around. Like when people receive another language and it's broken English. Like I've never understood that. Like it's the same way. If it were the other way around, you're trying to speak their language. So don't ever get mad at somebody because their primary language is not English.
Yeah.
That's why we need to give Sasha his segments.
Listen, Miguel, for example, or Miguel. I can understand. I can understand him everything. But if I'm English, I can understand that English people, it's very difficult because of accent and
yeah. But like a lot of other languages in the world, it's phonetic. Like it's exactly how it's spelled. English is one of those ones. It's like it's a mixture of all these other different languages, And so when you read it, it's like, how do I pronounce this word? Like I'll give you an example, 8, the number 8, EIGHT. Who the fuck would ever think that would say basically the sound of ATE?
Yep.
I'm out, guys. Thanks for the chat.
Stay blessed, man.
Cheers, man.
So
I'm just posting a couple of screenshots that I took out of a book I read last year. Yeah, I created the screenshots in December. Oh, right, this was a newspaper article. I'll put that there
fucking mud work to do.
What? Oh, you're...
I'm talking to myself out loud.
Kind of casually working and listening, chilling.
Dude, I wish I would have been told about this job when I was in high school. I'd have been all over this show.
Oh, me too. I would ask so many questions.
Like, wait, I get paid to do this? Are you serious?
Oh, I will be that. I was that student to ask questions, especially math teachers, Because of that, I like all my. I liked a lot of mathematics, My teachers was so great, and when I saw what Matthew is saying, I was like, my God, this professor of mathematics, I cannot believe. He's that for me in a sense of he exposed himself. He went to the NATO show and he did the big mistake. And in that show he said I cannot distinguish what is measurement and calculation. Professor of the math cannot distinguish what is calculation and measurement. Cool.
I have no doubt for the compartmentalization of the math that he teaches that he's a good math teacher. It's when he expands and branches out of his math that I feel like he's out of his element. I mean, you can hypothesize and you can, have this theory or that theory, and you can say, hey, well, these calculations work with this and these calculations work with this. But real world application, it just doesn't add up.
That's because math doesn't support the global.
It doesn't. No, because everybody forgets about geometry.
Has to get creative.
Everybody forgets about geometry.
It's enough to say big. Big. How is big? I don't know, but it's big. Yeah, but everybody know that it's big. Of course, it's big.
Oh, it's really big, man. Can't fathom it. Really, it's only fucking 24,901 miles around.
It's really, really, really big. I'll take it, man.
Wait. It's not big compared to Alpha Centauri.
Oh, it's.
You mean that planet that nobody's ever been to?
Yeah, it's a good thing NASA discovered that we can fly there in case of a big asteroid hits Earth. We'll survive.
Fucking Godric, right on cue, dude. How you doing, dude?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Sorry.
Matter of fact, if we start building this now to Alpha Centauri, by the time that meteor hits, we'll be ready to go.
Maybe that's what they were trying to do when they built the Tower of Babel. They were trying to build a bridge to Alpha Centauri.
Stargate.
Can't believe I get paid to do this job.
Well, believe it. No.
Morning, guys.
Morning. Is it Chris?
No, it's Big Root.
The fuck is
How's
that,
it going?
Chris? That's Big Root. Come on.
I'm
How
trying to
dare
get
you
I'm
even
trying to
ask
get good
that
at names,
question?
man. If I hear a voice, I like being able to put a name to it.
Chris, your mic's really quiet this morning.
No.
He's working.
I piped up because I wanted to ask Sasha a question. Sasha, are you the Sasha that goes on Nathan Oakley's show sometimes?
I came from Nathan Oakley here 2.5 years ago. I was there all the time.
Oh, it's you. Okay. I was listening to you last night because I was listening to the Nathan stream with that guy, Matt, that came on, and Rob Noxious. And you were debating with Rob Noxious a little bit. Do you remember?
I don't remember now because I was there like all week.
Yeah, there's a guy anyway called Rob Noxious. I wanted to give you a heads up because I know this guy. So this guy is a proper troll. His name's Rob Noxious. And he's been trolling a flat earther called Bro Sanchez for about 6 months. And I went in Jim Panda's channel about a week ago, and he was in there, and he was basically telling them that, oh yeah, I'm going to play a game, I'm going to become a famous troll, I'm going to go on all the flat earthers channels, and I'm going to pretend I'm just, innocently trying to learn.
I know now. Yeah, because
you know him.
I know what happened. Who is the guy? He started to speak like honestly, like asking questions and everything, And then he
try to get you to drop your guard.
Yeah. What he said, wait.
Yeah, he's a troll, and you got him. You and Nathan pinned him down because he was, in one breath, he was saying, that the Earth's too big to see the curvature. But then in the next breath, he was saying that the curve was physically blocking the horizon.
Yeah.
Bro, there's a meme for that. I'm going to drop that meme. Go ahead.
But yeah, I was just well done, by the way. I think you guys handled it really well. That's one of my favourite shows, actually, from Nathan in a long time. But yeah, that guy's a complete troll, and he's known in America to be a troll, a flat Earth troll. Just giving you a heads up for next time. He's a knob. Rob Noxious, his name is.
Oh, okay. Well, for me, it doesn't matter. You can act because I can act. Okay, you know me now, but I can act that I am, flat earther. Everyone of us can act. Let's say, act. We cannot act with people, but yeah.
I was saying to Ethergrass, I couldn't act like a Glober anymore. I just couldn't do it.
Oh, I can.
I mean, I could make up like stories that sound good.
I'd just be like, nuh-uh.
Well, you have all these arguments. Refraction, conservation of angular momentum. What else? You can use all of that argument over that thing, and then you can be Glober. Let's throw Globers.
Yeah, my favorite hobby.
I don't care about them anymore. I was in Gym Panda like 2 times, half an hour, and that was enough for me. I decided, no, you will not go. Come here. This is the space to stress yourself. Why? No. All these people, Rumpus, Zanik, Chaike, Kosho, all of them, I don't have to speak anything with them. Anything. But thank you. I can only say to them thank you, because they gave me more than Flat Earthers in the beginning. Globers. I was listening them more than Flat Earthers because I wanted to find out what the fuck is the proof, what they are saying. And when I heard what they are saying, that, oh my God, what these people say. If you ask 10 Globers what is gravity, 3 of them will say the same thing, 7 will be different stories. And then you will have 8 type of gravity in 10 people.
Just to let you know, I've posted in the live stream the short with Rob Noxious and Matt Weathers on Nathan's channel. I think it's an hour, but a really good listen.
And I wanted to touch on what Sasha was saying. I completely agree. There is no consensus on what the globe is doing. They all disagree. It's a story, and they've made up in their own mind how it's supposed to work. And then when you tell them how the science, they say the science, this is how it works. They're like, no, that doesn't sound right. Well, no shit, it doesn't sound right. But that's the way that like all your NASA astronauts are saying it works when they're telling you that they're going off into space and laying out satellites for you.
And the same NASA is telling you that they are flying over the flat and stationary air in their document. But who can find out? Oh, where did you get that? Or if you never watched the NASA or ISS, anything about, if you didn't see any fake video, of course that you will say, why would NASA lie? If you never saw the horizon in reality, where should it be? Of course that you will believe in globe. Why you need to believe some people who opened some flat earth, I don't know, server, because they believe in some flat earth? But if you didn't make any research, sorry, you cannot speak.
Yeah, a lot of these globers don't even know that the horizon, the geometric horizon, is not measurable. How many debates have you heard where this becomes apparent to the glober halfway through?
Not only that, they don't know that must be geometrical horizon on the globe Earth model. They don't know that geometrical horizon must be there, if his Earth is fair. Well, horizon is a apparent place where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, everybody knows that. But in your model, it's not like that. Your model is not saying that it's apparent place where it's. The model is saying it's there on 1.2 miles, and it's dropping down. Everything will be easy if we have that observations everywhere, and you see the drop and you say, fuck it, this, I didn't count on this, look at this, okay, everything is like matching, good, here, UK, okay, USA, okay, Africa, everywhere, oh my God, there is a curvature, but where is that point where I can open my eyes and say, okay, this is really, really correct, this is 66-foot drop, there is 2,800 feet of drop. Okay, great. That means there it is. not saying refraction and then refraction, some phenomenon of light is happening, and then I see again the physical thing, that means water and everything. I don't understand people when they say on Black Swan there is a refraction. What refraction is doing there? Nothing. Refraction on Black Swan example, it's only distorting the crane, nothing else.
People don't understand what that's
actually saying. That's not even refraction, that's just distortion from turbulence.
Yeah.
Atmospheric distortion is what that's called.
You boys could probably help me here a little bit, because I know a little bit about refraction, but trying to figure out when they say refraction is the reason why the horizon is behind the oil rigs. Exactly what kind of refraction can loom a horizon from behind an Earth curve back up to a flat plane? Is there a refraction that can do that?
Yeah, imaginary refraction that fills in all the fucking gaps and helps them make up that fucking story. Because there's no type of refraction, let alone imaginary phenomena, that can do that.
Big Rude, listen, today, Radio Birmingham, visibility 30 miles. Tomorrow. Today will be big refraction in the air. Today visibility will be 60 miles. Whoever said that, like, for example, today will be refraction, super refraction. Today we will see more. Oh my God. If you have distortion, you can see less, not more.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're saying refraction is the reason why you can see further, what they're actually saying is refraction is making something move position, its apparent position, and kind of heap up behind a physical blockage. I mean, this is not a phenomenon that exists in nature. You don't get something that brings something from behind a block, do you?
No. You see this hill that I'm hiding behind, on certain times of year, if the atmosphere is correct, the hill's going to be behind me. Doesn't work like that, does it?
No.
No. But this, for fuck's sake. This is what... Thank you. Fucking hell. But this is what they're fucking invoking, right? When you lay it down that simply, the hill is being projected behind them, even though it's physically in front of them. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They don't recognise or understand what they're bloody saying, do they? They haven't got a clue. You see this horizon that should be 1.2 miles away. Well, there it is, 10 miles away now, because of the atmosphere that's in the way. There's only 1.2 miles of it in the way in the first instance, and now we're going to be talking about the other fucking 9 miles that's beyond where it should be. It doesn't make any sense. It's poignantly, fundamentally ridiculous. But they'll say it to get away with that fairy story. It's crazy, right?
Well, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I understand refraction is occurring when refraction is going on. It's deflecting light. So if it's deflecting light, whatever is deflecting off of is absorbing some of that energy. So we should even see less the more refraction occurs. Am I wrong in that assertion?
No, you're probably right, mate.
Like, because every time it bounces off of something, it's absorbing energy into that molecule or whatever the fuck it's mirroring and reflecting off of.
My question will be, does refraction has to do anything with the horizon or only with the objects on the horizon?
So refraction usually has, like mirage or super mirage, Fata Morgana, all phenomena to do with respect to the horizon. Not actually talking about the horizon itself. It's everything with respect to the horizon.
Yeah. That's the point.
They don't have a clue what they're fucking talking about when they come in here and say refraction. They say it. They say it an awful fucking lot, like they do understand what they're saying. but they haven't got a clue what the type of thing that they're invoking.
You guys looking around corners again, are you?
Trying to, mate. Yeah. Try playing hide and seek, but that pesky refraction got in the way, and I got seen again.
That always makes me think. Like if they're saying that the light's bending around the ball, then wouldn't it also work around a corner?
Yeah,
because it's non-directional. Yeah, like it doesn't have to go down. It should go in all directions, because when it hits, moisture in the air or things like that, it should go up, down, left, and right.
This is why I asked. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're all right, buddy. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just saying, this is why I asked what refraction can loom something up behind a physical object, because that's exactly, Timbo, where my brain was going. Well, in certain situations, when you go to turn a corner, you should have, in the right atmosphere, a situation where refraction should have these same effects, where something is being loomed behind a building or, from under a bridge. We should see this stuff happening. This is why I ask them, what type of refraction are you talking about that can loom a horizon?
But there is 5 types of refraction. You cannot name it. Okay, this is happening on Black Swan. This is looming. This is sinking. This is what is happening there? Nothing.
Yep, and Timbo's right. We should, if this is real and a true phenomenon, we should really, see it in the real world, in the right atmosphere. Someone should see you when you're playing hide and seek, hiding behind a bush once every 500 times because of refraction. But that never happens.
It would also not be able to recreate the picture that it's shooting over the ball either. It would refract in all directions, so you just see kind of pieces of colour, wouldn't you?
I don't know, mate, but we'd all be fucked.
Yeah.
I reckon if this type of refraction exists, we'd all be fucked.
Driving would be a fucking minefield.
Yeah, exactly that. These two.
Oh, is that a hill?
These two pilots in an aeroplane seeing completely different things depending on where they're sat and the amount of moisture between them. Yeah, it's all bollocks.
Oh, sorry, mate. I thought your car was a refracted car. My bad.
Yeah. What's that coming over the hill with its refraction? Yeah,
you'd have to get refraction in your car insurance as well, and you're covered for refraction.
Yeah, it's no longer an act of God; it's an act of refraction. Yeah, I get you.
And all these battles on the sea during the Second World War, what happened there? Shoot that ship. No, that's not ship. That's fucking projection ship. Do not shoot that. Shoot 10 miles in front, because there is a ship.
It's like the new double vision for drunk people. It's like refraction. It's like, those type of glasses that you can put on that kind of distort the image. That would be the world that we all live in. We'd be sick. We'd thrown up all over the bloody place.
I pulled this bird, but then I found out it was refraction.
Oh, is that what happened to her?
It'll come up as evidence in a court of law. Sorry, my lord, fucking refraction got in the way. I didn't see her coming. Yeah, for him.
I thought she was good, but her face was refracted.
Look, if this type of refraction existed, we'd hear about it all of the bloody time. Now we're going to hear about it on TV programs when we're having programs about how men and females interact and how they look. So yeah, if this type of refraction existed, we'd all fucking hear about it all of the time.
But you'd have anti-refraction makeup, everything.
Oh, yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
You'd have refraction pranks. You'd have refraction pranks on a cloudy on the perfect day. There'd just be some giant cock hanging out the side of a building because someone has positioned themselves perfectly to have their cock refract around the side of a building.
Yeah.
Refraction. The show would be called Refraction.
Yeah. Refraction. You've been refracted. I'm genuinely in tears here. Ugh.
And how infrared and refraction working together?
I don't know. It's all ridiculous. If this type of refraction existed, well, it's going to start straight away at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means the horizon should be 1 mile away, just over. Everything that they see is a fucking illusion. It has to be. But when you point out the illusion, yeah, you're all going to get sick. Doesn't work. Things don't get refracted behind other things. The hill will not appear behind me on a different day of the year because of the atmosphere between me and the person trying to find me. Think about it. Yep. The hill is not going to project behind me. Black Swan. That's what they're saying. The hill was projected behind the oil rig. And they'll agree to it as well. Yeah. 10 miles easily, 60, 20 miles, Jedi. Yeah, God, yeah, woo. Yeah, that's a projected hill of water behind the oil rigs. Whilst you're observing, it all looks flat low, by the way, but you tell me that that's a projection of a hill of water in the first instance. Fuck off.
Yeah. And oil rigs are in water. Oil rigs are in optical water.
Oil rigs are in a fucking illusion. Like you keep pointing out, Sasha, everything beyond 1.2 miles is a fucking illusion to these people.
Yeah. That water there is illusion. After 1.2 miles, you are. If you take a ship or boat and go into the direction of the oil rigs, after 1.2 miles, you are navigating above the projection. I want that somebody take a boat from that beach and go to the oil rigs. Can somebody make that video, please? if it's possible to navigate there. The last year guy said that he will be on oil rig and that we can shoot and that we will miss it. You don't see atoms also. That's you don't see magnetic waves, but they are there. You don't see curvature. It's the same thing. That guy was saying that what you say on Native Show, he was saying that he saw the curvature from the airplane, yeah.
Yeah. What? And then 2 minutes later, he said that we're like a gnat on a basketball, so we can't see the curvature.
Yeah. Oh, okay, then. So we can't prove that the Earth is a fucking ball, then. Right? When these people ever come in and say, the Earth is so big and we're too small, we couldn't measure the curvature of, oh, well, then how the fuck did we do it? You're gonna tell me how we did it then? Being as it's too big. It's like with rotation. Oh, let's have lots of excuses and sit around the campfire for 5 to 10 minutes and listen to you regale stories to us about how we wouldn't feel it anyway. So what? We don't feel it then. We're in agreement, everybody. We're all in agreement we don't feel it. Whether you can give me reasons and fucking excuses to why we don't feel it, you're just telling me that we don't feel any emotion. Brilliant. not going so well so far, this spinning ball Earth, is it? Curvature that we can't see, motion that we can't feel, but you're going to tell me where we should see curvature, and that it is there, even though it's fucking dark, and reasons why we wouldn't expect to feel motion. Awesome.
Just fucking embarrassing. He's saying that, and then in the next breath, he's saying, Jaren from Globe Busters did an experiment to prove the globe. We're like, mate, you just said you can't see the curve. What the fuck's wrong with you?
No,
the guy said, Bob Knodel, that story I hate when somebody say that. Bob Knodel proved the rotation of the Earth. Okay, who proved before Bob Knodel? Oh, nobody. But it was Bob Knodel. Then, okay, gyroscope. Is it gyroscope when was invented for the rotation of the Earth? No. Okay, that means we are using some kind of instrument to measure rotation, and it was not invented for that purpose. Great.
That was like a PCR test. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like measuring curvature with a fucking theodolite.
Yeah.
With a refraction stick.
Absolutely stupid. I've got this piece of equipment that measures level and angles, and I measured the curvature with it. Oh, okay, what's its limit? 200 meters. Oh, okay. How far do you measure? 120 miles. Oh. How the fuck did you do that?
Well, because the Earth's flat.
Yeah, I don't know how far it was. I think it was 106 miles or something like that. With a theodolite. It's a building equipment. You use it to build buildings. Precision equipment within 200 meters. But I measured the angle.
You did what on a curved surface?
Yeah.
I like that.
If only Copernicus or Galileo had the Nikon, everything will be different.
Was it Galileo's telescope, which was literally just two pieces of glass at a slight distance from each other down a tube, and that was his telescope? Remember what he told us about the universe through his two lenses? Yeah, great fucking deal, apparently. You try looking through those two lenses today, and I might as well just be wearing my glasses and declare what the...
Wait, he didn't have a T900?
How bad that equipment was. No.
We lost that technology.
He would have been seeing more out of focus than those memes that people show for stars. Stars looking like water. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad you picked up on that, Timbo, because that was kind of where I was going. Yeah, that blurry image, and he declared about the universe. Yeah, well done.
Yeah. Oh, this one's got rings. This planet's got rings around it with moons. What?
Timbo, did you buy into that stuff that was on the internet where people were putting their cameras up to the sky and here we have got a beautiful psychedelic circle? Did you buy into that?
I kind of did a little bit because at that stage I was into cymatics. So it got me thinking, and then when someone came out and said they're just unfocused, I went, okay, that makes sense because when light's unfocused, it'll start flickering in different colours. So, if it's picking up different wavelengths at different times, it's going to do stuff like that. So, yeah, I said, okay, that makes sense.
Also, when you think about it, you realise you couldn't verify the image anyway because you can't go there and say this is what it actually is. I'm taking a photograph. Actually is. But the reason why I bring it up is because maybe it gets to maybe it takes a little bit of time when we're undoing the brainwashing and the programming to come to that realization that, okay, just because we're flat earthers and there's these conspiracy theories or observations or whatever it is, doesn't mean that we have to believe everything that is now on the internet as well. Because I don't know about you guys, but around 2015, 16, 17, there was a shit ton of conspiracy theories that were flying around, and kind of to do with the flat earth argument and so on. The stars being one of them. I guess there was a few others with regards to aeroplanes and whether they actually contained all of the fuel that they bloody said.
Yeah.
You
Compressed
understand?
air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me that at this time of release of the flat earth back in 2015, say, that they also chucked a whole load of other shit out there as well to see what would stick and to see if, the flat earthers were susceptible and stupid enough to continue to believe everything that they saw on the internet.
Yeah. I also came across, there was another good one about when I heard about those plane engines being compressed air, there was another thing that I saw that they had these they said, this is in China, and they were taking these big, huge jet engines into a power plant. They said, this is how they generate power. They tell you that they're generating it from nuclear power, but they're just pumping compressed air into these jets, and power comes out, and they're getting free energy, and you guys are paying for it. And
Yeah.
There's these huge jet turbines. I was thinking, if the airplane thing's true, then that would be true. And I was thinking, all right, well, these jet engines need fuel to run. Like, how else are they going to run? Because they have to take off. All right, if they got compressed air when they're up there, which I know they do something to conserve energy when they're up there. But to take off, you got to have masses of power to get those things off the ground.
Oh, hell yeah.
So,
Does anybody else remember no forests on the flat earth as well?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, I was going to ask you your opinion on that.
See, there's another one that's interesting.
Can you explain that one?
Right, so no forests on the flat earth is basically a long time ago, the earth's vegetation was much, much, much bigger. The trees and the plants were a lot bigger, and the animals that were in the huge tree forests were massive.
Silica-based.
Yeah, kind of like a fantasy Wonderworld type of place. The trees were miles upon miles high.
That's where the tree stumps that are made out of stone comes from then, yeah?
Yeah, exactly that. So Devil's Tower in America, that image that we all have of a tree stump, that type of thing. So lots and lots of flat earthers kind of jumped on this idea. Now, it's interesting again, right? When I was talking the other day about the kind of controlled release of flat Earth, and now we're talking about everything else that came along with it, the aeroplane turbines and the fuel and all of these other ones. But there was most definitely this one, the no forest on a flat Earth, because it was it had flat Earth in the fucking title, so it was most definitely pointed at us lot, right?
Yeah, and this came along with giants in mountains too, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. So we have this giants and we have this mountain story, and other people, Mud Fossil University, a YouTube channel, and a couple of others have gone off into this exploration, predominantly around the Book of Enoch and the story of the giants, the story of the Nephilim and the Raphaim and the angels and all of that type of thing. So it puts me in mind of a controlled release, but more of a drip, drip, drip. Here's the truth, or kind of the truth, but not totally the truth. And those that have got their ears and eyes open will eventually get to the truth. But here's the seed that could grow into the truth. So I wonder whether this and I'm kind of edging on the side of it was a controlled release for reasons. And there have been lots of things that have been released to us over the last, say, 10 years for reasons. I just don't know what the fucking reasons are. Because you'd think that'd be nefarious on one instance, right, to control the revolution and the rebellion. But the truth that there's been let out, whether or not in a direct way, it's still been let out. And it's most definitely caused me, you and everybody else, cause for concern and cause to question. and research topics that, to be honest with you, we might not have delved into if it wasn't for the internet. Do you understand
I tell you
my
what,
point?
Chris. Yeah, just to add though, I mean, it does feel like controlled information. I've seen that some of this info is coming from Russia as well. Some of the Phantom Time stuff, I believe the strongest evidences are coming from Russia as well. But this no forest on flat Earth idea has developed and evolved. There's a guy on YouTube called Archaics, and he's blowing up. And he's basically he's gone through all these ancient books and old books, and basically has seen this pattern of a reset that happens every 140 years, smaller resets, then bigger resets. And he says that basically he's come to this sort of understanding that the pre-Diluvian world ended after something called the vapor canopy collapsed. All sounds like bullshit, but it kind of goes in line with the idea that the more you dig down, the less carbon there is in the ground, and you get to a certain point where it all becomes silicon based. So when you look at sort of what's still silicon based in this realm, we have the silicon based organisms are the biggest organisms we have. So they have these things that we still have some giant trees called cedar trees. And they are literally the biggest trees that we have, and you see them and you will understand why we call them giant. So this has evolved now. This idea has evolved that it's part of a reset thing, and basically after the last reset, something was changed. I'm not trying to lend it any credibility. I'm just sort of adding on to what you've said there, Chris.
No, you're fine, buddy, because hey, look, the kind of point that I'm getting to, and there's a few, and I might have fucking forgot about some along the way, but the kind of point that I'm getting to is without this controlled release, I don't think that us guys would have come to understand as many things as we have, but most definitely when we're talking about biblical stories and the way the world used to be, if we look at the way that the world used to be with kind of new flat earth eyes, we could potentially be standing on a devastated graveyard. The waters of the world, for example, most of them are still remaining from this deluge or this flood. We've got loads of cities and structures that are underground, for example. And lots of the ancient structures, the ones that we question about fucking daily, have got water erosion on them. There's lots of stories around the world that say there was a flood. And if we take a closer look at the world around us, yeah, you could kind of buy that, I reckon. Predominantly, most of the waters are still around from that deluge. It appears to be that there are the remnants of ancient biology. I'll put it like that, just biology, because I don't know about trees all the time. There is monumentally huge biology that just seems to be laying on the floor when you look at it with a certain educated eye. So there's a channel on YouTube called Mud Fossil University. Now, I'm not going to die on my hill for this, man. I ain't hanging my hat on anything. But what he talks about, and he tries to get you to look through his biological eyes at the structures of the earth and, how big they are, then it only leads credence to the stories that we're told about in the Bible, about battles that have taken place and things that were slain and are kind of here on the earth or sent from the sky down to the earth to perish and die. There appears to be an awful lot of things that we're standing upon and living our lives upon that could have been biological in the first instance. I'm not talking about little tiny fossils of dinosaurs and stuff, although they're big, but potentially a lot bigger than that. If anybody hasn't checked out a channel on YouTube called Mud Fossil University, have a look, see what man says. It's interesting.
I was into a guy called Randall Carlson. Although he believes in meteorites, he still believes in these huge flood stories. So there's a good episode. Yeah, do you like him?
Yeah. He just refers to himself sometimes as the Randall Carlson. That's what I said.
Yeah. And did you see the one where he went up to the Scablands up in the US? And so it looks, when you look at it from the sky, it looks like when the water washes away at the beach, and there's those little ripples in the sand. But these ripples are 10 feet high and 10 feet wide. So he was saying the water that needed to go over these things is absolutely phenomenal. And he was talking about the Grand Canyon being created, in a short period of time instead of a big period, a long period of time. Yeah, because you've got all these like holes where it would be from swirling water.
Yeah,
and this couldn't possibly be from a slow decay of the rock. It would have to be from whirlpools in it turning a corner. It creates these holes in the rock. So
that's fast energy.
Really interesting, yeah.
This is the thing as well. I'm glad you pointed it out. Is how fast this happened, and this story that we're told of the spinning ball in space and millions upon billions of years of creation to get to this fucking point, and the landscape the way it is, evolution and dinosaurs and all that type of stuff 65 million years ago, and moving continents and Pangea and all of that type of shit. Yeah, that's not the case. Whatever happened, like something most definitely did happen. I'm speaking from the point of view of agreement at that point, but yeah, if we're to believe those stories that we're told, and we are to look around at the earth around us, yeah, that happened, and that happened quick. The way that fossils can be made. Now, again, Mother Fossil University takes you through kind of step by step at how quickly fossils can be made, how quickly biology can turn into rock-like structure if the conditions are correct. It's got to be hot, it's got to be quick.
Have any of you guys heard of Michelle Gibson?
No.
She has a lot of evidence on her channel, Michelle Gibson, where she's basically gone through historical records and has seen that there was basically she believes, okay, so the conclusion is that when this mud flood happened, it affected the weather across a lot of the world. And that everybody in the world was affected by it. So she's kind of piecing together a big ice age that happened in Europe, massively affected Ireland as well. I think in the 1600s, that nobody talks about. But if you dig into if you type in Ireland or European ice age 1600s, there is evidence of this ice age. Also, it kind of coincides with, I think it was the invasion of the Sea People when they invaded Egypt. So there was this big kind of situation in the world around the time when this supposed last mud flood was supposed to have happened, where there was a lot of a mini ice age, and a lot of people had to move, and it forced a lot of relocation, exoduses or whatever. And it's just amazing. Some of the stuff she's uncovering, it's stuff that happened fairly recently, but isn't really in the mainstream. But it seems to be that there is evidence of some sort of massive worldwide catastrophe, or at least affecting half of the world.
It's interesting that you say mud flood and like 1600s or whenever you said. I think there's been multiple events. Obviously, it's been multiple events, right? We have earthquakes and volcanoes going off all the fucking time. But, for example, this antediluvian era and the kind of animals and the creatures and the biology that existed before, let's term it the main event. These other kind of mud flood stories and things that happened afterwards and say closer history to us, kind of after the event. But this main event, does anybody know what the K2 layer is? Very quickly, if you don't jump in, I'll just tell you. K2 layer is a layer that seems to exist across the Earth, that like a sediment layer. Yeah, it's probably a good way to put it. A sediment layer that exists across the Earth, where predominantly they can they say if you've got a cliff face, for example, you've got one of those layers within the cliff face. We'll point at that one. We'll say that one's the K2 layer, for one of a better example. Yeah, there's before this event and there's after this event. Before this layer was laid down and after this layer was laid down. Now, there's the K2 layer that they say is predominantly the area that around or before the dinosaurs existed, and there was the meteor strike. That was the event that stopped because the dinosaurs existed underneath this layer. And we can't find any of this type of fossilization after that layer or above or on top of that layer. This is the layer that appears to be the time of when flood happened. Kind of a little bit of excavating and digging around it by certain people say that, yeah, this happened really, really quickly. All of the fossilization that happened within this type of layer happened really, really quickly. I keep saying really quickly because you brought up Ice Age as well, Worley, which is another point in history that we're told a lot about. This era in time when there was an Ice Age. Let's try and think about this as a little bit logically. We have a lot of water, the deluge, the flood, and then the temperatures of the earth change. Now, there's a lot of water, and I guarantee you it's probably got a bit fucking cold, especially in, let's call it, northern hemisphere, to make the conversation quicker. Up here, like England, America, North America, Siberia, Russia, top of Asia, Canada, all of that shit. So this is predominantly where the Ice Age is said to have happened, right? Because it's come down from the north. It's not kind of hard to put this time scale together of a lot of water coming onto the land, of the temperature changing and getting colder. When the water stops coming and it starts going away, then ultimately some of it is going to turn into ice. Great big fucking sheets of it. Huge amounts of ice. This is why we find things like woolly mammoths and things in the ice that have been frozen instantly. In big blocks of ice, not covered up in snow because of times taken place and they died there for other reasons because they were hungry or a beast had got their leg. Not covered in impacted snow. Covered in ice that got there really, really fucking quickly. That's why we can take parts of the biology out of these mammoths and these seals and these other creatures, these deer, that we find in the ice in northern regions. But it happens really quickly. We get misled sometimes with the millions of years that they say that the Earth has been around. Because probably it hasn't been around for as long as they say, but ultimately some of these events happened really, really quickly. The deluge, the flood event, the aftermath of that, yeah, really quickly. And we've still got the majority of those waters around today, I would have thought. It would explain a lot. It would explain why we've got a lot of cities underwater, ancient structures underwater, and why there's a lot of water erosion around. Why we've got all of these bones and stuff on the floor. And if, like I was saying earlier, some of these biological structures, if you are to believe certain people's points of view, and they are correct, are fucking huge, hundreds of miles long. There's one, and I'll talk about this and then I'll stop talking because I've been talking for ages. But there's, in Mud Fossil University, the YouTube channel, the guy who's on that and produces the program and presents the program. He talks about the area of North Africa, extending across North Africa from the east to the west. And from the east to the west, around the region of where the Eye of Africa is a dragon. It sounds fantastical, right? A dragon, especially this size. But if you Google search or look on the Eye of Africa or the Eye of the Sahara, you'll see a swirly, like, eye type structure. Some instances, and some people say that this is Atlantis, but that's kind of besides the point for what I'm talking about at the moment. Because if you were to extend out from this region of an eye and look at the landscape for, miles in certain directions, this gentleman will literally, archaeologically, photographically using Google Earth, show you a dragon. And it's one of those things that maybe you can't see it in the first instance, but you will not be able to stop seeing it once you have seen it, and then you will start seeing other things as well. Some people call this, well, I say some people call this, it's kind of true, it's kind of pareidolia. You know, where you see faces in knotted trees and Jesus in your toast and your tomatoes and stuff like that. It could be termed as that, but ultimately you have to have something there, a shape that is recognisable. Yeah, these shapes is recognizable to a point where the biology is recognizable, and he goes very deeply into the biology, which is the one thing that no trees on the flat Earth kind of made me think about, because that's obviously biology, right? It's not volcanic structures formed over thousands of years. If we think about Giant's Causeway, Northern Ireland to Scotland, those hexagonal columns, we're told that lava flows that have been pushed up underneath the earth. Those type of structures, those fibrous types of structures, you can find in muscle filament, in fibers, and the fibers of plants. Either or, it's either walking about or growing out of the ground. But yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, just because it sounded like you're summarising, I just wanted to jump in here quickly before anyone changes the subject. If you Google the water vapour canopy theory, there's quite a lot of interest in it. It's mainly like around Bible study, but there is the theory you're describing is pretty much called the water vapour canopy theory, where that they use the Bible as a lot of references as well, but this was when the floodgates opened and the flood came. It actually changed the atmosphere from a silicon-based atmosphere to a carbon-based atmosphere, and it changed the makeup of everything that grows a lot smaller. But this has had a lot of research done, and is pretty much the Bible backs up this theory that the vapor, they call it the vapor canopy, and then when that collapsed, it changed the makeup, and we basically, we had a few giants left and a few bigger things, but everything over time just started getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But this is heavily backed up in the Bible. I'm going to share a link of a Bible study about this as well.
Kind of, if we are to believe these stories of the Bible to be true, where's the evidence for them? I guess with flat earth eyes, when you start looking around a bit and having logical thought and questioning, then yeah. I mean, you could.
Well, we've got giant bones.
Oh, gotcha.
So we know that, they call them dinosaurs, but we know we had giants. We've got the giant infrastructure. Look at the Tartaria movement. And we've got evidence with the cedar trees, with the layer, the K2 layer that you're talking about. We have all the evidence sort of there, sitting in the background.
Yeah, it's how you interpret it, I guess, right? So, Devil's Tower, what's that then?
Well, there was a guy who was demonstrating that rock and wood can turn to stone once petrified. Have you looked into this at all?
Yeah,
red brick can turn to stone.
Yeah. So I buy that it was biology before it was stone. Let's jump to that point. So what was it then? What type of biology was it?
There's also another theory that they cut down all of the remaining big trees after this event.
Mm-hmm.
So there are photos round of little us, tiny little humans with these giant saws, and it took 40 odd men to penetrate this saw. But there are photos around of us cutting down these giant trees in mass.
Right. So I'll give you that men went round and cut down to them big trees still.
Yes.
I say it like that because ultimately we could, hey look, Devil's Tower is a fucking big tree.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You would need you would need some proper structuring and engineering to start even cutting that tree down, right? Not just 40 men standing either side of the saw.
Yeah, we couldn't have pre-Diluvian. We couldn't have cut that down. I agree. Sorry, post-Diluvian. We couldn't have cut that down.
Yeah. So there's still going to be, because look at the size structure. It's not just small and big. There's everything in between. So let's say they cut down everything that was left that they could cut down that was in between. So there's nothing left. But what was Devil's Tower? Was it? Let me push you a little bit further down the road. I'm trying to get you to. Was it a tree?
or was it biological, as in an animal? There's the difference. So was it growing out of the ground, or was it walking on the ground?
I mean, I've seen other tree stumps, petrified tree stumps, and they look very similar to Devil's Tower.
Yes. And mate, I haven't got my hat on anything. Just trying to go somewhere with this. So I don't come from an opinion, apart from I'm trying to point something out. Now, the reason why I keep asking the question, what is it? Then ask you the question, is it a tree or is it biology? Because the same type of structure exists within muscle fibers. This is what I pointed out earlier. Now, yes, there's a lot of biology on the ground, and yes, predominantly most of it, if not all of it, grows out of the ground, apart from the stuff that walks upon, like we do, like dogs do, and cats do, and other animals do. Now, it's interesting to come from this point of view sometimes when, yeah, I reckon that's most definitely probably a fucking tree when you look at it from that point of view. There's other structures out there that look like a lumberjack's come along with his axe and cut down a fucking great big tree. Like a giant would have done it because it's a giant fucking tree. Yeah, I buy that, I see that, I completely understand that. Not a problem. That could definitely be the case. But there's other structures out there, and when you look at biology within, say, human biology, when you look at the muscle structure and where the muscles are placed and how they would be placed, through certain eyes, you could say that this Devil's Tower tree wasn't probably a tree. Some people say that this tree was the Achilles tendon right down the bottom of your foot by your ankle.
Yep.
Yeah, that. Not just because it's. I mean, look at the size of it. I mean, that's huge. And then you think of that's just the Achilles tendon. But when you start looking at things like abrupt transitions, the areas within the body where one thing becomes another thing abruptly, it turns into something else. What's why it's called an abrupt transition. When you look at abrupt transitions, you can see, for example, the gentleman will point out to you that why this stops and something else begins. You could say the Devil's Tower looked like a tree. Yeah, you could do. If you could find the roots underneath the tree and excavate it into the ground, because if you were to think of the root structures underneath that tree, would be fucking massive.
Good point.
They don't exist.
Well, we've not looked underneath, have we?
Well, in certain instances we have, and it's not the same up there as in what we see above ground as it is underneath the ground. That stops abruptly.
Hold on. Give me a second. So you bring up a really good point there, which I never really thought about. There should be a massive root system for such a huge tree. But are you convinced that we have looked for that root system under these things?
Yeah. So am I convinced? Hey, look, I'm pointing it out, but I'm also telling you I'm not hanging my hat on this. But yeah, it doesn't look like that this root structure exists. Now, I'm not saying this area has been 100% excavated. You can't really get around the site, but you can do things from distance. You can do things when people climb the rocks all the time. These structures don't go into the ground in the way that, in the depth that we're told. They stop and they turn and they come back underneath. So when you compare them to, say, the biology of, when you compare them to human biology, specifically the Achilles heel at the base of the ankle, then that looks like that too. It looks like a tree, yeah, and it looks like the Achilles muscle too, the Achilles tendon. It looks like that also. So which one is it? Because it could be both in this instance. If we can bring up two comparable pieces of information, both biology, that have the same type of structure, because we're dealing with fibrous tissues. Yeah, looks like both of those. Which one is it? Whichever the answer is, though, right? It's really big. I could get away with a tree being really big, but you think about the man mountain that would have to be standing on that Achilles heel. We think about how big Devil's Tower is. man's touching the clouds. The stories in the Bible. Sorry, just very quickly, and then I'll finish.
Go ahead.
Stories in the Bible talk about great big fucking giants, not the ones necessarily that are roaming around in Tartaria, because the doors are a bit bigger. Great fucking giants,
colossals.
Great big fucking trees, great big fucking giants. So like the dinosaurs and stuff, like little rats to these things. There you go. Sorry, guys.
I was just going to say, is this Speculation Wednesday?
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking Chris has woke up, had a couple of bongs, and you're going to listen to him whilst he's fucking quiet. Yeah, it's that type of time.
Chris, I knew we were going to get told off soon. I just thought it would be you, the one to tell us off.
Yeah, I ain't going to tell myself off.
I wasn't acting as a staff member. I was just asking, man. I just thought I'd come and say hello.
Morning, mate. How you doing? Yeah.
Right. I've got a chance of a flat, man. I've fucking been speaking to the landlord. I have to pay a holding deposit, and I've got it.
Awesome stuff. Hope it goes well. Hope it all
it should do, man. I was actually meant to go and see it and basically pay the money, get the lease, and move in on Sunday. But he's got other people viewing on Sunday again, so it's either pay. It's not like he was trying to extort the money, because I've been speaking to him over weeks, and he seems a genuine dude. So I'm just hoping it's kosher.
Fair play to you, mate. Hope it works out, like I said. Yeah, apologies again. It was kind of flat Earth based to begin with. Talking about the stories that were around when Flat Earth was released, and we started talking about no forests on a flat Earth, and the stories that that we find out about great big things, giants and trees and shit. So yeah, we did search.
But it makes loads of sense when you look at those plateaus and stuff, and they do look like big fucking tree stumps, and look at them the mountains and hills all over the fucking world that look like people that have just laid down.
Yeah, this is also something that I was pointing out earlier, that if we look at the rocks and the mountains and shit, there's people that say that, hey, look, this is potentially or possibly a great big giant thing.
I think a lot of mountains look like melted buildings. And when you go to mountain ranges, you'll see what can look like a window, what used to be a window or a doorway. And then you'll find that they have these internal cave structures. There's a guy called Paul Cook he's from England.
Yeah.
Paul Cook. And basically, he's been finding Egyptian hieroglyphic settlements in the Midlands in England. He has figured out everybody go and subscribe to Paul Cook, because he's on big shit at the minute. And he's scouring the UK, and he's figured out how to find these ancient sites, and he's basically 98%. If he goes to a site, he finds stuff, and he's finding in pretty much normal hills, normal mountains, internal complex cave systems with light switch, looks like ancient light switches, door hinges. He's finding everything everywhere.
I don't mean to piss on your bonfire, but I'm going to go with you, and just being an arsehole, mate. But when you just said he's going everywhere and he's finding everything, isn't this the story that we're told about the people that went around and found everything about the dinosaurs as soon as they started making dinosaurs up? And I'm just saying it, mate. I'm not pissing on your bonfire at all too much. I'll look into.
Well, this is my poor elocution is it's probably not doing him any justice. But there's a guy called Paul Cook.
With you.
He's really out here, he's finding hieroglyphs in Worcestershire, in little hills and in complex internal cave structures, systems in hills in the middle of the Peak District with hieroglyphs on and things.
They find hieroglyphs everywhere, don't they? So they say that they found hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon, for example. Places where you wouldn't expect to find hieroglyphs. I think you can find them in Spain, definitely all across the Mediterranean, but especially in Ireland as well. It looks like that. There are a lot of stories out there that say that the Egyptians moved around quite a bit, and this is possibly one of the more ancient kind of civilizations sort of around there. So to find these things in kind of Great Britain and to imagine their connections with the Celts, I think that's very possible.
But bro, like all this stuff that they found, and they make out that all these people were separate, or they were the Egyptians, those were the Vikings, those were the Romans. In my mind, all these people were all interconnected long before all their bullshit history started, man. They were navigating all over the world. They were fucking trading between each other. Right, so like, they make out that all these people were separate, but it was probably one civilization just spread out.
Separate civilizations, but
that looks really likely.
I don't think all these people we're told, like as I said, the Romans, the Vikings, all these different people that were told like existed and done all these bad things, and they raped and pillaged, and I think it's all the same bloodlines, this different names for the same people trying to warp what the good place that this place used to be, I think.
Yeah, I think the reason why the hieroglyphs are everywhere and the pyramids are everywhere is because it's getting quite obvious that this Atlantis thing, because I've read quite a lot of books on Atlantis, and it's quite hit and miss if you pick up a book on Atlantis of what you're going to read. But this new movement is basically the new idea is that Atlantis was America, and that actually it was more of a worldwide civilization, which is why you're seeing the pyramids across from China to America to Europe. But it's getting quite obvious now that this society was based in America, but basically reached the whole world. But a lot of yeah. Sorry, I just took the silence. Go ahead.
Go, bruv. No, I was just going to say we'll never know.
Yeah, I was just going to land the plane in saying which book is it that I was reading the other day? But there's several archaeologists who are basically trying to connect Atlantis, the old world. It wasn't a sunken city; it was just the Americas, and that actually after the flood, after the mud flood or whatever you want to call it, the flood, the rest of the world had sort of started to redevelop. From scratch again, where the Americas were kind of rebuilding from in a different sort of more isolated way. So then you get when finally these people started leaving America after the flood, they started turning up in Africa, and then you get the stories of Akhenaten, you get the stories of the sea people, not the sea people, the people who the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians and these people who kind of turned up and came from the west into North Africa, and they basically said that they had all this ancient knowledge, the ancient spirituality from before. If any of that made any sense, I probably went on a bit too far.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems Atlantis could have been America, and then these people came after the flood. They rebuilt a little bit, started coming over the sea, and then they established the Phoenician colonies, which then sort of led to the Egyptian colonies and Akhenaten, which was them trying to reintroduce. A lot of the scholars believe they're trying to reintroduce the old ideas from the old world. Which is why they were seen as gods, and they were seen as literally like people from another world, because they just turned up from the sea with all this ancient knowledge that the rest of the world had lost. But in the Americas, this is why you have the Maya, the Inca, and all these different, really different societies that had really ancient beliefs, because they still had knowledge of the old world, whereas the rest of the world had kind of lost that knowledge. But this is obviously, just Atlantis books that I've been reading and shit like that.
So, just to put a bit of landscape and perspective on this, the floods kind of wiped out where Egypt was, but they managed to keep a lot of the technology when the flood survived from, say, South America, where the Inca and the Maya were, right? Because they came
the knowledge.
Yeah. And because they were so technologically advanced, they went back and found the old world before the flood, the deluge, the pyramids and shit. Turns up there with all of that previous technology that quite possibly would have belonged there in the first place, but existed in South America at the same time. And they kind of took over the world and made themselves out to be gods. And then historically, from that point onwards, we've kind of thought that, hey, here are the pyramids, the Egyptians, right? Let's all focus on them. But slowly over time, we've started uncovering it in jungles, the Maya and the Inca. And maybe it's those where they actually came from, but the time scale and where they jumped around between these two places is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, the pyramids in South America are way older than the Egyptian pyramids.
This is what I'm trying to
way
get
older.
at.
And some of them are a lot bigger as well. The Chinese pyramids are older as well. So I think what you could have had in Egypt was a establishment of that Atlantis that they had. So maybe the pyramids are newer. Who knows? I don't know these things, but I do know that the pyramids in Egypt are not the biggest and not the best and not they're nothing special when you look at all the other pyramids across the world. But these Phoenicians also brought the modern language, the modern alphabet, the modern religions. They pretty much, when they turned up in, like the old world, when they turned up from the Americas, which is where they believe to have come from, they just turned the world upside down on its head and completely changed everything. So maybe this Egyptian religion has come from Atlantis. Maybe Babylon is actually an Atlantis thing, and that maybe Atlantis isn't that old, like the history revisionists are saying. Maybe time has been added to our calendars, and maybe the flood wasn't that long ago. And the first thing that happened after the flood that we can, of real significance was the guys from Atlantis got on a ship and established Phoenicia and Carthage. And from there, the New World was built. Very aware I've taken it super duper off topic. Feel free to jump in and bring me back to earth.
That's a lot of people jumping back to earth.
You see those pictures I posted of the Australian pyramids?
Have you got Australian fucking pyramids?
Yeah,
really?
No, look at those photos I just posted.
Oh, we've got a couple of pyramids out here, mate.
Yeah, we've got ancient glyphs as well, which is, they were saying before the first dynasty of Egypt. That's what the glyphs date back to, that style, which they said is hard to fake because no one knew that style of hieroglyphs.
Imbo, do you see how some of the middle ones just look like mountains, and without having this knowledge, you just think that's a mountain?
Yeah.
I mean, this is
see that one that says tropical North Queensland? That's huge. So to me, that's got to be a mountain. Yeah. But these other ones are pretty.
Yeah, this is my point, that every mountain could be an ancient giant building, because the more I'm looking into these ancient mountains, the more you realise they have all these cave structure, all these cave complexes inside. They have all these beautiful, look like melted trinkets that have all melted together, all these weird gemstones sitting next to each other, just anomalously placed.
But then you've got to say that the whole of the earth was covered with huge buildings, and that's it.
Well, I'm intrigued to know how the deserts were created. Where did all this red sandstone and red brick rock stone come from?
Some people say that deserts are the sediment layer from the bottoms of oceans and stuff, but the oceans have just moved, or the land has moved.
I'm aware. Yeah.
That's a lot of what they say here. We've got ones that say this used to be an ancient sea, and then you can actually find like shells and stuff like that. But
well, if you look at the Sahara, there is evidence that this was a tropical climate in the Sahara, and then you have massive pyramids, you have massive buildings that they had to dig out of the Sahara. So you've got to ask yourself, was that
early as 10,000 years ago? There was water lapping up at the water lapping up at the edges, and it was pretty. There's remnants of it being a tropical kind of paradise.
Exactly, and there's buildings they dug out of the desert that were massive. So you've got to ask yourself, was that the bottom of the sea, or was that a massive city, complex city of so many buildings that, imagine if an atomic bomb level explosion went off and just destroyed everything. You would be left with so much dust and sand that the area would just become a desert.
Yeah. No, I don't know how far I go with stuff like that, because it's really hard to imagine, because, you know, like you picture nature and then you think, oh, okay, this stuff's nature. You know what I mean? So I find it hard to wrap my head around something that big. I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm just saying I find that difficult to do. Because this whole place, this whole country I live in is pretty much the whole centre of it's desert. And there's old maps of Australia of having a huge canal that could run in between and had a massive inland sea that people were sailing through, which is fucking weird as well. Really weird. There's pictured maps of this inland sea, which was stretched from north to south. Which makes a lot of fucking sense. The whole path that it followed was just desert.
Timber, do you follow
Nothing
a guy
grows there apart from salt bush.
Do you follow a guy called Autodidactic?
Yeah, I've been watching him for years, mate, when he first started in his basement.
The first time that I watched Autodidactic after I met you, Tim, the didgeridoo and the music at the beginning, it made me think of you. It's pretty funny. I let you in on it.
I was more into him when he was going into the history of Australia, like why we've got all these buildings in the middle of fucking nowhere that resemble Roman architecture, and I was like, it is strange. It's really strange. But he started getting. I like all this Starfort stuff too. That's really good.
I do remember asking my grandparents ago before I was 10 years old when that was around, when they lived in London, why all the architecture seemed to be like Greek or Roman? Why we didn't have our own type of architecture? Because all of these lines and kind of columns and all of this type of stuff are predominant in London. It's weird since then that I've noticed that this type of architecture exists not really just around in like British cities, but European cities, African cities,
Japan as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to start naming places all across the world, because this type of architecture exists everywhere, and it's
every
huge.
country.
It doesn't look easy to put this stuff together, right? It doesn't. I mean, I know we make structures today and this, that, and the other, but this looks ever so slightly different for the technology that apparently we had back in those days. Apparently so, especially all across the earth. No, that doesn't.
I build houses, and I'm absolutely astounded, so fascinated by these buildings. I spend a lot of my spare time going around photographing this stuff. Absolutely love it. I build houses every day, and I cannot work out how the fuck they built this stuff.
There's a historical narrative that we've all been taught, and it doesn't jive with anything that we see around us.
Not at all.
Where it exists. the people that exist around and use this architecture, it doesn't suit, doesn't fit.
No, it wasn't built for them, by them.
Yeah, I'll go with that. It wasn't built by them for them. Yeah, it's like they turned up and there it was.
Yeah, pretty much. It's founded. You know, they use those words like the word they use for someone who takes over as well, like a caretaker or something. There's like a word like that.
Yeah.
What is it?
Custodian.
Custodians. Custodian. We hear that a lot. Custodian and founded. And like we've got all these mental hospitals here, like on tops of hills and stuff like that. You go, how many fucking mental people were here when there was like 10,000 people? And why the fuck did they build this huge stately building at the top of the best hill in Melbourne for a fucking mental hospital?
Everyone was mental, so they built them a huge opulent house for them all to live in.
Do you have many
fireplaces and everything? You know, like you just.
Do you have many giant old orphanages in Australia? Like giant buildings?
Yeah.
Orphanages.
This place was populated by orphanages. They're everywhere. Mental hospitals and orphanages.
That's another thing that goes along with this narrative. When you see these giant buildings and these weird anomalies, you start seeing all these orphanages. It's like a sign that there was repopulation involved, I believe. That's my speculation.
You just look at all the expos, the world expos. They all had incubators and stuff like that. The incubator babies. The world fairs.
I think
just
when you
fucking
have
strange.
I think when you have when you got a few options that end up with children, I'm just going to point this one out. When you have breeding programs that take place, you're going to need places to put the kids. Not hard when you don't. It's hard when you don't have the adults in place in their own solitary home to look after 1, 2, 3 children. So I'm just pointing out that how. Hey, look, we're talking about holding pens for children, orphanages, right? So where have these children come from? Australia was a prison colony, right? When the British secondarily went over there. They fought for it for a little bit, and then they started sending lots of people over there, right?
Yeah.
So children have gone as well. You know about these types of stories in Britain about lots of children going. We have stories about children being taken away from their parents because of, children being born out of wedlock. Just one fucking reason, right? The woman being hysterical, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
but
blah.
that's suspicious, Chris. This whole thing is very suspicious.
This is the point I'm trying to get to, because I'm going to come up with random little fucking stories that just make us more suspicious about where these children fucking come from, why they were there, and the purpose for this, because the structures look like they were already there, right? So there's big opulent buildings around already. It's not like they build the great big opulent building and put the children into them, or the mental people into them when we first started, right? 2 different groups of people. But ultimately, we're not going to build great big palaces for them. We'll probably take the great big palaces for ourselves, but there are other big buildings around. So where did the orphans come from? There's breeding programs that take place where, you're just farming children. Women are getting pregnant. Children are dying. Don't have to take care of the child. It just...
Just ship them off and repopulate the world.
Yeah.
There's a real tactic as well. I can't remember where I read it, but I know somebody must have come across this before, where if you want to try and take over a people, or if you want to try and conquer a population, basically if you want to get rid of the history, you need to sort of move the kids away from their families, and then you sort of re-educate them. And they did this with the Indians in America. So you get these reservations, but when you look into the reservations and the actual so-called Indians that ended up. They were like the kids of like, they were all sort of banded together, separated from their parents and kind of put together and told their new identity. So I think the reason for the orphanages and the mental homes at a time when we've got a reset and a repopulation is probably to separate people from their history or from their background so you can just deliver that education. I mean, that's my thoughts on that. That's an actual technique of taking over a country.
There's lots of ways to take over a country, isn't there? To repopulate the indigenous people with your own. Either fuck your way for it or just turn up and kill them with your own kind.
Yeah, I know they did this in Australia. There's a famous film called Behind the Picket Fence or something, and it's basically some insight into how they whitewashed and separated the Aborigines from the land. And they actually convinced the kids, they separated the kids and put them on almost like reservations again, but they systematically raped as well all of the women and created like a mixed race population and then put them together and said, look, these are the Aborigines. And it's really scary, it's really horrible, but it's been done so many times, you can't forget about it. You have to take this into account when you see orphanages and you see asylums and you see, you know, and it's connected to the repopulation story, in my opinion.
Australia. I do think about Australia sometimes. It happened a lot in Africa, of course, when we're talking about colonisation from European countries. Great Britain, France, Spain, Germany. Not Denmark, we want to talk about the Netherlands, those as well. When we're talking about the colonisation of, say, Africa, then think about Australia. That was, fucking hell, that was a social experiment and a half. Sending lots of different groups, mixing those different groups, realising that Australia is really, really far away. People are probably going to want to go there or can get there easily for quite some time. We've got a good few hundred years. So let's fuck around with this race of people, see what we can do with this area of land. It's again, it's just another huge social experiment as far as I'm concerned. Taking children to like orphanages, like we just pointed out, the mental institutions throughout the Western world anyway. These big places where hundreds of people were, you know, classified as bad. Bad, I tell you, he's bad.
Yeah, I think it's a big cover story personally, but I know it's a little bit of an uncomfortable subject, but I feel like there's a lot we can get out of learning from that situation and seeing, you know, what happened in history, what happened in America. And when you try and figure out what happened in history, you've got to take into account this went on in a lot of countries, and not just about race. It's not about race. It's about the history and heritage being lost. Do you know what I mean?
It's about what happened when people had the technology superior to others and took advantage. What do you think about the story that we're told, and we're told an awful lot about this, especially in Britain, the story of the Industrial Revolution? That's kind of poignant when we're talking about, you know, technology